I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine.
Welcome everyone, we are here ready to go with our NECC matchup here as we are heading into the League of Legends playoffs. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know we were expected to actually start up earlier in the day, but we are here right now, starting off a little bit later than 7 o'clock EST. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever at this point find their way off the rift, and they are now a permanent resident here on the casting desk. It is Random Minion Caster. We have a lovely matchup here for you tonight. It is Southern New Hampshire University versus Clark University, coming in as the number 2 seed and number 7 seed respectively. RMC, are you ready?
I guess I am. My camera has finally decided to focus on me. So yes, yes, we're gonna go with a yes here, Orbital. And not only are we starting the playoffs here of 2nd versus 7th seed, but we're starting it on the pre-season patch here, Orbital. Big changes just came in today, and we're not going to run through all of them, but I think the two biggest places that have been affected is, of course, one, the jungle. I didn't think it needed a change, but Riot has a penchant for doing this every off-season here, and tank, specifically, or most likely, the top lane here. A lot of new items, and I feel like it's going to hit that tankier segment of the champion population.
I'm terrified. I have my water with me here today, just in case things get a little bit dry and stale, and I'll make sure to keep myself very entertained and refreshed. But I gotta agree, right? A lot of changes going into the jungle number 1. A lot of ideals that, some people like a lot more of jungle mains. I believe Reddit side has disagreed with, but number 1 has, of course, been the pets, and I think we have to touch on that very quickly. The idea that there are now 3 different pets and 3 different styles of smites, it has brought about some changes in terms of sustain, jungle pathing, as well as what junglers are currently allowed in the roster, which at this point seems open-ended. I think every single jungler has been attempted to work in the jungle and has some sort of clear potential.
Yeah, I think the whole goal was to make every single champion potentially viable. Now, I don't know about Yuumi jungle, and I have seen Yuumi jungle, but I think generally it's more accessible for everyone now to jungle here. And I think, there will be a lot of mixed opinions. This is only day 1 of the patch, Orbital, and it's going to be a test on these players for both Clark Red as well as SNHU. I'm just going to call them Penmen from here on out. Penmen and Clark here, there's going to be big tests on how quickly they can adapt to the meta. Because sure enough, you can run old compositions. That's perfectly fine here. But the newer compositions, if you're not used to it, maybe you can blindside your opponent a little bit.
And that's a lot of fun to think about, right? Being able to bring out these crazy items and bring out these crazy champions. We've seen a lot of fluctuation, a lot of teams trying to figure out if the items synergize. I think the biggest one that we're seeing right now is Heartsteel. This item giving so much back to a champion, and not just in a team fight, which is where most of the agency is for a lot of these mythics, these new mythics, and some of them down to legendaries. Heartsteel giving the opportunity for champions that have a large amount of HP to permanently gain extra HP, effectively going a full circle in its own abilities.
Yeah, not only that, it gives you demolish effectively against champions, and not just against one champion at a time. You can proc it on the entire enemy team, 30-second cooldown for each individual champion. So suddenly tanks aren't just tanks. When we joked about Ornn, being a mage, being an assassin here, he actually can be an assassin with Heartsteel or the Ornn upgrade, Leviathan, to come through. Now, Orbital, since we're talking about the top lane a little bit, I want to bring it back to these teams because for Penmen and Clark Red here, Penmen specifically likes tanks in the top lane, and you can see Schwartz in that top lane here. Often the big engage for the team on that Ornn, and those tank items will benefit him. Sea Monsters in the jungle likes those tanks as well, and Pancake, 50-50, actually more than 50% of the time on tankier champions. Toxic and Proma, the mid and bot laners here for SNHU, they're on carries. They're not affected that much. So I think for Penmen here, this is an overall buff to them, specifically these tank items.
It's going to be so nice for them. I mean, we're even talking about Radiant Virtue as one that could be teased. A lot of people are saying it's more for the support side. So Pancake may be rolling that one up. It is actually already being fielded as a buff in the next patch. So, that gives you an idea there. For the side of Clark Red, the itemization and the understanding of their composition, which does lend itself to their highest ranked player in past season, which was Pizza the Cat in the jungle. iHeart grew on the top side, going to be playing mostly that GP, as some players and some viewers have seen Clark Red in the past. Zoom in the mid lane, Shakespeare in the ADC role, and Macrodoodle coming in at support.
Yeah, and Pizza the Cat and Zoom have been the focal points for this Clark Red roster. They're often the carries on the teams, the ones to pop off, at least in terms of kills and damage here. So like you mentioned, jungle changes for Pizza. One of the changes is that it's faster to clear here. Scuttle spawn later as well, so Pizza gets a bit more time to gank here a little bit. We are getting the bracket here. So notably, the winner of this matchup today will play the winner of York Spartans or Alvernia here. And specifically for the Penmen, they, in their last week 8 here, actually lost to Alvernia in what was a bit of a upset or surprise upset here for them. So I'm sure the Penmans, they're looking to move on, maybe try and rematch against Alvernia, clear that stain if possible here. But Clark Red, they had a rougher time getting into the playoffs. They came in with a less than 50% win rate, 3-5 in terms of series score. But the fact that Clark has made it despite a really rough start, I think speaks a lot to the growth that they've had over the season.
And who knows, maybe the shakeup here with the items, with the preseason, is enough to give them a little bit of a boost over that edge, be able to show up here and be a little bit of a dark horse, right? You're coming in as the second lowest seed, and I mean, we see some craziness, right? I mean, just look back to Worlds 2022, DRX having a phenomenal time. Will that happen here? Honestly, we'll see. We'll see. So big eyes there, and I do agree. A lot of fun matchups depending on what matchups come out in the semifinals and even into the finals. And of course, a shot going into what could be the nationals, which will happen at the end as well. You want to do well, right? Yes, there are some teams and some players that are like, man, I'm not going to be there for the nationals. That kind of sucks. It's still so much fun, right? Going ahead and getting a win here in the fall season in 2022 will feel so good. So hopefully we get a very nice idea of what they're going to be bringing out here and what they're going to be teasing all the way through. Taking a look, RMC, we talked about the top lane. We touched on the fact that this feels a little bit lopsided. At the same time, I want to get your thoughts. Where else are we going to see this disparity? Do you feel like there is any other disparity that we need to keep our eyes on? Maybe one that's flying a bit under the radar?
So I think to talk about disparities here or mismatches overall, we kind of got to talk about the way the teams like to play. And specifically, I'm looking at the Penmen here because the Penmen like to play team fight compositions. And they are really, really good at it. We touched about tanks on the top, in the jungle, in the support role. They bring the CC here. They try to set up big wombo combos where Toxic and Proma, their mid and bot lane players, get to pop off and just pump out damage. So they really work as a cohesive unit here. So they don't care about lane mismatches so much. They're playing for the mid game when they move as 5. Clark Red, on the other hand, they are a team that has found a little bit more success with individual pop-offs. And we mentioned Pizza and Zoom specifically as the two who do that. So I'm looking at them to try and win out the lanes. I do, however, think the bot lane is interesting because Shakespeare, their AD carry, does like his Draven. It's his most played champion here in the NECC. And when you pick a Draven, you're picking it to crush your lane. And his support. They started off Ronhouse as their initial support, and it switched in the last few weeks to Macardoodle here. Both of them are big support players, and I think Macardoodle has looked pretty good actually on her enchantresses. So, that sort of thing to enable Draven pickups could potentially help you to win out that ball lane. And if you get a big enough lead in that ball lane, you could potentially mess up the Penmen's plans, because if your AD carry doesn't have enough damage come the team fights, you can't win those team fights.
Ooh, a little bit of thought heading down there, and I like that. Going ahead and giving Clark Red a little bit of an opportunity. I think that is huge, right, for this squad. As you said, really individuals stepping up to the plate and hitting a home run or hoping to get players on base. That's going to be the big call. And of course, we're going to hope Penmen has done their homework, because again, coming in as that second seed, the regular season unfortunately doesn't matter. As much as we want to say it does, you got to play hard here. You might be coasting on that second seed and saying, hey, we're good. We can make it into the semis. We can make it into the finals. It doesn't matter. You still got to beat the opponent in front of you. And again, this is just a best of 3. I know last season, I believe we had best of 5s all the way throughout playoffs. Has been changed. So best of 3s here. Only got to win 2 to carry your way forward. And I'm excited to see what they can do here. Any crazy champions that you want to see brought out here, RMC? As we have now talked about all the lanes, any crazy champions, maybe not so much the Gangplank for iHeartGrew, right? Any cheese or anything that you feel will surprise us, the players, and anyone they're facing?
So, Penmen specifically, now I've mentioned they like their team fights here. Their bot laner, Proma, has a very interesting champion, which includes the likes of Samira or Vayne, or not really a marksman, Yasuo, into the ball lane. They like to run Yasuo Senna as one of their duos here, and Yasuo fits that teamfight composition to a T as well, especially if you've got knockups from the top lane from shorts with that Ornn here. So I would like to see that. It would be an interesting one. Do I think it's the optimal play? Well, maybe. Maybe.
We don't talk about optimal here. This is preseason. We don't care. We go for fun. We go for style. What we aren't going to see is the old and lame Yuumi and Ornn taken away. Seraphine being seen as a massive annoyance as well. So that's going to be banned out. The Sylas being rounded out. This is one that a lot of people have been teasing in the jungle, seeing if Sylas can still come back. I don't think it's possible, but the Hecarim banned away from the side of Sea Monsters, and we're already seeing the Tahm Kench. I do believe they had done draft before, so we are picking in order. Still, the Tahm Kench and then the Udyr. I mean, we're seeing some style come out here.
Okay, and I like the Tahm Kench that's coming out from shorts here because the Ornn got banned. You don't have that easy knockup. So by having Tahm Kench, it's a tank, and you still get potential knockup for that Yasuo, that Syndra. I'm seeing a lot of knockups here for the side of Penmen overall. I've got hope that we do see that Yasuo in the bot lane. I do want to touch on Clark Red's pickups though. The Udyr and Zac coming in, both of them benefit a lot from these preseason changes with the tank items, especially Zac. The Abyssal Mask has been buffed massively, and it skills off your max health, that magic resistance. So you combine that with Heartsteel, and suddenly Zac can actually destroy an entire team if he can get in all 5.
Yeah, you know, not like Zac wasn't doing that already with pure health in there, but we do see the Fizz, and now the Draven for Shakespeare, so we did expect this somewhat when we saw the bans coming out here along the Cassiopeia and GP, focus elsewhere, so you pick up your main champion. I think that is appropriate, right? You're gonna have a very nice time. Toxic, though, is very surprising. The Syndra is now coming back, and we do see it. All right, everything else off the table, we do see that Yasuo. It was called, I don't remember what round it was actually picked up in the draft, but it's still the Yasuo in that AD role.
Yeah, it's blue 3 apparently, the third pick for the side here of Penmen to pick that up. And yeah, I like the idea here, especially since they keep pairing with Senna, so they actually have a marksman to take turrets. And it feels like for the side of Penmen here, Orbital, they are not going to rock the boat. They recognize that, hey, yes, we are in preseason here, but there's no reason we need to change up too much. Their concession, Sea Monsters on the Trundle here, because tanks are good, but Trundle is that tank buster here. Just weakens them so the entire team can take them out. And on the other side, Clark Red, we get that Draven that you mentioned with the Janna as a support here. And that's going to be an interesting one because Draven is a volatile matchup already. He wants to start winning out, and he usually beats most marksmen. But into the legs of a Yasuo, a well-placed win wall will mess that up heavily. He should still be able to win that out early if he is going for the all-in. But the struggle against Senna, of course, is trying to reach the all-in with the CC she brings to the table.
And I also feel it's going to come down to the summoner spells. This is one that I don't normally talk about, but I feel like summoner spells are going to be very important for the spot lane as well, right? When you have something like a Yasuo, we do want to see that exhaust come out. We do want to see a little bit of slowing power. The question is it actually going to be on the Draven when you might need that cleanse instead? There are so many different things to kind of think about as you work your way through, and it again, it might just make a 2% difference here, 2 or 5% difference, but I think it might be very interesting to take a look at once we get into game. And we do see here it's double exhaust. It's going to be the exhaust on Proma and exhaust on Shakespeare, so very much more aggressive gameplay. The cleanse would be more defensive, saying, hey, we are worried about the jungle. Both of these players saying, I'm going to go in, no one's going to be able to stop me, and I will have that win trade hopefully in my pocket.
And I feel like those exhausts are for very different purposes here. For the side of Shakespeare, you're taking that exhaust to shut down that Yasuo. And that is actually a team-wide exhaust that you're using it for, because Yasuo doesn't just want to hit one person with lost breath. Ideally, it's 3 or more members here, so you get a lot of utility out of that. Chroma's exhaust feels more like a dueling exhaust when he kind of goes in for that 1v1, whether it be the Draven, whether it be the Fizz, or maybe even the Udyr he's trying to run away from later on here. It's more on that 1v1 basis. So we'll kind of see how that one pans out in terms of the exhaust usage. I am very curious, however, overall, about whether or not we see iHeartGrew kind of run Grasp the Undying with that heart still in the top lane. I assume that's what we're going to see from the Tahm Kench. I think that's incredibly busted. Currently, from what I've heard, from what I've seen, you can easily hit 4 or 5k health bar, not even accounting all your resistances here. But, into the likes of an Udyr does 2% health damage. I don't know if that would necessarily be the best thing for an Udyr, or whether you want to kind of go that split push-esque build, things like the early Blade of the Ruined King, running that lethal tempo to try and continue just dueling extended fights here.
I'm terrified either way, right? That top lane is going to be producing some very nasty monsters. There's also been changes as well, which we have not touched on, which will specifically affect that top lane, not just in items, but in experience difference as well. And this is not something that we normally like to talk about too much, but experience differences do, in fact, impact, level breakpoints, right? And I do believe this is also for the mid lane as well. So, and we haven't even touched on that side. We'll get to that here in a second. But the fact that I think experience, I'll have to go back and double check because I want to give the correct number. Here, it is going to be 2.15% more experience to solo champions per minion. What that means is before you would count the number of minion waves, right? You would count the number of minions that came out. What level are they going to hit? Yes, it doesn't matter too much on tanks. But it's still very important to notice when you're trying to go for those ganks or when you're trying to back up and kind of save yourself.
I mean, to put it in context, 2% is 1/50th of a difference here. So it feels like 1 out of every 50 minions you otherwise had to kill will make a slight change in your EXP breakpoints. I haven't calculated or had the opportunity to figure out exactly what the breakpoints are on this new patch just yet, but I don't think it's going to affect the early game quite as much here.
Well, dang anything,
it. I think it might the gold difference for mid lane versus top lane, the reduced gold you're getting in the mid lane, might make a bigger difference in terms of when you're going to be spiking a little bit. And again, I think we'll have to see how it goes out with this particular game. It's my first game casting here on the preseason patch orbital, so I have a more wait and see approach in terms of these sort of minor changes. And right now, my head's more dominated by the jungle changes or the item changes.
Yeah, and I mean, these junglers are going to have a very fun time, right? Zach for Pizza the Cat. For those that have tuned in and maybe follow Clark Red quite a bit, Pizza the Cat is someone that you watch very often and is a highlight player. And the fact that it's on a signature champion, as we said, that's Zach. This is also a meta where we are going to see that kind of clear and gank situation. So I'm very curious to see if that is going to affect the way that Pizza the Cat decides to play. We are going to see all the players out here on the Rift once again, as Penmen is on blue and Clark Red, justifully so, is on the red side. We already get some very quick wards down, and we can already see the new changes as well, the indicators coming out, but that doesn't matter as Penmen are going to walk into a little bit of death, and they do follow over first blood to Zoom, who picked up the ever so lovely Fizz. And for anyone that's played the Syndra Fizz matchup, this is a horrendous start to this laning phase.
Yeah, Fizz spikes really at level 2, level 3, and now he's got that experience advantage here in what, as you mentioned, is an incredibly volatile matchup. Giving Assassins first blood is something you never want to do. Orbital, the other thing I was kind of tracking a little bit here was the jungle items that came through in terms of what we're seeing. So it's Moss Stomper for Pizza the Cat, and it's going to be the Gust Walker. Pardon me, there we go, for Sea Monsters here. And that's interesting because for most of the junglers I've spoken to, they say Gust Walker isn't very good. It gives you, once it's maxed out, a small speed boost, 40% or 45% coming out of bushes later on. But it's nothing compared to the Moss Stomper, which is effectively a mini Mountain Soul, or the Scorch Claw, which is a mini Infernal Soul here. So Pizza Cat going to be ultra tanky, and Sea Monsters, you're going to run fast, so you better make that mobility count.
And I can see the theory behind it, right? For Sea Monsters, for a champion like Trundle, it's all about speed. It's all about being able to get up close to your opponent and lay down a lot of those auto attacks and the Qs. And, you know, even with the pillar, it's doubling up on that fact that if Sea Monsters gets ahead, you're going to have a grand old time. But I do agree. It's just the value, we're going to have to wait and see what they can do here. We are seeing that pathing, though, and I love the animals that go along. I just have to say, love the little companions I've announced, because you know what? If all the bad that came out of the jungle, at least the pets look cute, right? You can at least take that one away. The jungles are being cleared out in a decent route there, and we're going to see our first interaction here. Sea Monsters getting caught, but having that brain having a hard time. The clearance coming out, clearing the vision here on the top side.
Oh, and Pizza's actually coming down to this bot lane here, potentially looking for a bit of a gank. I don't think Chroma and Pancake have pushed out enough, but Zach does have a large gank range.
Very, very large, and still being able to draw in a little bit. So at least Pizza the Cat, as we said, gank heavy on all sides and getting the pressure down as well. This is very important. As we said, Shakespeare getting the signature Draven. It's important that you give a lot of help to that bot lane. That is going to mean that there is a punch on the top side. iHeartGrew on this Udyr going to stun up, get pillared out. And with Ghosts only, there's no real way that you can run around. The stun comes down. It's systematic killing here as Sea Monsters evens up to 1 kill, 1 death.
Yeah, the sheer amount of slows that Trundle and Tahm Kench brings to that lane, it's just so difficult with that Ghost to get away. Once the CC chain starts, it just never ends there. And what's scary is with all these changes, Tahm Kench was already a bit of a lane bully prior to this. Now with all those grass procs as well here, he can continue to win this out. I love the fact that Sea Monsters is still sitting in this top lane. They were trying to see if Gru was going to TP back into lane. He doesn't TP, but if he gets the lane too quickly here, Sea Monsters might just regank him anyway.
Yeah, just why not, right? It's one of those moments that you're just like, it's kind of fun to do. Piece of the Cat stealing away a camp, and remember, you got a full clear, but Toxic said, I'm going to be toxic. You get bounced up, though, and it's now going to be a stun onto Pizza the Cat, so the turnaround might be helpful. But of course, the main thing is just keeping that camp out of the hand of Pizza the Cat. Toxic has gone ahead and done that, but, you know, a big Raptor for your flash, I'm not sure it's the greatest trade in the world.
I mean, Toxic was probably going to get ganked anyways. You saw Pizza looking actively. The Raptors, if it was secondary, it was more just trying to get the angle in for it. So Toxic has to burn flash. At least you managed to get that big Raptor. I think that's kind of important for the side of Sea Monsters here. And Sea Monsters needs to keep up the clear. One thing about these new pets as well is that you don't want to fall behind on those breakpoints there, because your smite damage does go up. And if you're fighting a bigger smite, well, you aren't going to win it here. And so Sea Monsters has to make sure he doesn't fall behind when those big objectives are coming up.
It's all going to be about keeping pace here and now trying to get the bot side, but because there is a ward back in that brush, you are spotted out. It is going to give great leniency to Pizza the Cat, but surprisingly, they're going to hold this one out. So Shakespeare and Macrodoodle playing this one extremely well, playing like they have no idea, wasting some more time.
Yeah, and it's also because Chroma and Pancake are pushing it a little bit here. So Clark, like you mentioned, more than happy to waste his time. What can Pizza get off the back end of it? He's actually not invading whatsoever here, so he's just going to go back, reset a little bit. So Sea Monster's actually not losing out as much as he otherwise could.
Yeah, and this also lends itself to the fact that Pizza the Cat will have a little bit better timing as well on this upcoming dragon, which is the brand new Chemtech dragon. So we aren't going to see the soul, but Macrodoodle stepped up, didn't realize they were still there, is able to flash away. So you do get something for your trouble, but it's absolutely not as much as you were hoping to have it come down. Now, the question is Pizza the Cat going to wait in time? No. Oh, no. The recall's going to go through, and they call it the perfect timing. The flashes are up for both sides, but the draw is in. Chroma says, not today, I'll be okay. But a great timing. Piece of the Cat already showing off some of their own aggression again.
Yeah, I love the fact, I feel for Macrodoodle, because to be fair, you don't think the jungler sticks around quite that long. And
That's
CMonsters
true.
waited so long that was almost 30 seconds sitting in that bot lane there. But Pizza just timing it so incredibly well, getting in there just in time. Now, Pizza was playing a little bit with fire because if CMonsters waited that long the first time, there was nothing saying he wouldn't have waited around a second time. This time though, with those backs, I'm surprised Clark Red aren't actually going for that dragon. It is going to be the Chemtech dragon, the returned dragon that broke Spectator. It still is broken, which is why you don't see.
Oh. Well, you know why they didn't go for dragon is because they saw a free gank in the mid lane. As Syndra without flash is open season, and this is why I was very worried when I heard Zoom got the kill, right? Immediate lost Traptor to go back towards, and now it's just a menace on the Rift.
Yeah, that early level kind of playing into it here. Now level 7 as well, and like you mentioned, as long as that flash isn't up, they can repeat this onto Toxic again and again. Syndra not as strong as she used to be in the early game. She now skills up a lot better, and look at the nameplates a little bit as well, Orbital. We had mentioned before that for Clark Red, Pizza and Zoom are the ones that pop off and carry games here. Zoom is already starting to pop off early.
It's gonna be a time, and the big question after that is how well does Zoom roam out of lane, right? Because as a Fizz, you do want to apply pressure on these other sides. You want to apply pressure towards those objectives, and right now you've done so, right? You opened up the mid lane. Toxic isn't going to be there, which means CMonsters is not going to be anywhere close to that dragon, and it is free. Clark Red, instead of just taking a dragon, take a kill and a dragon and a little bit of a buff. For those that are also trying to remember what that dragon does, because I know I am, the Chemtech dragon is going to go ahead and give you a little extra tenacity and healing power here, which for Macrodoodle is the best thing in the world.
Yeah. Generally, it just sort of encourages extended trades to come in here. So, Macrodoodle enjoying it, but I think Pizza is going to enjoy it even more, as will Groove, in terms of, being able to sustain through these fights. A bit of peace, though, on the Rift here after that dragon take. I want to highlight Pizza the Cat now level 6. And for Zac, level 5 is actually kind of important, because that's usually when you get level 3 Slingshot, and that's when you get big range to engage here. Now level 6 with Let's Bounce as well. If he can get on these squishy members, especially this vault lane, and even tossing to the mid lane here, it makes the ganks even easier.
All the ganks do be watching, but CMonsters has a Sixth Sense, said, hey, I'm not going to push up to that third brush. Last time it was the first brush that gave away my position. But spending a lot of time on this bot side is still a little bit of a question mark, right? This is the second time that you're waiting down here. Second time that you're spending upwards of 30 seconds and leaving those camps up. So I'm wondering if this is going to be played all the way through. However, Shakespeare decides to step forward just an inch or two further. It's going to be a bad time. Remember, Pillar can proc. Pillar can absolutely proc and to get the last breath off. No flash here on that Janna, but here comes a re-engage, and they're going to get a triple knockup. They're still going to get the kill, so Pancake brings the pain. Zoom, though, following up a little bit faster. In goes the Shroud, and in goes the Sun. Good flash away, but now CMonsters is alone. Scared of the sea is the CMonster, and they pick up 2 for 1. Well timed by Clark Red, and again, this is Penmen getting punished for forcing that bot lane so hard.
Yeah, and for Penmen, they're the big team fight team here. And unfortunately for them, they don't have as easy an access as the Ornn that they usually do here. Great pillar from CMonsters, but it's only hitting one target. And we're seeing the strength of that exhaust that we were talking about in Champ Select here. Orbital Proma just could not get the initial burst of damage down. And once you don't have that here, it is so much easier for Draven to apply auto attacks than it is for Yasuo to apply auto attacks.
So simple, and now granting a wish that Shakespeare has been wanting for quite some time. It's an early kill and an early cash in. We can already see that Eclipse, which is of course the Mark standard here. Why not run it? Why not worry about anything else except chopping through HP bars? And it's going to be painful at this point. Proma and Pancake, this combination that we were very interested in with the preseason, going to be even more trouble here. 75 CS, yes, but no kills to your pocket.
That's it for Penmen. They are not in dead territory yet. They're just down, 1,500 gold here. You can still bounce back into the game, and they do have skilling on their side. We've seen Yasuo's. I mean, there's a running joke of 010 Yasuo's, and it's not about the deaths. It's more just about the fact that Yasuo's skill is up. So even if he absolutely messes up his early game, he just needs that one big team fight. And we're saying Syndra isn't as strong as she used to be in the early game. The trade-off is she's much stronger in the late game here. So for Penmen, still ways back in. They just kind of have to be a little bit more careful about what ganks they're attempting to pick up and how they're playing out the rest of their laning.
And, you know, I love that you call that as we see sea monsters roaming up to the top side from side to side of the rift. It's just having a blast here, right? Just saying, hey, we're going to cause as much of a disruption as possible. And it's going to be so annoying. Toxic still in the mid lane, trying to keep up in the CS department against a 200 gold bounty. Zoom, who is more than willing to go in here, does have that Luden's Echo. Oh, no. Is this actually going to be the roam here? So you can see the ping go down because they don't want to fight this as Zoom is there, but they do call it out. Zoom is not going to rotate in, but a good jump out by iHeartGrew. Again, immunity to CC means you are not slowed at all either.
And it is a little bit tough in that top side if Shorts isn't landing the knock up here for Sea Monsters to be the only primary CC to kick things off. The ganks from Sea Monsters just haven't been as efficient. Pizza now looking into that mid lane potentially, and I do want to highlight the mythic Pizza picked up because it's a Jackshow, the Protean, and that is one of the new mythics here. It wasn't the one I expected. Basically, it gives you almost like a mini Swain ultimate here. If you're in combat for a while, once you hit 8 stacks here, you do a bit of suck damage here. Sea Monsters, no flash, can't get over the wall, and it's just fine because Toxic wasn't under too much threat.
I like how we say that when you're up against a Fizz and a Zac, right? You're like, yeah, I was safe. And again, Toxic does have flash up, and you're very happy that you didn't lose that in front of Dragon, right? Upcoming the Cloud, you can give it over, but it's still like you want to apply a little bit of pressure. But again, it's Cloud. You're not too worried about losing it because Clark were already there. They will happily take this soul away, or take this Drake away, and open the window for a Hextech, an Infernal, a Mountain, or an Ocean. And it will be the Hextech. All the gates are active. I love this.
Well, I feel like you have some sort of affinity with Hextech. I swear I cast with you. Like half our games are Hextech games here.
I love it. It's great.
Agreed. I do enjoy it here. Penmen gonna answer back with that age-old trade. Herald for Dragon here, and Pizza not going to be able to find that particular gang. I'm going to be honest. I'm worried about the Dragon stacking that Clark is doing right now, especially since it is Hextech Soul, but I still value the early Heralds over these Drakes. Now, it is a 14 minutes, so there will be no plates for this Herald to take.
None at all. He's the cat though, says, I don't want any plates. I want kills. It's going to get a double knock up, and now the roam in. Let's bounce, knocking up 2, and then the Tornado or the Monsoon trying to get a bit more. But Pancake is the only one that's going to be routed. They do give it over to Zoom. Shakespeare said, oh, and Zoom said, nah, you didn't earn it.
Okay, you know what? Pancake's doing the good support thing there. Knowing you're dead, kept Proma alive. Proma is the carry here. I'm actually surprised that Clark didn't go for the re-dive onto this bot lane here. With Toxic pushing, Zoom felt like he had to go back to the mid lane. So how much can they find the bot side? Remember, there are no more plates here, so it's turret or bust in terms of getting gold.
Gotta get all that gold as much as possible. We are going to see it in the mid lane, so Sea Monsters is hoping to pick up. Nope, not going to be enough. So Zoom is going to watch as the tower is taken quite low. But again, because Toxic has not been in that face of the tower as much, you're not too worried about it dropping. And you can see, as you said, RMC, Pizza the Cat looking at a regank on the bot side. Promo was there to push them off. And the gank isn't going to come through, but the first tower does. Red team destroying it up. Clark Red happily taking the first tower.
Yeah, Pizza able to screen for them, and this makes mid lane a lot safer here. Because I was just thinking, if that bot side turret doesn't go down, Toxic now holds Zoom to the mid lane. If Zoom leaves, turret drops almost immediately here. But now they can rotate Shakespeare and Matthew Noodle up to that mid lane, and even more dangerously, put Zoom into the extended lane here, where he can lane against Proma and Pancake quite comfortably as well. The 3-level lead with 3 kills, 1 assist as well here. Zoom can easily find the picks into these squishy ball runners.
And for right now, that has to be notified by Penmen as well, right? They have to identify that this is now going to be a problem for a team that specifically is aimed at that team fight. Where do they have to start looking? Because, I mean, at this point, their team fight doesn't look that great. And we're already heading to that mid game, right? We're heading to that point where they should start popping off. Where are their avenues? What are they going to be looking for?
Well, I think their initiates are going to be coming from one of 2 main areas. One is Shorts in that top lane, trying to get multi-man knockup. And that's going to be a little bit difficult. Tom Kench, the knockup is rather telegraphed. The second person is actually Toxic. I know C Monsters is the jungler, but
This is, yeah, this is unfortunately Proma jumping away. Does get the flash off. I was surprised they didn't follow up, but good flash away, so Proma is alive. Keep going.
Okay, they should be fine. C Monsters wants to be the initiate here, but the problem, like I said, is the pillar is probably not going to get enough to knock up. So, okay, Proma's not going to be okay this time.
I was like, why didn't they keep going? Is going to survive a little bit longer than expected. So hey, you do get Pizza the Cat on the back end. Zoom though is the question. Great chunk out. Here comes another blow. Zoom might be able to actually fight this one with no problem. Good stun out though, and then the Unleash Power with the execute takes down the Fizz. Huge shutdown going the way of Toxic in the mid lane. We're seeing a hold, but out goes Schwartz, and we are seeing a little bit of a divergence from that top side. iHeartGrew is having a great time, but Scout of the Week in the mid lane. Shakespeare is going to get locked. In goes a Macrodoodle, who tries to get the Monsoon down, but Shakespeare trying their best to roam out. The stopwatch will keep Toxic alive. Another little tornado might be enough. The final tick takes it. And that'll be a trade. 1 for 4, though, in favor of Penmen. And, I mean, I was asking you, and they didn't even give us time to answer. It's just from bot to mid, taking kills across the way.
Penmen just answered you right there. And like we said, Toxic is going to be key because those long-range stuns are probably their most reliable way of finding picks here. And you saw precisely that. Yes, Toxic did die. Yes, Toxic didn't get the kills. But it's fine. That is how they're going to be looking for action. Mid-lane turret drop. And now we are seeing the top side's duel. Heartsteel picked up by Schwartz here. But you're seeing that strength of the Udyr. It wasn't Lethal Tempo I was thinking of. It's Conqueror. And you can see with iHeartGrew right now, it takes time for Schwartz to trade. And Grew's keeping the trade short enough right now that Schwartz can't really proc the Grasp with the Undying or the Heartsteel properly. And even when it procs, it's not popping the Udyr shield just yet.
It's not a great feeling, but you know what? With the towers down and with the teleport on the table, Clark Red are going for this dragon, and this is what you were talking about before. Oh, the pillar. Oh, the pillar denying Macrodoodle a way over, and because of that, you do die. Penmen, there was no flash. Macrodoodle had nothing, right? There's nothing available, and because of that, that's a huge opportunity for Clark Red. RMC, you said earlier you're worried about Clark Red and their dragon stacking. That's one way to deal with it. You catch the support lacking.
You find the pick there, and then after that, you can't really contest this group not wanting to burn TP as well. And as much as I was worried about Dragon stacking for Clark, imagine a 4 Hextech stack here for the side of the Penmen. And you add on to that, we talked about scaling with the Yasuo, with the Syndra, with the Senna as well. Pancake is quietly becoming a problem here, and the pressure or the time issue is on Clark. They've got to be the ones making proactive plays in this mid game.
You got to be looking towards those ganks once again. I mean, they tried on Toxic so often here. We're still seeing it here. Pieces like, I'm still going to look. Zoom even chasing on that bot side, and got to be aware of that exhaust. But Proma playing it safe, not willing to go too far in. Popped for that early Blade of the Rune King as well. And I mean, that item has been a mainstay now for so many champions. The fact that you are rushing it, though, means Proma has not had the opportunity to gather up as much gold as they would have liked, I think.
Yeah, Herald being taken by... Actually, it despawned. I think Clark was looking at it, but didn't actually pick it up. Oh, no, it's still there. Pardon me. It's about to despawn. Clark deciding that, hey, we can't take this in time here. So, not really able to answer back that dragon. And we're entering now a very sort of volatile state overall, when teams are both dead even here. As the turrets are falling as well, we saw Clark Red do better in the laning phase. Now, how do they play out the mid game? Because do they actually want a team fight? I still feel like you don't really want a team fight the Penmen, ideally. So then it becomes a lot about rotations. And it's no longer just about your jungle rotating. I'm looking at Zoom, who got that early lead to start finding picks in the side lane, getting ganks off as well into the side lanes, maybe get Gru rolling a bit harder.
And I think the reason that we're not seeing that is specifically because of the player that you were talking about, right? Gru has not really left that top lane, which means Schwartz doesn't have to, and we're not seeing that chance to rotate out. What we are going to see is the mid lane again getting jumped on, and now the bounce house is real. You do get a shield, and this Scout of the Week keeps him away for a little bit longer, but the Monsoon will keep him steady. And Zoom said, hey, I'm secondary in command. Another little stab will finish off the kill. In goes a stopwatch, and Zoom is fine. Huge kills in the mid lane for the side of Clark Red.
Thankfully, Clark Red is reading from the same manual I am. We were talking about them making proactive moves. Great engage from Pizza, baiting that out, going in, and Zoom just coming in from that flank, kind of that secondary, clean up the janitor here. And those are the leads that Clark Red needs. Now the problem is, what can they find off the back of that? You got the kills, but you need to get the objectives. And without Dragon on the table, too early for Baron, I was looking at that mid lane turret. They weren't able to get it. Shakespeare based, and so you got kills, everything resets. Look at the gold orbital. They didn't really get much. It's literally just that 300 kill gold.
You're just like, well, you got it. Good for you. We're still gonna be fine. And you can see it's actually branching from that from that jungle. The difference there, I think, is helping out. But the shutdown, I think, also played a massive part in it, right? Getting that shutdown onto Zoom. But it is important to think about, right? Those the gold leads are not changing, and if Clark Red feel like they're ahead in any situation, that can lead to some very, very bad gambles and bad trades. So interested to see what they do, what they can collect here. Right now, I'm just watching this top lane, and I'm wondering when they're going to leave. That's all that's been running through my mind, because they've been up here for 22 minutes. They have not cared for the rest of the game. I feel like that should be pointed out.
Yeah, and the problem is, I don't think Schwartz wants to leave. Schwartz is more than happy to just be stacking Heartsteel up here. In the turret. Okay, Schwartz just did a huge brain move there. He tongue lashed towards the bush. It looks like he's checking the bush there. And
I thought he just missed the minion.
Did he miss a minion?
Yes, he missed 2 melee minions.
That was really... Those minions dropped like a good second before he tongue lashed. So that's really... You know what? I'm going to stick with my idea. I think he was trying to sneak Sea Monsters in there. Doesn't matter. They both backed out. Sea Monsters now bot side of the map. Dragon is coming up in a minute here. And you can see both teams starting to set up a little bit in that area here. Although that might be the big team fight that breaks open this game.
Well, it's going to be a team fight without 2 crucial members. I feel like they just went straight back to it. They're straight back to the top.
They've got TV.
I know they got TV, but I don't think they're going to use it. Call me crazy. I don't think they're going to use it here. So we are going to wait and see, though. And the big question is, we're going to see the vision control actually come down. But right now, we don't have to worry. Flash out by Toxic, a preemptive. And I'm amazed Zoom did not chase afterwards, considering the number of teammates coming down here. What we are going to see is, again, Macadoodle getting punched out, tried to drop a ward, is not going to find it. Zoom playing with a little bit of fire, but it's Toxic that is in the sludge, and that's just a solo kill. Easy does it for Zoom. And remember last time how Penmen got the dragon, it was taking a crucial kill. Well, this time, Penmen has lost their own mid lane, and iHeart Group walking down saying, hey, this dragon is ours, and we will be on soul point.
Yeah, Schwartz really regretting that he's not sitting in that top lane right now.
Yeah.
Actually came down for this fight orbital. Both top laners actually came down there, but Zoom, like you said, getting the critical pick was massive. We had questioned, hey, why didn't he just flash in and finish off the kill? Well, it actually works out better this way. Because of the delayed kill on Toxic, Clark Red were in position to just pick up soul points immediately here. And now Penmen answering on that top side, but you get to give away that dragon in 5 minutes time. Penmen have to fight.
And I mean, it's crazy to think that we were looking at this as Penmen being the team fight team. These are the guys that when it hits 15, 16 minutes, they're the ones that are going to be wanting to fight all the time. They're the ones that are going to be, in your face as a 4-man squad, looking for that beautiful 4-man knockup, followed up with a great last breath. I don't think we've seen a single concise team fight from them. That is how well this side of Clark Red are actually putting the pressure on, and we discussed it beforehand. I think we discussed how there are ways around a team fight composition, and we're curious, like, are Clark Red actually going to be able to pull it off? So far, they're doing a very good job of it, I think.
Yeah, and specifically, Zoom, Pizza Cat, we were talking about those two. Zoom, especially, is finding all these picks before the fights are kicking off right now. And if anything, it's kind of on the Penmen to not put somebody into a side lane right before a play like that is made. Yes, I understand you wanted to push that lane out, but you need to make sure there's backup, whether it be Sea Monsters sitting nearby for counter gang or Pancake actually supporting that individual here. Because, yes, I still think Penmen are a teamfight team. They've just not been given the opportunity to teamfight, and they need to manufacture it. That's what they were so good at doing in the regular season.
And we said it, right? In the postseason, in the playoffs, you have to be on your toes. Teams will change at the drop of a hat here. And we can see it, right? 25.5 minutes in, we already see the Baron being tempted. And because of that, the ward battle, the vision battle has gone down. You can see a number of red wards, actually. Clark Red got there a little bit later, were able to sweep out a majority share and even drop some pink. So very important to keep that number alive. And Piece of the Cat having a free opportunity to roam into the jungle and try and cause even more mayhem Although that felt kind of bad. I believe that pink ward was just outside the bush.
Okay, I will say, I don't think Baron is going to be an issue for the next 10 minutes, or next 5 minutes at least, overall, because I don't know if either team actually has enough damage to take it. Shakespeare is running the Eclipse Essence Reaver Draven. That's a lot of burst damage. It's high kills on squishy targets. Not so great for sustained damage on these massive objectives. So it'll take them a long time to do it. And if you look at Penmen, they're in a similar boat. They don't have a traditional marksman. Clark, though, they're starting us up. They did clear vision, but look how slow it is for them to take it. Now, finally going down below 10k.
I like how I think they just heard you and they're like, we just want to prove RMC wrong. Now we'll go ahead and see, though, that teleport was one that you do not enjoy. You try to get away. You're going to get the Great Health Shield, but you're going to get cut down. Schwartz is able to survive, and in goes the last breath, but it's only a one. In goes the fish, but the shark does not get anyone, and the monsoon will keep them all alive because of this. Clark Red are winning out this battle of attrition. No one has died so far, but Zoom says that's another matter. Great catch, and now Proma running for their life. A slow with a punch means a kill in the hand for the fisherman. Zoom picks up two. No, Pizza actually grabbed that one, but it's 2 kills overall. Oh no, is it going to turn around? The execute from Toxic, making it a Toxic return. Clark Red, they pull the trigger, they force a fight, and now they're back for a second helping.
They don't have their AD carry. It's going even slower this time, Orbital.
Oh my god.
I don't know about this one, Chief.
I mean, they're trying. They are absolutely trying. And Toxic without ulti, we know what happened. It's the same song, and then Zoom is chasing. And on the other side, Pancake might barely survive and does and lives to tell the tale of how Short survived one battle, but could have survived the second. Double kill for Zoom.
I love it overall. This Baron isn't about the bait.
Yes!
It's about the bait. Clark has baited Penmen into it twice now. The second time they didn't have the ultimates, they didn't have the ability to really team fight here. And Zoom is just catching all these squishy targets out in a lot of these fights. Now, yeah, sure, we can say the Baron take is going to be slow. But this time, Penmen don't have the bodies to stop it.
They don't have anything, and the fact that they think they're going to have a hand at getting this dragon pains me so much, because Penmen, they're trying to clear out vision. They're trying to get a little bit of information, but honestly, look how quickly these recalls have went through.
Yep.
That plus Hextech, they're in for the fight of their lives. If there was ever a time that a final fight was going to lay down, it is now. Penmen have a single chance to lock out this dragon, or Clark Red will have Baron and Hextech Soul on their hands to completely wipe out the second seed in game number 1.
No exhaust on Shakespeare for this fight. So if ever there was a time for last breath to kick on, it is this fight. Watch the positioning from Zoom here, because if he gets into a flank position, Penmen are just absolutely going to get dropped. And you can see Zoom looking already to wrap around. Hextech being started here. It's a slow take because neither team wants a hard commit.
And then a little bit of a teleporter play. Gonna get all the information and jump right in. And over the wall, Zoom gets a fishy off. And they annihilate. Down goes the main carry. And there's not much Penmen can do. Toxic doesn't have enough damage. Toxic is dead. The chase, the kills, the wallops. It is all just murder mayhem. Draven able to pick up their second kill of the game. And it is a clean ace for Clark Red.
You said it when we started Orbital. It doesn't matter that 7th seed versus 2nd seed, because it's the playoffs where anything can happen. And Clark is making the run right now. They're going to push in on multiple fronts. They still have the Baron buff for another minute and a half here. And with the Hextech Soul as well. I don't know if Penmen can team fight back their way back from this.
They can't, because we said it right. Look at Toxic and Proma. These two that are supposed to be the main carriers, supposed to be the big damage dealers, they have almost nothing. I will say almost right now. Proma right now has not hit that O10 power spike. Is still sitting with only 2 items and had to go for a sustained build, right? Bork and Immortal Shield Bow is not the crit Yasuo that you're always hoping to see. And because of that, we're not going to see, I think, enough damage in time at all. 30 minutes passed, and right now Penmen are just trying to do damage control.
Yeah, and for Clark here, the question is just how they're going to close this one out, and I suspect we're going to see that continued sort of 4-1 split push. I think a 1-3-1 split push might be more appropriate at this point, because nobody can kill Gru. We just saw that Gru just running away, strolling away from that top lane with 3 people collapsing in. And Zoom, even if you throw multiple members at Zoom, Zoom killed Schwartz in that last team fight. If he can kill Schwartz, there is no one who's tanky enough to survive this Fizz right now. Actually loading up the Darksteel into a Mid-Eyes as well. 3 completed items plus a Mid-Eyes right now. He's a full item up from anybody on this side of it.
He just does not care, and I love it. I love it so much right now. What's surprising, though, is Clark Red are actually grouping up a little bit heavily in this mid lane. They're going to try and utilize this Hextech Soul and try and break open again. Remember how close we're seeing Penmen have to get up in the face, and in a 1-4 scenario, this is now the opportunity for iHeartGrew to run absolutely rampant. 3.5 items, we really haven't talked about them, but level 17, the highest in the game right now. This tanky beast will melt through just about anyone. Penmen so far, that's 2 ways that they successfully cleared off.
Yeah, you know, we used to joke that Udyr was, you know, the pig, bear, chicken thing. And
man, bear, pig. Man, bear, pig.
Yeah, they've added more animals to him now, but I think more than animals, you need to just add a tank label on top of him. That is an absolute tank in that top lane, a metal behemoth right here. Schwartz just keeps getting poked out over and over, and Gru, the sickest part right now is Gru is not even actually trading with Schwartz. He's just sending that storm in and then sitting back and watching everything else that's happening. The only problem is Clark with the 4-1 right now aren't getting meaningful push. They don't have the range, and I'm glad they're finally swapping to that 1-3-1, because I do think you need to tear the Penmen a little bit further apart before you can really look to threaten those inhib turrets.
It'll be a few more seconds here before we truly get to see what they can do, but in that meantime, that's about 3 waves of experience for a few members of the team, so we can see that we are hitting level 15 on Toxic. Schwartz was able to hit level 16. Having that 3rd rank ultimate, that Devour, might be enough to give an extra shield, depending on how it's utilized. And Sea Monsters, you are hoping to gather some of this CS and be able to hit level 16 as well, because that Subjugate, that rank 3 ulti, would be so pivotal in making sure iHeartGrew turns into more of a regular human instead of the behemoth that we see now.
Well, you can only subjugate one person, and even if Gru becomes human, you still got Pizza the cat to deal with. Granted, he's not doing as much damage necessarily, but he's still an absolute menace. And more importantly, Orbital, they've got 1 minute. I don't think Sea Monsters gets 2 levels in 1 minute here. Baron is about to spawn, and for both teams actually, the Baron pit is largely dark.
I mean, completely dark. I think that's the only ward that we've seen so far. Yep, and it's gone. Your whole top side is blind. You do not get to do anything. Even that extra ward right there is not going to do enough. And because of it, it is free open territory. Penmen do not want to take the chance. They understand the composition is going to be so hard to deal with. And they can't do anything, right? They are going to hide. They are going to wait. Maybe send in Sea Monsters as a sacrificial lamb. Just see if you can get a steal off. Channel your inner thief attempts here. But Clark Red have it on lock. You can see here, everyone ready to go. Level 18 on iHeartGrew. Of all things, the new deer. Level 18 just saying, this is our Baron. 8 is down in the blink of an eye. Not a chance in the world.
And you could have seen the pings from the Penmen coming down onto that bot side outer turret. They're saying, okay, we're not even going to try and contest Baron. Like you said, it's too dark. We're afraid of the boogeyman. We're not going to walk in there. The problem is, that's such a long lane, and Proma still hasn't reached that turret, and you've got Clark Red barreling down mid lane, with a Baron buff all 5 here. Proma has to go back.
I mean, you got a nice scout of the week to lay down a little bit of damage, and that's what you're hoping to do. Toxic, remember, this late game Syndra, which unfortunately has changed from the early game, you still have a little power in your back pocket. It has hit 3.5 items, so may not be on the same level as Zoom, but scout of the weeks, the orbs still can chunk out a few members, and that's what you're hoping for. At this point, you're hoping for Clark Red to make a mistake, and at this point, you're given still a bit of time to work with. But we see what Clark Red are going for, right? We see what they're amping up for. RMC. This could be one of the best global objectives games that we're going to see here in the playoffs so far. It is almost completely in the hands of Clark Red. They have dropped, I think it is a single Rift Herald to the side of Penmen and then a Dragon. Other than that, it has been theirs, and Penmen know it. They have to try and go for this.
Although I fully agree, it is also going to be the worst game we've seen for objective control in the playoffs this season. Because it's the first game we've seen in the playoffs this season, and it's been really good so far. Yes, it's 35 minutes. Yes, it might feel a bit slower pace. That's because the teams are so methodical. Pizza the Cat now just testing his luck here. Like, yeah, it doesn't even matter. Normally with Zach, if you mess up the end gauge, there's a chance you die. There's no chance Pizza the Cat dies here. If Penmen try to commit to that, they are not going to be able to burst down this blob fast enough. Elder started up.
All right, well, here we go. Eyes are open. It's getting dropped very quickly down to 6K, 5K, 4K. Getting closer and closer. Great knockup, and they just say, screw it. We're going to go win. Kazoom found the kill. Toxic is deleted from the game, and it's GG. You lost him at the flank, and it is OP. Monsters is turned into a little itty fish, and it is an ace. Screw the Herald. Screw everything. Screw the Elder. It is game over. Clark Red say, give us everything. Your base is belong to us, and we will take game number 1.
Oh man, it's like, it was almost like watching a replay of what happened at the Baron pit there, and you got to feel for Penmen because they knew, we knew, everybody knew that Clark was just baiting them in to kill them all. But if you're Penmen, what do you do, right? You had no choice but to go for that or just slowly bleed out there. Orbital Clark Red playing that so incredibly well, and I feel like a lot of that is coming from the top lane as well. I mean, it's not fancy. We didn't see the kills come for Gru, but the Udyr able to win out against these tanks. They knew with the changes, tanks would be big. Well, Udyr has always been a good answer to these tanks here. It answered really well, and Zoom, Fizz is his most played champion, and we're seeing why here. He pretty much carried the entire early game for that team, and even later on was still the biggest player. 13-1, I believe, was his final score there. Absolutely massive play.
And we also have to remember how that came about, right? It was not so much a manufactured lead for Zoom. It was, I got an early kill, I got first blood. So you could have some naysayers saying, hey, listen, Zoom got a lot of help in the early stages. And to those people, I would say you're 50% right. Yes, getting the early kills is appropriate, but how you use that gold and how you push your advantage is even more important. So I want to see Zoom do it again. I want to see Pizza the Cat give a lot more love to that mid lane. And for all that is holy, Monsters, don't wait around 30 seconds in any brushes, because that was a little bit hard to watch after a while. So we'll see what the side of Penmen can do here in game number 2, or will Clark pull an upset in one of our first series here in the Challengers playoffs? Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. but you say you wanna dance. And you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss boozeless cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher. Thing you do every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me
All right, I'm back, and my camera decided that it doesn't want to work with green screen, so we're gonna have a nasty little whatever over on my left shoulder. I don't know. We are back with game number 2 between Penmen and Clark Red, and honestly, I am very surprised at the actions in the situation that we come to because again, second seed SNHU are currently down a game, a little bit of an awkward draft, and Clark Red immediately pounced on that fact.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before. Preseason patch day hits. You can get upsets here. And with the way Clark Red played, it didn't even look like an upset. They looked so calm and collected throughout the entire game. And I think a lot of that success, we've been harping on it, coming off Zoom in that mid lane. And that's why Orbital, first thing in, Penmen, our blue side, and they're banning the Fizz.
Just no, we're done with this here today. Of course, the Orn band coming out here is the same, and you can see here just kind of flocking to that safe and standard situation, which I do appreciate. I very much do appreciate. The Karthus surprises me a little bit, though, because, again, I understand Karthus right now feels a little bit better in the jungle. A lot of people are saying the AP junglers got a little bit of a boost in terms of clear speed, and that was a big issue. But, again, whether that still holds true or not is really still up in the air. We are looking, though, for Penmen to still have a great time, and the Urgot coming out here, little bit of a question mark considering how top lane went.
So the Karthus and Silas were same bands as game 1 here. And
Yes.
I think that the Karthus makes sense because Pizza is that big high-ranked player on the side of Clark Red. So they just want to make sure they have the carry there. The Urgot, however, yeah, so that's a departure from what we normally see from Penmen.
Oh,
because
jeez.
usually they're team fighting composition, right? And so because of that, Shorts is forced to play things like the Ornn, like the Rumble. Now, the Urgot is something he plays a lot in solo queue. And I guess right now they're saying, we need an answer to this Udyr. The rest of us can team fight, put Shorts in something that can handle it on his own split push here. So I'm glad we see the Sejuani Cho'Gath in the mid lane Orbital. That surprises me way more than the Urgot in the top lane.
Yeah, so we saw this earlier as well, and we were just like, why is this kind of coming in here? Because we had some big question marks, right? Penmen, again, the way I see it is you have a Sejuani and you have a Cho'Gath. You're assuming that mid lane kill will not come through again, right? It's that first blood that came about was an unfortunate accident, and granted, first bloods can easily draw the attention of a lot of the assassins. So the fact that a first blood might not be as pivotal as before leads me to believe that's why they're picking it. Same with the bot lane, not going for that Yasuo, which I think is the appropriate answer. A little bit more stock standard in the Varus and the Renata.
So, yeah, Orbital, we're talking off stream a little bit about what we'd like to see change from the side of Penmen here. And we had said that, their team fighting team, they needed easy engage. You didn't have that with Tom Kench, with Trundle. It's not that easy crowd control that they're getting with the Sejuani, with the Varus this time here. The other thing we were saying was, okay, maybe not as big a deal, but having a marksman would be nice compared to that Yasuo is to put his body at risk to get the damage off. They've addressed both of those issues here for the side of Penmen, but I'm still not completely sold because right now I'm looking at their team and yeah, you can kind of team fight, but one of the big hallmarks for their team fight was Toxic on the Victor, being that big secondary, or not even secondary, the primary damage in team fights a lot here. You don't have that. The moment Proma goes down, I don't see how this fight continues. And that's even assuming Toxic goes AP. Rod of Ages is back. That's what Cho'Gath used to run in the mid lane. But I don't know if it's going to be Rod of Ages Cho'Gath or whether we're going to see Tank Cho'Gath come into the mid lane here. That's going to be a question in and of itself. Clark, they're going with the exact same composition they ran last game. Only difference is Fizz got banned, so we took the Victor. And this wasn't a steal away from Toxic either. Toxic had all the time to pick it. This was an R5 Victor coming in from Zoom, and I'm liking it from the side of Clark Red.
This is one of the few times that we're seeing RMC actually get upset at a team. Normally he's very very mellowed out, unbiased. This is one of those points he's just like, bruh, like, we got to go back here and take a look at whatever template you drew up on. For the side of Penmen, unfortunately, I got to agree here, right? The damage spread is something that we don't normally see from Penmen. And the fact of the matter is, even though we say that, those early game kills might not transition as well as, say, on a Fizz who desperately needs early kills, it's still a freaking Victor, right? Like, the Victor is still going to output so much damage. And then the fact of the matter is, on that bot side, the Draven not running exhaust, not having to run exhaust, still leads me with this idea that the Draven is going to be a menace because, again, in-game number 1 didn't have as much time to shine. Remember, almost no deaths, was able to pick up early kills, bled straight into that Eclipse, was a massive mainstay. I honestly wish I could have seen the damage numbers because I think Shakespeare was actually doing a lot on his own signature champion.
Yeah, potentially here. Now, there is a big difference 'cause I don't think Shakespeare have as easy a game this time. Renata especially is quite a strong answer to Draven in general. Hostile takeover hits Draven. Well, a lot of times you see the support getting instantly nuked out, especially if it's an enchanter here, like the Janna from Macrodoodle. So it's not like there aren't any answers from the side of Penmen. And the change for Zoom here from Fizz onto Victor is a big change as well, because we saw Zoom getting picks with the Fizz, had a lot of agency to get in trouble and then get himself out of trouble here. You don't have that with Victor. So for the side of Clark, that one change is going to necessitate a change in their playstyle as well. They can't just be looking for picks early, or if they are, it can't just be of Zoom alone. It has to be somebody else with Zoom, maybe Pizza, finding that pick and then Zoom piling in the extra damage on top.
Well, now I'm even looking towards that top side, not a matter of talking about the Udyr and the Urgot that we're seeing right now. The fact of the matter is, iHeartGrew has seemingly opted for the fact that I need the flash instead of Ghost, right? Not playing for the lane as much. This is more getting into the backline, and that might be another entry. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's an Udyr, right? You're not going to see too much, but you said it, right? Getting to that backline, finding an angle. Well, I expect these top laners to rotate out a little bit more. Why? Because it's an Urgot, right? Urgot wants to get around, wants to use that ulti, wants to get up the kills. I don't expect to see them farming for 22.5 minutes before they enter into the game.
No, or if they're farming, I expect them to see them farming champions a little bit more.
Yes.
Or plates here in terms of trying to use that Urgot. And like I said, to me, the Urgot change up for Schwartz as well speaks a lot towards how Penmen are feeling a little bit about this top half of the map, and they want to make sure that Schwartz doesn't have a losing lane, that he doesn't get locked in as well here. If anything, they want Gru to get locked in to that top lane, not be able to move out. So definitely attention into that top lane. Also, you can actually gank that top lane now. There's enough damage on the side of Penmen to try and kill that Udyr early. And for the side of Clark, Urgot is tanky, but he's still killable, even by a Zac, who generally doesn't bring that much damage there. He's not that fat tank in that top side, so I expect to see some early focus into top side.
Well, let's hope to see it come down here. Almost all the ganks in the early stages were prevailed by the side of Sea Monsters. That still has to be stated, right? Still pulling the ganks in the bot side, still pulling the ganks in the top side as well. Mid lane was left relatively unassuming. However, we are getting what we have been hoping for so long. We are going to see an invade. Please, please, please give us a brand new invade. Oh, no. Oh, piece of the cat. Oh, that's so dangerous. So, they see it. Sea Monsters and the rest of the team know that Pizza the Cat are behind them, and they're going to call for, oh no, Proma gave it away. It's not going to be rotated in. Pizza the Cat is going to walk away, but they're split now, and the split's going to work for Clark Red. That's going to be a 3-man knockup, but that still leaves Schwartz in a dangerous position. You flash over the wall. Toxic is going to be okay for the time being, but that's a huge win. Another quadrant knockup this time from the Cho'Gath, which has been giving so much value back. That's going to be a problem. Another knockup. That's 3 in a row that you're getting. And considering what could have happened, considering who could have died, everyone walks away, and the only thing that we see of it is health bars.
And Orbital, considering the information inequality we just saw in that there, it should have been Penmen walking away with an absolute massacre at level 1. But they did not hold their nerve, did not hold their patience there. And you got to make the call. When you see Pizza kind of hop in there, the call is, okay, the rest of the team might come in. So I like that they sat in that bush, because they're thinking, okay, maybe we can catch 5 more kills there. But I'm guessing the call is, okay, we need to send Schwartz, back to that top lane here. Let's just pick off Pizza, get the free kill, and get out. But it ended up just kind of costing them, and they were lucky to not lose anybody on that particular split. For now, though, everybody just kind of reset. Nobody really lost out too much here. If anything, maybe Macrodoodle got a couple of gold procs from the support item, but really, that's it for now.
I just can't believe what we saw. Like, that's crazy to me. The fact that everyone got away and they were just like, yeah, we're fine. And now we're going back like nothing ever happened, right? The junglers are just like, yeah, we'll farm it up. We'll be fine. No worries there. One of the things that we did see, I don't think it's going to affect Pizza of all players, but we did see the potion getting popped early, right? Had to be popped to ensure their own safety. But it's okay. Everyone is still playing to their own beat of the drum, and we'll see how it plays out for later. The fact that Sea Monsters on this Sejuani should be a little bit happier. Full clears or a majority share full clears. But Pizza the Cat actually rotating out of the recommended pathing and saying, I don't need all the camps. I want to get this gank down.
Okay, yeah, and with the Draven, yeah, early kills matter a lot, not so much for the stacks here. One flash blown.
And a flash to follow. So drawing double flashes out of the bot lane just for Pizza the Cat's gank. Huge win for the side of Clark Red again.
And Ghost for Proma as well. Now, we mentioned before that Zach really likes to start ganking at that level 5 when you get that level 3 slingshot, but this is the second game in a row now where Pizza has gone for that early gank, and it's paying off. Suddenly this Varus Renata for the side of Penmen have to be a little bit careful about looking for this fight, and by the time, you know, Pizza hits level 5, I'm not sure that Flash will be back up, and so should be easy pickings on this bot side.
I'm honestly terrified, right? This is another lane that we were kind of looking at and saying, hey, you know, it's a change-up, right? The Yasuo is no longer there. It's not a need for everyone to be right there and to help them out, right? We saw Sea Monsters gank that bot side quite often. But this time around, it's actually Pizza the Cat, and it's not because it's a necessity. It's just I want to ensure Shakespeare has a good time. Yeah, he's still juggling. He still went ahead and jumped in, but unfortunately this time it's on top of a ward, so safe to say, Pancake and Proma have learned from the earlier engage.
I don't know if that ward actually spotted Pizza sneaking. Did it?
It had to have, right? I mean, it could have. No, they're playing like they don't, and it's going to leave an opening. Oh my gosh, we get another game go in, but the tornado misses, and now it's a flash forward. That's going to be the cut down. Great tag on the end, and it is first blood to Shakespeare. It's not the mid lane, but it's the bot instead, and you know what? I would call that even more dangerous.
Man, Pizza playing this so incredibly well here. He is, however, falling behind in camps, and Gru manhandling Schwartz in that top side. Let's remember right now that the Urgot was an answer from Schwartz into Gru's Udyr here. This is a pick that he thinks should be able to handle it. And Gru, equal levels right now, well, up at a level currently, but when that fight happened, they're both level 4, winning out that trade heavily here.
And the fact that Schwartz even had the guts to go for a Cole tells me that maybe they're not as experienced on this champ as they might have assumed, right? Cole, okay, so why I say that is Cole is not normally seen as a great item unless you know you're kind of winning lane, and it's going to be a hard farm lane, right? That's why you pick it up. But it's not in your favor right now. You're not able to keep the wave in a steady source, and because of that, you're losing out minions to the tower. I'm not sure if that was a wise investment.
Whoa, hold on a second. That's his second most played champion this season here, Orbital. He is very, very practiced on it. Let's see how many games.
All right, well, I take it back, but still the Cole. Still the Cole, come on.
You know what? He knows the champion probably better than we do. It is certainly a weird choice if you're trying to get that early lane dominance here, and it is costing him. And that's his second pickup, right? He went back, bought it, TP'd right back into lane. And I'm worried because now, like we said, Pizza the Cat could look for Gang's topside. And if Gru can bring him down, he's at half health right now, right? Pizza might be level 5 by the time he hits that top lane, or not far off if he just soaks a little bit more there. That gang comes through. It's going to be rough for the side. For the Zergod, pardon me.
It's going to be rough for everyone at this point. Everyone's going to have a bad time, and you know what? I might have to bite my tongue because of what I said about Schwartz in the top side. Either way, we'll see it pan out here. This is Sea Monsters getting aggressed on in the jungle, and a camp stolen away. Still, though, Pizza the Cat, for all the aggression put on the bot side, you are a camp behind, but that is a very small price to pay for how much you have given your team thus far. Sea Monsters forced to go back, only sitting on the Kindle Gem, should pick up, I think, boots here, doesn't have too much else that they can purchase. I mean, it might just be a recall just to give themselves a little bit of time. What are you waiting for? I'm curious. I'm actually watching here. They're sitting in base, waiting for the gold. That's
just
what
more defensive stats. Okay, that is a little bit surprising. I think I'd agree with the boot skull. I think mobility right now, speed to get around for the Sejuani for Sea Monsters right now is super important, especially when that Zac is going to start slingshotting his way all over the map here. You need to be able to keep up, and honestly, I think Sejuani actually is able to match Zac quite comfortably in terms of what they bring to these skirmishes here. So instead, Sea Monsters is opting for combat stats, and I'm wondering if that's because they're looking at this dragon going, hey, we might want to try and fight at this dragon here, especially, you know, once we hit level 6 and have that glacial prison.
That'll be the most important factor, and right now we are taking a look at that dragon as well. This is a mountain dragon to start, but Toxic getting ganked on in the mid lane. And they're still walking forward. They're still pushing in. Zoom's like, bro, just get out of lane right now. Does have a CS deficit right now, as Toxic has done a very nice job of keeping steady pace here. And it does look like an AP route. We're still waiting to see what exact AP route it is. Of course, it is the Route of Ages and then some. But Pizza the Cat, without getting killed in mid, has said, I can still go for this early dragon and start the early stacking.
Yep, Sea Monsters is level 6, has that Glacial Prison here, but the bot laners don't have ults just yet. And that Mountain Drake AoE damage is kind of hurting a little bit there. Macadoodle can only shield one person at a time. Observer, bring us back down. Thank you very much. Under 2k. No, stay back down there, because I think they might die.
This
Promo?
piercing arrow.
Oh.
No. Listen, this ain't Worlds. This isn't.
Yeah.
You know, this ain't Worlds. Don't
You know what I'm
don't make
saying.
us do that. Oh yeah, we all were. We saw the ward go down, and at least it's taken. Right, very important hold on that dragon. But what it did cause is it caused the side of Penmen to be able to rotate in for that herald as well. So instead of losing a player as well as a dragon, they're able to respond in kind with at least one of the global objectives.
Yeah, and as I kind of stated last game as well, I do prefer that early Herald compared to that early Dragon here. But the question is, what can Penmen do with this Herald? For now, Pizza behind the turret right here. I feel like going for a dive might be a little bit ambitious. Proma and Pancake are full health here, and if they do take level 6, which they should somewhere off this wave here, they've got a lot of CC to stop the dive with.
Not just that, a lot of ways to actually die back out. So as you said, rightfully called, Pizza the Cat said, not today. But the question so far has been in Pizza the Cat's pocket. We actually have not seen Sea Monsters, even though they hit level 6 and are now actually level 7, a level up on Pizza the Cat, still farming out. Has not visited any of the lanes thus far. And I feel you're losing a lot of punch with the Sejuani when you don't even gank at that high level with the ulti.
Yeah, I feel like level 6 is when you really want to start looking for ganks. Pre-6, I understand Sejuani just wants to farm here. Sea Monsters, though, I think last game might have traumatized him a little bit here. Really wants to farm up and make sure that he doesn't fall behind Pizza the Cat. And if anything, it's been Pizza the Cat who's been looking for ganks here and not quite able to convert most of them. So Pizza is the one falling behind. And with that level lead here, I keep harping on levels because in these early parts of the game, a level's worth about 1,000 gold, which is hugely significant here. 1,000 gold lead at 10 minutes is considered huge. So if Penmen have that, I want to see them leverage it, especially when you're holding that Herald as well. Find a kill, find a push, find some plates.
It's also for the fact that because of the pressure we're talking about Pizza the Cat, but look at the CS numbers, right? That top lane, iHeartGrew is currently sitting with about a 20 CS lead. In the bot side, we're seeing a 10 CS lead. Overall, Clark Red, with the information that they've been given, have been able to accrue these small leads. And as you said, extra gold in their pocket from the levels. It's still a 500 gold lead for the side of Clark Red. And the longer it pans out for this slow push, it does feel like it's playing to their own tune. Zoom, even in the mid lane, playing up with that blue buff, saying, go ahead, let me farm up some more. Let me be that monster with that Leandries later on as well. They're holding steady. They are very happy about the current state of the game, and they're having no problems with the setup. As again, in about 2 minutes, we are going to see that Infernal. But we do get a little bit of a toss. iHeartGrew having to walk away here, and the HP difference is not in their favor right now. So Schwartz might be looking for the jump in. A little bit of a charge up is ready to go, but because Sea Monsters was there, no further fights have been given.
I'm glad that we're starting to see Schwartz win out on these trades a little bit. After all, like you mentioned, this is the counter pick that the Urgot was meant to be. However, I'm still looking at that CS differential, and Gru is still farming up a storm right here. Maybe he can't be that split push threat, that he was in game 1 here, but he can do a lot for team fights, which is something we didn't get to see. Udyr can kind of brute force things by running at targets, stunning them out, and especially for somebody like Varus, who's a little bit immobile. If that ghost is down, Gru can be a huge backline threat.
Oh, and this is a painful one. Schwartz is going to get locked up, and now jumps on Flash is still available, and you do get the flip, but it's going to be Flash into it again, and iHeartGrew this time is going to be able to melt them down. No chance whatsoever for survival, and now an answer on the bot side. Shakespeare is going to cleanse out, and that's going to walk forward, but because there was no healing, Macadoodle was rooted and no Monsoon to help, so it is a trade on the bot lane. And I would say a much more favorable one. Sea Monsters having that Rift Herald should drop it down to get the Chroma and Pancake extra plates.
Yeah, and plates are worth more gold on this patch as well here. It does also make it harder. It gives each plate that drops gives more armor and resistance to that turret here. So even more important to take as many plates as you can. They aren't wasting time though. There's no time for them to do that. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. And Penmen, okay, I thought they were going to try and reset to buy items for this Dragon. Instead, they're looking mid for Zoom here. Can they actually land the CC they need?
It's a little bit of deja vu. Remember, Zoom had this free treatment before, but is going to flash away from the knockup of Toxic. And quite honestly, Toxic has done what Toxic needs to do in this mid lane so far, right? CS, keep safe and push Zoom out of lane. And it's afforded them, once again, this opportunity to pick up the Dragon that many would feel is a little bit more important. It is going to be that Infernal, granting a bit of extra damage to a team that is going to need it. But Macrodoodle and Shakespeare are going to walk forward, and they're going to try and pinch. I'm not sure if they want to do so, because again, the nom from Toxic just says, give me that stack.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really contest for
Oh,
the
jeez.
objective, but I think they actually could have looked for the fight off the back end of that objective here. You can see that Shakespeare came in with the Eclipse. They have that item advantage here. Junglers both with Mythics as well, but Clark Rid, opting to just back off for now. And Orbital, speaking of items, I'm looking at Toxic's build. That is not what you build for Rod of Ages.
What are we getting out of this right now? What are we actually getting, RMC? Come on, talk to me.
I don't know the build paths with the new items yet, so I'm assuming it's a newer item. It's Heartsteel. Is it Heartsteel? I think it's Heartsteel.
Yeah, Kindle Gem, Crystalline Bracer, and Giant Spelt.
Yeah, it's the same build as Warmogs. So, yeah, I think he's going just full attack.
So this changes how we view this mid lane for sure, right? Like, this is... We wanted to see a bit of AP and we want to see a bit more damage, but it does feel like a little different route. Toxic not going for that big tank unless you're assuming that Heartsteel is OP and you'll be able to proc it all the time.
I mean, Heartsteel is OP, but I'd rather see it with Grasp of the Undying than this Comet here. And remember how I had concerns about Varus being the only damage source for Penmen? It's double down when your Cho'Gath is going straight tank here, right? I mean, granted, okay, Shorts is going to be a damage dealer as well, but in team fights he's not going to hurt quite as hard, and I'm assuming that they're probably stuck in the side lane with Gru here. So with that, it really comes down to protect Chroma. If Chroma goes down, Penmen can't fight.
It's gonna be that chance, and yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm just curious to see how Penmen are gonna pull this off, because again, they're the team that's currently down. The second seed here in this Challengers division is looking at an early elimination and a trip back to the dorms here if they are not careful. We do see a little bit of a difference though, and I love this because I was hoping to see a few more. Radiant Virtue built up on Sea Monsters right now, saying I'm going to be the main tank for the team.
So we were discussing Radiant Virtue before.
Yep.
Overall.
Yep, I knew
not
this was coming.
a huge fan of the item because I felt like in terms of gold efficiency for the active here, the support items are a little bit better and it feels a bit selfish. But when you've got this many tanks on your team here, suddenly 3% health, which scales a little bit depending on how little health you have, could be the big difference maker. So we'll have to see, whether or not Radiant Virtue is gonna be worth it. For now though, second Herald going over the way of Clark Rid. And I'm getting flashbacks to game one a little bit where Clark Rid gave up one Dragon, one Herald, and nothing else. So far, Penmen, they got their Dragon, they got their Herald. Can they run?
I think they can, right? The situations where that happened are vastly different, and that's why we're seeing Sea Monsters be able to play a little bit more forward. We said, where is Sea Monsters? Where are we going to see those ultimates? We've seen one ulti, right? We've seen one Glacial Prison on the bot side. It whiffed. Granted, he still picked up a kill. So, it's negligible, right? We call those zoning ultimates for those that like to miss ultimates a lot. It's very, very fun. You get to, you get to, I want to say, justify your terrible skill, which in this case, I wouldn't even call it terrible. It was just very nicely played. We want to see more, right? I want to see more of Sea Monsters. I want to see this Penmen squad be able to start laying in, really grouping up, really giving us that team fight vibe that made them such a threat in the original league. And with the Chemtech coming up here, the Dragon coming up in just a minute, we are seeing both teams start to stack up their money, start to stack up their items, as almost all the mythics and all the first items have been made.
Okay, so Chemtech map is actually kind of fun too. We already touched on Chemtech Dragon and what it does, but the map means that all the bots do a lot more in terms of what they want to do. Especially the blast cones is what I'm looking at, because I've seen some games already of the blast cone putting people in really awkward spots because they don't realize how far it's going to move you. It can actually move you from jungle into lane on those side lanes.
That's crazy to me, right? That is so much fun, I think. But we are going to see, again, this setup, and I love it. Again, one of the things from Penmen is that they need to be a bit more proactive in their setup, and they do have the champions to do so now. The fact that they are congregating around this bot lane means that they are eyes prepped on this dragon, right? And C-Mon says, I don't even hate that you're spending time down here because you have full advantage. What you are going to do is get swept out here. A little bit of a ward trade, a little bit of information, and Pizza the Cat getting a pink ward down is a lot of value. But Shakespeare, you played a little bit too far forward. That's going to be a little bit of a rain in. Does still have the cleanse, and they are going to punch their way out and a dodge on those Chain of Corruptions as well. So a lot of big ultimates burned by Penmen here in the early stages in the bot lane.
Oh, TP from Gru into the top lane there. That's going to be a signal for Penmen to just go straight for Dragon. They know they've got a numbers advantage now, and especially after they burnt both both Flash, pardon me, and cleanse off of Shakespeare here. Clark can't really contest this. Herald dropped into mid lane. They're going to try and trade objectives instead.
And this is a call that is quite surprising, and at least they were able to make it before the Dragon was started, right? They had a little bit extra time to work with, and they're going to get a second charge off. Do they? Nope. All right, I thought so. iHeart Gru given a lot of time in the top lane, though. And this is another thing that we said, right? 22.5 minutes, iHeart Gru still living in this top lane. This time around, though, a lot more power behind it, right? At 22 minutes, top lane towers were still up. I would like to preface that. So this time around, it looks like it's going to go down, hopefully in the next minute, because I want to see iHeart Gru leave the lane.
Overall, at this point, I just want to see action. Almost 20 minutes here with only 3 kills on the board. And sometimes we have low kill counts because teams are just mechanically playing so well that nobody's dying and it gets close. That hasn't been the case. At best, we just see some CC thrown out, some engage, and it's like, okay, Summoner's burnt, let's peace out. And then we handshake the next objective here. Yeah, I want to actually see how these team fights play out, because as much as I fear for Penmen that, you know, they don't have enough damage here to be able to carry a lot of their fights, I'm looking at Clark Red a little bit here, and I don't know if they've got enough of a front line to really survive either. So I feel like it's a lot about who pulls the trigger first and whether or not Proma gets caught out by Clark Red. If Clark Red can't kill Proma, then maybe Proma can kind of play through the fight. I don't know how much damage Zoom is going to do right now.
Well, you know what we wanted to see is Piece of the Cat like, listen, I really want to kill Schwartz. I really want to kill Schwartz. I really, really want... Yep, I knew it was going to happen, but guess who's on this bot side? A great little knockout as well. Toxic on the bot side is going to try and hold. Tornado Whip, but they are still going to land. Easy pickups here. You get flipped over the wall, but it should not matter. Again, the two beatcakes in the front are going to hold steady. Zoom, though, dodging everywhere with the blue suede shoes, and Toxic cannot close the deal. Top lane tower will fall.
Yeah, we saw Sea Monsters and Pancake actually roam up there to try and hold it, but Promo wasn't with them yet. He was still in transit, so weren't able to hold it. And Clark Red, they find 2 turrets in rapid succession here. And keep in mind, League of Legends, we talk about kills a lot because they're fun to watch. But ultimately, it's actually a turret destruction game here. You're trying to take down the Nexus, and to get there, you got to take down the turrets in the way. So Clark Red, up some gold, up some pressure right now. But what more can they do? Can they continue to pull them apart and take down that bot side of the turret?
I think they can, right? A huge part of Clark Red's composition lays on the fact that they need information, or I want to say the absence of information from the side of Penmen, right? With the lockdown, there are multiple tower combinations that you can take, right? If you take bot and top first tower, it's a problem, right? Because the mid tower is still up, you can't really traverse throughout the jungle in an easy manner. With both of these down, it does feel like it opens up the window for Pizza to be much more prevalent on the map as well. At this point, we were seeing the Zac gank every which way. We were seeing the ganks, you know, through mid to top to mid to top just constantly before. So I do expect to see it again this time around. It's just who's going to be the beneficiary, right? Is it going to be Shakespeare? Is it going to be Zoom? Is it going to be iHeart Gru? All eyes are open here, and Sea Monsters has to be ready for that, because again, I just want to see Sejuani in it. So far, everyone kind of playing out to their own style. Towers are going down. Bot side as well. Toxic is holding off to a very heavy ascent and just saying, it is mine. I'm hoping the next collision gives us a great view of where everyone currently is with their itemization and their stat checks, we should say.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to come partially from lane assignments. If you're looking, for sea monsters to get involved, for Pizza the Cat to look for another gank, it depends on where everybody is going to go for now. I'm actually surprised Toxic not pushing into this bot side here, but it might just have saved his life as Pizza roaming down with Macro Doodle a little bit here. Okay, Toxic opting to reveal himself. Both those turrets in the bot lane are really, really low. So maybe the team start to look towards that bot side, not just Clark Red, but even Penmen as well, because don't forget, Dragon's coming up in a minute as well. If we do see a kill in that bot side, it's not just a turret here, it's potential Dragon as well.
I feel like we're in a boxing match, right? Every single time it's like, oh, the big collision of a 1-minute fight, and then they have 5 minutes of rest to get ready for the next one, right? That's kind of what it is right now. They aren't doing anything crazy. They're biding their time. They're waiting. They're getting their breath back, and they're trying to get their items. And then they all just wrap around for this objective. They're just like, we're going to punch it out here. Now, in game number 1, when we first saw teams start to get around each other, Clark Red continued to find picks. It was all defined by the early picks that were found, and that's how those team fights kind of broke down in the early stages. That's what gave Clark Red a huge advantage this time around. As you said, all the way back in Champ Select, they don't have the fizz. They don't have the opportunity to find that snipe. It's going to be front to back. Oh no, I just saw Shakespeare use his ultimate as well. It was used to, I think, check the Baron.
Yep.
And I'm very surprised that happened, but now they don't have that level of execute. Pizza the Cat is going to go in. You went a little bit too far, though. Take a look at the rest of the team, and they're going to try. They're going to try and hold it off. And guess who's alone? Schwartz not able to get in just yet. Can they hold off in time? Another double knockup. They're going to try and hold steady. Out goes Sea Monsters, who is trying to stay alive, but in the backline, Schwartz is going to try and hold off 3. In goes a little bit of the Stasis field, and it's going to be the kill in the first real collision of Behemoth. It is going to go Clark Red's way. They are showing the team fight team how to team fight. Promo is still alive, but I mean, look at how little damage you do. This is not the age of ADCs, as it's a double for Shakespeare, and it is an ace for Clark Red.
Orbital, that was not a team fight by any means here. Penmen played the team fight right. The tanks bought so much time for Proma, but like you said, it's not the age of AD carries. Welcome to the world of tanks. Clark Red taking their stat sticks and shoving it down Penmen's throat here. Proma, one of the last people to fall, and could not find any kills.
And we also have to state, it was well read by Clark Red, right? I don't know if they did it on purpose or not, because they did not have vision down there. I do not think they had a ward over the wall to see where Schwartz was. But they push into the stronger flank because they were just like, let's take it, right? We can try and fight them on the other side. Schwartz had no time. For the first 10 seconds of that battle, Schwartz was non-existent, right? That was such a well-timed play, and it grants them so much time. Now they got 5 kills. Now they have such a gold influx that we went from a 4K lead from towers to a massive 6K lead by Clark Red. Penmen have got to be worried, and understandably so.
And it's not just these tangible benefits, Orbital, but it's the intangibles. The fact that I think before this, Clark Red was a bit hesitant to pull the trigger because they didn't know if they could win a fight like that. They just won an ace, and not just an ace, Orbital, a clean ace. They didn't drop a single person. Pizza's passive didn't even get popped there. So they now know that, hey, we flat out win these fights. We can be more aggressive. We can look for fights here. And I'm just thinking back to game 1. I still don't think they're good for taking Baron right now. It's going to be very, very slow. But I said that in game 1. And Baron isn't about taking Baron sometimes. Sometimes it's about baiting Penmen into the fight.
Yeah, listen, you were technically correct with your statement. They didn't take Baron. It's just they took Lies instead, and I love it, right? What we are seeing is, again, the ward and vision go down, and I think that's appropriate. Penmen are trying their best, and granted, they're also the combinations from them, their front line can get immensely tankier as well. This is another stipulation that we do have to watch out for, right? Toxic, even though they lost that fight, that was the first step for multiple members. It's not like they are completely out of the game here. The only time I would actually say that is if we do see a second fight go completely in the way of Clark Red. And I want to keep eyes on Toxic. Why? Because we are seeing this brutal tank start to stack up, and should already have the monster stack, so you're looking for major objectives as well as champions, right? So that's what we kind of want to see here. And we want to see Toxic, this random Cho'Gath, be the linchpin that brings Penmen back into this game.
Okay, so let's talk about builds for Toxic a little bit, because it is the Heartsteel that came through, and the Abyssal Mask. And we actually talked a little bit about this build in Game 1, where Pizza the Cat, I was mentioning that with the Zac, you can go Heartsteel, you can go Abyssal Mask. It's infinitely stacking potentially, but hold up here, Pancakes.
We want to talk so much, and now we don't get the chance. This is now a fight in the jungle, a knock up on the back side. Toxic trying to hold him off, but again, look at the tank busting power. CMOS is going to get slowly chunked out, and Zoom picks up that kill. Another shove under the tower as Shakespeare says, get out of here. Schwartz not having a single moment of time to work with. And it's two champions, the jungler and the support, run out of their own jungle.
Man, I got baited as hard as Pancakes there for a second, because I was thinking like, oh, the last fight took forever to happen.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't die. And then Pancakes had caught, and Pancakes, not a tank, gets busted down. Now, this time, they can do Baron here, because they're not worried. It's kind of similar to what happened in Game 1. And with that, Clarkwood are now set to actually start pushing. We've seen them struggle to actually get into turret range to do the damage, and only Shakespeare and Zoom really have the range to chip away. But there is enough wave clear on either side. With Baron now, Penmen don't have enough wave clear to really defend these inner turrets. It'll be slow, but Clarkwood can just siege up.
And I'm just... RMC, I don't want to call it now, but I wanted Spice. I love the fact that for once, when we call out the fact of the rank disparities, the seeding disparities, we are seeing this right now. Clark Red are on the cusp of knocking Penmen out of this playoffs round.
Yeah.
And looking clean by doing it, right? That's the other side of it. They look clean doing this. Whether you say it is, Penmen going for a little bit unorthodox composition and they're not, playing their standard, to be able to take on that challenge and just say, okay, you give us the opportunity, we're going to take it. Clark Red did something in the last week. They said something had to change. We are going to make this happen. And I want to see even more of it. So right now, they are trailing inside the jungle, clearing out wards, getting ready for this dragon. It's round 5. 4 dragons already down below. 2-2 so far in this next one. I mean, we saw what happened in round 4. Is it going to happen in round 5 again?
No, Penmen just aren't going for dragon whatsoever, right? Like, they're not going for... Look at them push the top side here instead. They're going, okay, you know what? We don't want to get baited into this. But the problem is you're taking an outer top lane turret. Clark Red have Baron buff, and you're taking an inner turret, not just in one lane, but 2. Zoom is pushing bot as well.
Oh.
I don't think they can kill him.
No, Gru's running interference. Gru's like, bro, you can try all you want. Now, the slows are going through. I think Toxic, so Flash goes out, and you baited long enough that you're going to get 2 towers, a dragon, and iHeart Gru keeping 3 members on top, and even more so. Oh, Proma. Look at iHeart Gru. Everyone's saying iHeart Gru right now. It ain't the GP. It's the new found Udyr, the Udyr of champions. Gives enough time to put in all but one of the remaining outer towers.
Well, I tell you who doesn't heart Gru right now, Orville. It's the Penmen fans here, because Gru is just being an absolute obnoxious menace. Yeah, he had to blow Flash, but he bought so much time here. Clark, they actually got half a reset going here, and now Shakespeare coming out with 4 items, an item and a half up from Proma here. And it matters, because right now with all these tanks in the game, it's about the consistent damage coming out. The AD carries have the biggest burden on trying to cut through these tanks, and Shakespeare, granted he doesn't have percent health damage, or kind of does, no, he doesn't, he's a Draven. Doesn't match a Varus in these fights, but with the item disparity, he's doing more than the Varus. And Zoom as well here, with that Void Staff, with that Leandries here, there is a lot of penetration, and Clark, they're just gearing up, they're getting ready. Baron's off, but they can just pick up the next one in 3 minutes.
It's it's a slow bleed out here, it feels like right now. I'm surprised we're seeing this, right? It's a slow stranglehold of resources for Penmen's side. I mean, what the heck can they even do, right? Looking at their composition, what needs to happen for them to even get a win in? Because we saw the got picked up, we saw it as a counter, and yet it has yielded no results. 0-3 and 0 has not used Fear Beyond Death at all. And then Proma, still working with 2.5 items, opted for the sustain, went for the Immortal Shield Bow and the Gwynsu's, right? So not even getting benefit out of any of the crit power. I mean, what are we even looking at? What needs to happen for Penmen?
They need to somehow find their way into the backline, find a plan into Shakespeare, into Zoom here. Because there's 2 tanks, Gru and Pizza, and they both like to be in the front. If you can somehow get to the back here, Toxic might actually be able to kill Zoom if he can actually reach him. And I think that's going to come off of Sea Monsters, you know, on this Sejuani right now to find that flank position, find that engage onto the back line. It's been looking dire for Penmen. Yes, they're down 10k, but the thing with so many tanks in the game is that fights are a lot slower and there are more chances for you to try and find your way back in. You're not as worried about somebody getting blown up instantly.
All right, well, let's take that a step further, because for now in the mid to late game, we are given a chance to talk. Who's gonna make the flank? Like, out of all the champions, because we were saying it before, right? Toxic, yes, you get the way into the back line. Are you actually gonna flank? No, you kind of have to play front line. Is it Schwartz? Is it Seema? Who is gonna be doing the flanking here? Like, optimally, who is gonna flank and try and find the back line for Penmen?
So I mentioned Sea Monster flanking because that way you can kind of, you know, try and find that hard CC. Schwartz should be fine here, I think.
Can we just analyze the game for a little bit, guys? Like,
Nope.
I mean, yeah, we're not allowed to. Macrodoodle is now
That's
going to
a
get
pick.
absolutely destroyed, and Toxic picks up the kill. Hey, we said Toxic needed to find something. It came in the form of a very delicious Janna, and you get your first champion stack of the game here. And it looks like it might be a little bit more. They're going to try and slow down. Chain of Corruption goes out. Chroma, again, not any real damage here. And because the chase is going on, they're going to look for at least one more. Can't find it, as out goes I Heart Guru.
So technically that was the recipe, right? Sea Monster finds the catch on the backline, Macrodoodle technically backline. Yeah, so that's kind of how it has to be. I'm looking actually though at Pancake and Toxic because I think they've got enough burst damage, and I know it's weird to say Renata has burst damage, but hostile takeover, we mentioned it before, it's a good answer into Draven. If you get Zoom and Shakespeare somehow hitting each other, or heck, if you get Shakespeare hitting anybody who's not a tank, you could cause that numbers inequality. However, after watching that last fight here, Orbital, I'm not sure killing Macrodoodle matters. Yes, you got a numbers advantage, but you're seeing that it's so slow that even without Macrodoodle, Clark Rid is still going to be a menace. They won't win the fight, but they can hold on long enough that maybe Penmen don't really get a win, per se, out of the fight either.
Oh, that is... Oh, it's it's unfortunate to hear that diagnosis, right, for the Penman side. And you're just like, dang, this kind of hurts. But Dragon is coming up. You know what that means. It is round number 6, and on the fight card, we've already gone a little bit too far. And I have heard some worrying bugs go on. There might be a bug with the Chemtech Soul. I saw some inklings. I don't know if we'll see it here. So this is actually a big question mark because it can definitely change the way this game is played out. I don't know if you read about it, RMC. I think it's a...
I did.
Okay, so... I do believe there was a bug called out, and I don't know how prevalent it is, but the fact is, if you pick up Soul, there's a chance that you get Infernal instead. So, I'm not sure if it's going to happen, because right now we do get a jump in. In goes Pizza the Cat, because Pizza turned into a Cougar, and they get brutalized down. But look at the HP bars.
Hey.
Penmen are actually able to sustain out very, very well. And for some reason, Macrodoodle was channeling midway. That was a Monsoon. That was not a recall. I'm an idiot. So, right now, getting back into the Dragon here. This is for Solo. Take a look at all the ultimates down. Schwartz is the only one that still has theirs alive, and the Chaos Storm is still ready to go. It is going lower and lower, and it's done. It is over and dusted. Soul goes away of Clark Red, and they pick up the Chemtech Soul of all things.
Okay, and I think that fight looks good for Penmen, but if you look at the total amount of health there, Clark Rid did more damage and had more health at the end of it. The difference is just that all the damage went on Schwartz, and Schwartz survived here, so it looked good for a second. I'm still not sold that Penmen can actually win that straight up fight. Clark Rid now on to Baron, and we're late enough in the game, 36.5 minutes here, Orbital, that both teams have enough damage to be able to take this. Soul and Baron in pocket. Do they have what it takes to finally break an inhib turret here, Orbital?
Remember what happened last time, right? Last time it was they had to get an ace before they even touched the inhibitor towers. I will say, though, I think they do have better, right? You're taking a look at Zoom. We talked about the range being the issue. Zoom has plenty of range to poke people out, and is currently sitting on that 4-item power spike like before, right? Yes, you're only 2-0-3, but that's more than enough here. At 37 minutes, I feel at least Clark Red are going to do it. Now, the only question is, I'm going to throw it right back at your face. Which tower do they take? Which inhibitor tower are they going to take here as their first inhibitor tower?
I mean, they're looking to rush down mid. They're going with the 4-1 split push. I'm just a little bit concerned for Clark Red's push right now because they don't have vision set up. And this is the chance that Penmen have to actually look for that flank into the back line here. We're seeing Macrodoodle now try and get some vision here, so they're a little bit safer. But when you're pushing the mid lane like this here, that's when you might get collapse from either side. And the top side doesn't have the best of vision, hence why Pizza is actually sitting on that top side, acting as a leader.
Yep, just making sure that they have the information, because right now Clark Red are on the cusp of turning this entire playoffs run upside its head with a clearance on the second seed of the Challengers division. If you are just tuning in, you are turning into an underdog story. Is this going to be the 7th seed running their way through the playoffs? It would be an insane moment. Right now, 1-4 setup. Pizza the Cat getting knocked up, trying to create a little bit of space. Zoom sending a laser through, and Schwartz losing out on the top side. It's a challenge. It's a space. A mid-lane inhibitor tower is taken quite low. Thankfully, that cannon minion will fall, and that's the most damage that we're going to see. And now the root and throw. I Heart Grew still dancing with fire. It's so hard here. The tank meta is absolutely back.
3 cannon minions on that top side right now, Orbital, all buffed up, and Schwartz can't actually reach them to clear
It's
them.
down.
He needs backup.
It's down. It doesn't matter. It's
too
down.
late.
It's over. And because of that, they have to make a call. Penmen have to realize they are in a lose-lose situation. It's how much do you want to lose? iHeartGrew goes ahead and clears out this inhibitor, and it's done. Because of that, iHeartGrew is able to get one. Now, the question is, how much more do they lose? It looks like for how much pressure was put down, Clark Red are not able to break a second. Bot lane has not worked in their favor. It is still very slow in the push department, and it might finally go through. Sea Monsters, you're the only one here, and might get chunked out. Look at the damage, look at the moves, look at the blow up. Shakespeare's on the rampage, and that might be the final nail in the coffin here. They broke open. Sea Monsters, no tank, no glacial prison, and they're looking to end it. RMC, Clark Red are going for the end. Another knockup from the Tornado. They're going to get the first Nexus Tower. They get a double knockup. Toxic looking for a bit more. Baron is down, yes, but the damage still doesn't matter. In goes the Monsoon to keep him rolling, and we finally get to see the hostile takeover, but it has nothing in the back line. Promas is able to fire away. We're seeing it. Are you going to be able to do it? No, you get stunned up. It's a little too late. Toxic is the last one alive, and iHeartGrew says, gimme that juicy Cho'Gath. Let me get that final kill. The burn is enough, and it is an ace. Clark Red have done it. Clark Red in 2 games sweep the number 2 seed. Out goes Penmen. All hail Clark Red.
Huge props to this roster here. iHeartGrew again in the top lane. His Udyr felt unstoppable. It felt like Thanos. He just kept pushing. He was inevitable there, and Penmen unfortunately weren't the Avengers. They weren't able to answer it. And this game, Zoom didn't have the pop-off game, but Pizza's Zach once again just doing so much work in terms of map pressure early game. And I feel for Penmen here, Orbital. I feel like a lot of their strategy, the way they played, it felt like they had solved the game in the regular season, and then preseason patch hits, and all of a sudden everything just got thrown into chaos here. You can see that they couldn't team fight the way they wanted. Tanks are a little bit too strong, and specifically in that top lane, I think Schwartz really got shafted in terms of, champion pool, champion picks and stuff like that. A lot of what he had practiced just doesn't feel that strong right now on this precursor, on this initial view of this preseason patch.
And that's the unfortunate thing. As a team, we said it, right? The first team to truly adapt, or at least start adapting to the current meta, is going to make their way through, and Clark Red did it. I mean, huge props to their side from game number 1, getting the early first blood. And honestly, huge shout out to Zoom. Even in game 2, had a massive pop-off, great showing. And it was kind of that one player that kind of snuck in. We were wondering, hey, Pizza the Cat always looks good in the regular season. Who's going to help out, right? iHeartGrew on the top side did great work, but I mean, Zoom really gave us a show there.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in looking forward to see Clark Red's run through the playoffs here. Can they maintain this here? They do punch their ticket to next week, and there'll be one more week for them to practice and sort of experiment a little bit with this patch, see what else they can pull out. Huge props to them considering what they managed to do here on day 1, Orbital. I assume it's only going to go better for them as the playoffs run on.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we were going to try and get an interview, but I think we are also running behind on time because we have another series that is actually, I think, started up here in just a bit. So we are going to throw it to a quick break. We will try and update you on what's going on, but please stick around. There's another best of 3 series here to play here on the NECC esports stream. Don't go anywhere.
I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits. And all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing. And everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know you keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night.
Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're not orbital RMC, but we're going to do our damnedest to be just as good. They set the bar up high. I'm Michael K, and I'm joined once again, as always, here on NECC by the one and only, dare I say, dashing looking handsome as ever. Already a little bit of scruff finally back. Regdor here to my side. How you feeling today, man?
You know, I'm doing great. It's been a wild week of League of Legends. It's about to get even crazier. And really, we're just casting as like a timetable of watching the beard go back to its full glory now. You know, you got to watch out for it. You guys can see over the weeks and watch the progression.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking of progression, Regdor, a lot of teams have been progressing their way forward to this moment. We have reached the quarterfinals, man. These teams for weeks have been working up towards this, but it's not going to be easy because tonight we have two very special teams. We've got UBC Amber going up against Sacramento State White. And I think something that's very important to point out is that this matchup has happened before, Regdor, and it went in UBC Amber's favor.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of this is number one, it is the playoffs. So we've had times to grow and learn. It was just 2 weeks ago that they did face off. But this is a different thing. This is the preseason. This is the wild, wild west. The Kimtech Dragon has returned, as well as a bunch of furry friends in the jungle and some scaly ones too, and a litany of items galore that are going to maybe swing this matchup a little bit towards one another's favor.
I was going to say, it's like we just straight up injected so much chaos into the mix, right? Quarterfinals, the first day of preseason. Why the hell not? I'm not gonna lie, man, you being the resident big brain here, I'm gonna be leaning on you a little bit more for a lot of these changes. I've only just kind of dabbled in them a little bit. I can tell you right now, as a jungler myself, my blue buff has reset on me 3 times in a row in my first match. Was it my proudest moment? I will not lie to you.
You know, it is a real feels bad. Ever since the jungle changes came up, I've had some friends that are more engaged in some dark technology than I, and they went through and took every single champion in the game and said, "Can it jungle?" Question mark. And the outcome is really surprising. A lot of champions that were previously locked into a lane can now trounce about in the jungle with some varied success. The one big thing that I'm going to say is like a precursor to all this, and we saw a bit in the first series, is tanks are good. Tanks are glorious. Power farmers are glorious. 3 new mythics out there for them. You know, you got Jock Show. Basically, if you could stick on him, you get stacking MR and armor. Harder to stay, to die. Easier to stay in the fight. You've got the Steel Heart. That's basically like Demolish, but for champions, and you gain max health from it. So we always love that. And then finally, Radiant Virtue, which is the last one, which is kind of like a helpful ult. Every time you use your ultimate, you gain max health for a time period, and you give ability haste to the champions around you. So very supportive element there, as well as some other things that changed around along the way there. But all this to say, it's a wacky, wacky world, and I feel like we're just going to get a bunch of grasp users in the top lane punching each other into the face, and we all know we love to see that.
Listen, tanks are good. I feel like we've heard that in a certain meta before, but I don't want to. I'm not. It shall not be named. The meta that shall not be named is just how I'm gonna point. I'm gonna phrase it. But I'm very excited to see what these players are going to do with it on to the Rift. As we're not quite ready for it just yet, but we obviously need to understand how we even got here to the first place. So let's throw the bracket up screen real quick and take a look here how these teams have been doing. We have the overall quarterfinals are going on. You can see here at that bottom of your screen, UBC Amber, Sacramento State White are going to be going head-to-head, looking to secure themselves a spot in the semifinals, and they will have to face against Harper Hawkins or LBCC.
And interestingly enough, it looks like Harper's Hawks up there, the number 2 seed, is going to be, at least from what I've viewed thus far, going to be the team to beat here for either UBC Amber and Sac White, both of which I believe have a winning record. Sac White did take them down in week number 6, and for the side of UBC, looks like they also won out. So feels like a pretty good thing if you can end up going up against these guys, but they've got to, of course, get past here tonight, as this is the 3 and 6 seed. Pretty even matchup, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Rector, I'm happy that because I feel like we tend to get a lot of mismatches. Maybe we're just cursed like that, but we tend to get a lot of mismatches seeds-wise. We always tend to get these squads where one is just, 4-0 and the other is 1-4. This time around, it's a bit more equalized, it feels, with UBC Amber being the 3rd seed and Sacramento State White being the 6th. Not as good as if we had gotten Montana Maroon going up against Norco College, but regardless, it is nice to see that it's a bit more equalized. That's not to say that Sacramento State White can't get this dub. But regardless, it's not going to be easy, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's definitely a little bit of an uphill battle, but it is, like you said, there is some parity here. Finishing out 6-2 versus 4-4. They've both got some 2-1 victories and 1-2 losses along the way. So it shows that neither one is super dominant from either side of the map. I know in the past 24 hours, we've talked a lot about blue side supremacy and red side believers. And that's yet to be determined. I think I'm not going to say there's just not enough data yet. We got to keep going along the way, but it will be super important because this is just best of 3. This is the same way we've been playing the regular season. And while items and champions may have changed a bit, I don't think that's so earth shattering that the meta's still not there. There's still a huge emphasis on the bottom side of the map. We know with the beginning of the preseason, with the new Kim Tech Drake, new and improved back here, that there's going to be a lot of emphasis still on that Dragon Soul. And that just tells us that, hey, who's going to have it, kind of going down there in the bot lane, able to get the push and able to start fighting for these neutral objectives?
That is indeed going to be a big question. But let's take a look who is going to be the ones that will be spearheading the assault. Unfortunately, we only have the rosters of one side here. Is going to be Sacramento State White, but we've got Ultra in the top. Revolt Dress? Is it Revolt Dress or Revolt Dress? I honestly, I'm not sure, Rector. What do you think, man?
I'm gonna say revolve dress. I'm
Revolve
gonna add an
dress?
extra E in there. Yeah, if they don't like it, they get a chance to rebrand. There you go.
Yeah. Revolve dress coming in the jungle. I'm sure someone in the chat knows and is going to correct me. So thank you already in advance. Reminiscent in the mid lane. Sir Sam the Wise. There we go. There are the goated names that I'm looking for in the bot lane. And supporting him will be Michael Mouse Star.
Michael Mouse Star is actually one of the most goated names that I think we've seen with this lineup. Sir Sam the Wise is pretty great, depending on if you're like a Lord of the Rings fan or a Game of Thrones fan. Maybe different context there, but nonetheless, I mean, pretty strong lineup, very young overall. And maybe this is the time where you just try to out-hands your opponent. You are the number 6 seed, but hey, it's a pretty solid way to try to kick this off.
Can the young fingers beat out the old decrepit fingers of the 3rd seed, which is UBC? No flame, no shade, as we're getting ready to, I believe, go into draft. I'm getting the green light from Prod right now, so I think Regdor, let's just jump right into it. There it is. It's right on our screen. Let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen. Quarterfinals have begun. It's a new, well, not yet technically a new season, a new preseason is upon us. New teams are upon us, and already the bands are just flying out right now. Yorick being taken off the board, as well as Tristana. So I'm curious to see what else is coming out.
Yeah, we're already seeing the bot side emphasis, and a lot at this level is going to be around that comfort, more so than quote unquote the current meta. York being a great example of that, as well as Lulu, who's fallen it down a lot in priority. But we can see that there is an emphasis away from these power picks, taking the Victor and the Syndra off the board. We've seen how powerful Syndra can be with the scaling of the splinters and able to set up so well for junglers. So it makes sense overall. As we watch some of these picks kind of come through, Mordekaiser was blind pick early on in the draft, and they're actually opting the Ornn into it, which is considered one of his few counters in the laning phase.
Listen, man, the tank, mage, assassin, druid is like we always mention. What can he not do is the question, and the answer is no. He can do absolutely everything here. The jungle's being locked in now as well. Kayn coming through, as well as the Graves, something that I haven't been seeing as much recently. I'm seeing that Silas hover, man, and I'm just a little scarred from our last series that we got to cast together whenever we saw the Silas on the Rift.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But these junglers, the biggest thing here is now, right? If we're going to give you guys Jungle 101, there's 3 new items that you can start with. You have the Moss Stomper, the Scorch Claw, and the Gust Walker. Just green, red, and blue. These are like starter Pokemon. The biggest thing is that they adapt, and as you feed them over the course of the game by taking jungle camps and getting champion takedowns, they upgrade. And when they get to that final stand, it really augments how you're able to play your champion. In the case of Kayn, he can opt towards really blue and red, and blue giving him movement speed out of combat and around brushes, as well as killing monsters, and then red, which is kind of like challenging smite, for lack of a better term, but in an AoE. And then on the opposite side, Graves can really opt into green, which gives this shield, tenacity, and slow resist anytime he's out of combat or after he kills a monster. So they have a lot to play around. It's almost like an end cap that really supports them as a whole, as we do see these kind of picks coming through here. But that's like the 101. We'll have to look to see how they go.
Yeah, a lot of choices that they will be able to make. Have to wait and see what they do accordingly here, as we did see a lot of jungle focus as well, with the Viego and the Vibe being off the board. Obviously, with this draft happening beforehand, that's why we're seeing these bans coming out so late, even after the junglers were locked in. While in comparison, seeing still a lot of that bot-centric bans coming out. If you look on the right side here, in fact, 4 of the 5 bans being bot-focused. I feel that says something to Yumi Aya.
Yeah, that is saying we don't want to see aggression. They end up getting the Ashe and Karma, which is a huge pushing lane. And this is something we've talked about in the meta repetitively, is that you want the bot lane that can get the push, that gives you access to these neutral objectives early on. And then once you get to the mid game, it creates more options of how you're able to play the map. And with somebody like Kayn in the jungle and now Silas in the mid lane, you've essentially got 2 to 3 pushing lanes, which is going to allow crop rotation to make these invades, to try to get form off of these ganks early on, to try to turbo ahead in the game.
So here, I'm looking at reminiscent though, man. Listen, that Anivia, you can get Anivia ahead. I'm just, QE combo is all I'm saying, man. It's like 100 to 0 instantly coming through. You laugh because you know the pain, Regdor. I can see it in your eyes, man. I'm curious to see what Rebel Dress is gonna look to do here in this jungle. Who do you feel like we're gonna see him prioritizing?
So the thing is I want to say that Graves is going to prio nobody. Graves is
okay.
going to be just power clearing his face off. And the biggest reason why is you do get bonus damage to your camps, 20% bonus damage to your camps on your side of the map. So it kind of disincentivizes counter jungling, which is something Graves loves to do, is just, dash over a wall, go in there, steal your top quadrant, and especially against Decane, say you don't really get to play the game. That's been disincentivized here, at least in your first initial clear before you get items. But him playing for himself and saying, hey, we've got kind of stable lanes, especially down there in the Seraphine Sona, and then Reminiscent on the Anivia as well, are just able to, hey, let's just vibe it out, get to that Catalyst to Aeon, get to that Rod of Ages sort of thing, and then just kind of scale. Yeah, it's back. Can you imagine that we have Rod of Ages back in 2022? Yeah. So those sorts of things there, and really just try to play for an early, stable game out of the red side, while meanwhile on the blue side, they just, UMBC Amber wants to be aggressive. They want to pressure the pace of the game forward to get crop rotation to that form. So it's almost like slow and steady versus fast and chaos.
Definitely so. And I while we're talking about the jungle, I do want to get your thoughts on this, man. The new Marked for Death system, right? You look at a lot of these camps that have these smaller ones, right? I'm thinking the Raptors, I'm thinking the Wolves, for example. When you kill the larger buff, it marks all the smaller ones for death. And if they are not being attacked within a certain time frame, they all die. So in essence, kind of messing up the enemy jungler's timers in a sense. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think it goes like two ways. Is one that you still get a timer on it, and if you go over and take Raptors, but you leave Red and Krugs, well then you've got an odd timer on that quadrant where you can only take 2 out of 3 camps, and the third one comes up at a weird time. They could mess with pathing to a certain degree. But on the opposite side of the map, I know we're talking about high level challengers, master level players across these competitive tournaments, but hey, for little old me who just gets auto-filled, I love to see it. But there is something to be said that the Marked for Death mechanic indeed messes with counter jungling to a certain degree, and now is going to have to be met with a different take on it. If you can take away these resources, if you have priority here on Devin, on this Silas, and you can take away the enemy Raptors, and you have the timer on that, then you do it again and again and again, and you just kind of slowly choke this Graves out of the game. You do not give them the resources they want by essentially controlling 3 quadrants of your map with stability and lanes. And I think maybe that's the way it is. Who knows? There's smarter people than I, and we've got a lot of League of Legends data to get out there to see. But off the top, I think that's it. Try to control 3 quadrants of the map, take away resources, and just continue to scale.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how both of these teams look to adopt the meta in their favor, make some things happen. I'm also looking at Rito rip me off, man, especially with that Delph Realm. I mean, that's always one of those key abilities you're always looking at when you see that Mordekaiser, right? And a lot of targets he can look to pull into the Death Realm that really, it just feels like can't really fight back. If he pulls that Anivia in, if he pulls in that Seraphine, they're in for an absolutely rough time. Obviously, Graves and Ornn, bit of a different story, but I'm seeing 3 out of the 5 members that he can pull in, and the fight will go in his way.
No, absolutely. And the biggest thing is about the Seraphine Sona bot lane is like, this is one of those questions of how they're going to opt to play it. This has been seen as like the fill your team full of sunshine and happiness by both of you going into these support enchanter mythics, having the Shirelia's battle song as well as the Moonstone Renewer online, and just amping up your team and essentially creating this juggernaut Graves that cannot die. Or you can opt into having a standard AP carry in the Seraphine or the Sona, who does a lot of surprising damage with her AP ratios. So it's going to be a question of how well they're able to survive the early laning phase and get towards that lost chapter, get towards having a mana pool that allows them to counteract the push of Ash Karma. And if they're able to get through that kind of unscathed, like we talk about with things like Yuumi, who everybody loves to hear about, is they're able to get through that early laning phase unscathed, well, then they kind of neutralize the lane matchup, and it's kind of anybody's game and require the jungle intervention to really get priority for objectives.
Yeah, I really like the Sona coming out as well, because I feel like it's going to be able to withstand a little bit just the amount of just push and shove that is going to be coming through from the Ashe Karma, right? You have a little bit of that returning damage potential with those Qs, especially that deal a surprise, like you mentioned, right? A surprising amount of damage. And when you have, you're paired up with the Seraphim, it takes a minute for it to come online and for it to actually start, hitting hard.
No, exactly. And Ashe is surprisingly one of those more early game damage focused champions. Once she does have the Q, the Ranger's Mark available, she gets one slowdown. It might as well be 27. And alongside the Karma, that can set up for the tether into the root and really early all-in capabilities if they're able to land these spells early on as they finally get onto the Rift. And we just see the standard 5-point and a little Pingu. Yay. Great way to start off the night.
Definitely so. It's about damn time, ladies and gentlemen. The quarterfinals are going underway. We're on the Rift. UBC on the blue side, Sacramento White on the red, and already they're looking to find some blood. Just a little bit of trading coming through here. Both of these junglers are going to be revealed there with some wards going down as well. And we can see Jason's coming through. Voljas making sure to hug that wall. Doesn't want to be spotted out as he's moving down to look to start bot side. But with that ward on the red, and they have no idea it's there, gonna be able to track Revoldress quite easily.
And that's exactly the play that you want to see here is early on is getting that jungle tracking down. It seems as though they want to try to check out and make sure that the Graves isn't playing towards the bot lane. As you can see, the bot lane of UBC Amber already down there trying to get priority over the wave. As soon as the Seraphim Sona get in, getting some damage down and basically kind of shoving them away from this early level 1, level 2 experience.
So here, they have no idea that they're in the bush waiting, looking for the volley, the empowered Q as well. So much damage already coming out. We're 2 minutes in, and Sir Sam the Wise is already at a quarter HP. There is that early damage we've been talking about, Rektor.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see, and that's how you set up this lane for success and really take advantage of the fact that every one of these spells are high value and high demand out of the mana pools of both of these enchanters early on, and now Karma just gets to play super aggro. Oh my gosh, Michael Mousestar.
That was that hurt. That feels bad. That's rough. I won't lie. It's going to be quite the oppressive lane. I don't even think saying oppressive really does it justice, because this is just torture to the highest degree. We're 2.5 minutes in, and I mean, look at that. Sir Sam the Wise, Michael Mousestar, they cannot even step up to the wave. Still on level 1 at the moment, because if they even step up an inch too close, they fear death. As Reminiscence in the same sort of predicament here. Bit of damage coming through, and at this point, bot lane is just bot lane things. It's Ming B absolutely zoning.
Yeah. But on the opposite side here, the good news is that Reminiscent able to play this out a little bit differently in forcing Devin to go past the wave to get this trade down. Is now Michael maybe in a bit of trouble, maybe just providing some dominance.
Definitely so hooked. So the duck does land. Bit of damage onto Reminiscent. Obviously, he's got Agnivia, so technically has that built-in GA. He'll be able to survive if he does go down, but careful, don't want to waste that, as Revoldress was in this top lane. Here is on a ward, however, so Rito ripped me off, does know is there, does know that he's backing, where he's going to be super aggressive.
Yeah, able to play very aggressive here and setting himself up with that ward to make sure no crazy ganks happen. Another change, again, as we talk about the jungle, 330 spawn on the Scuttle Crabs. As you can see, it's going to be crop rotation up here in the top lane first. Just checking some things out. He's already obtained his Scuttle that no longer has a shield. Looks as though the bot side Scuttle will go to the side of Revoldress as they look to start probably their second clears here shortly, waiting for these camps just to come back up.
Yeah, no shields on the Scuttle now, just more HP, but they're really tiny still. It's a little cursed. It's like this tiny little crab that has like 1.3k HP just kind of waddling at you. I was a little ajar then when I first saw it, but regardless, it is what it is. Finally, though, we see Sir Sam the Wise and Michael Mousestar have finally found an opportunity to get that wave to push on up into this turret here. But we see crop rotation, a bit of a rotation of his own here. Might be looking for a gank to come through. Slow does find its way. Our wards in the river, so they will spot him out. So I doubt anything's going to come out of it. And yep, you see the pinks come down. And both of these bot laners are going to have to back off.
Yeah, and this is the downside right now for crop rotation. Has not been able to interact with the lanes. He got a level 1 trade on that top side when they were getting that ward placed on the enemy's red buff. But other than that, he's just been a PvE gamer. And right now, to get that form, he's going to need to try to find some setup in one of these lanes to get some trades down and hopefully get some early kills in his pocket.
So seeing that poke finally coming out though from the zone that we obviously mentioned, Michael Mostar looking to make use of that as much as possible. Needs to make sure stay somewhat equal when it comes to the damage that's being applied to them. Don't want to get shoved under that turret once again, but crop rotation has already went ahead and started this dragon up here. With UBC having that bot priority, they can just roam on over. Should be a free drag in their hands, and nothing that really Sacramento can do about it.
No, that's the easy first Drake, and it goes back to the fact that if you have the push, you have the first move on it. You see Revo Dress on the opposite side of the map here, finishing up that second full clear. And this is something with the jungle changes. If you look in their inventories, they've got a number next to this egg, and essentially they're feeding the animal treats. And as he gets more treats, he gets more excited. What this brings out is that you can find yourself with a 450 base smite, or the 900 challenging smite, or the 1200 final smite, the unleash, the primal here. So if you're able to kind of out power farm your opponent and get champion takedowns, as well as you get a treat for each one of the camps or champion takedowns, you can actually find a bit of a smite difference in this matchup, which is pretty crazy to think about, given we've been pretty used to 450 and 900 for the past year or so.
Yeah, definitely so here. Real Dress did make his way on top. We finally got to see him doing some grave things, right? Going for that counter jungling, stealing away a bit. Crop rotations camps, went over the wall, was looking for a gank, but isn't going to find anything, so instead just going to look to go ahead, head for the back. Like the items there. For now, though, on before the storm at the moment here, not too much going to be going down yet.
Now, pretty calm and pretty stable early game, which again goes towards the side of Sacramento White, them able to take away the aggression of this pushing lane on the bot side of this Silas and say, hey, we're just here to vibe and get to our power spikes. That's the most important. Tier of the Goddess and a Ruby Crystal, or a Sapphire Crystal, picked up there for Sir Sam the Wise to be able to elongate their time in lane, as well as Mouse Star also picking up one. So they're going in for the long haul.
Yeah, speaking of long haul, Dev's trying to make quick business of Reminiscent here. A lot of damage does come through onto him. Doesn't quite find what he's looking for, but Bing B as well as crop rotation are both here as well. So he's gonna look to get this wave to shove on in, and crop rotation gonna go for a little bit of an invade on his own. Really not too much. Reminiscent can do a lot of pressure already coming in through this mid lane.
Yeah, that is exactly what we want to see, and what we talked about is how you do counter jungling now is by controlling the quadrant, and they're doing it so perfectly here. Devin continuing to push the mid lane, and Mingbi up here in conjunction just means there's no counterplay. Reminiscent not allowed to step out and do anything to protect his own jungler's farm, as well as get some vision down there in the process. As you see, Devin continually has a ward down in the middle of mid lane just to track in case the wave is shoved or whatever it may be, just keeping full vision of the bird and not allowing them to make any movements around the map here early on.
So Rift Herald is up and available now as well, and we can already see both the junglers pivoting around it here. That Scuttle, obviously taken by crop rotation earlier, is going to give him that little bit of extra vision onto it as he is looking to head up into this top lane. They want to get Rito rip me off some gold, get him a kill, but instead he's going to be waiting in the bush, and he's found Revo Dress. But they're just going to give him just give each other the stink eye. They're not really going to do too much. Just looking at each other, exchanging some glances. Maybe we see the Rift Herald being started up by crop rotation. Not sure if he is. It's looking like he will indeed. I don't believe there's any vision on it for Sacramento White. I have no idea that he's on it at the moment.
That's a good pickup. This would be the second neutral objective for the game for the side of UBC, as Michael Malstar is in a bit of trouble here.
There's Flash going forward. Nice encore to stop him, though, but the cleanse came through from you, man. They're going to go ahead, pick up that first pick. Meanwhile, in this top side of the jungle here, Rift Herald is going to get dropped, picked up by UBC, but Reminiscent as well as Revo Dress are on their way. Ultra's in the top as well. They're looking for damage, and they're finding a crop rotation flashing away. Nice body block from Dev to make sure the collateral damage doesn't find him. Ornhorn gets dropped, flash forward, pulling Ultra into the death realm, and it's a one-on-one, but he has a limited amount of time, and with the flash over the wall from Ultra, that time is up. Back out of the death realm. Ninth Nezergrass comes through though, but Ultra is still alive. They find themselves Dev. They find themselves Rito ripped me off. Ming B will find at least one kill, flashing over the wall, and they're gonna go ahead and go 1 for 2.
And only 1 for 2 off of the fact that you got that kill earlier on in the bot lane that gave Ming B the opportunity to roam and be up there for it. But nonetheless, played very well by the side of Sacramento White, buying time and space to essentially group together as 3 to fight out there. And sadly, Rito Ripped Me Off was the odd man out in that dance, using the death round, but still not able to secure a kill. And this is going to leave everything about even until crop rotation finds a place, and it will be in the top lane, maybe not on purpose, but there nonetheless that Shelly will be going. It happens to all of us. You think you have your sweeper, but instead you have an Eye of the Herald.
Yeah, drop it in the ward. Like, listen, find those wards for me, Shelly. Look for me. He's on their way to that top lane. And with that being called in, that's the green light for Sacramento White to go ahead and pick up the first chem take Drake of this best of 3. Here is going to go into their pockets. Really nothing that can be done here by UBC. They're going to have to give it over as Rito Ripped Me Off needs to get this shove going, needs to make sure that this Herald crashes. The eye is exposed once again. Rito doing a whole lot of damage to Ultra, and I don't think he'll be able to stop the crash from going. He's looking for it, doesn't quite find the eye though, and so it is going to crash. Bit of plating's going on over, some damage coming out as well. And Rito Ripped Me Off in a very good position now.
Yeah, and very great movement from Rito Ripped Me Off there, just protecting the Herald the whole time, and knowing that Ultra was going to have to overstep to try to make something happen. And that's going to make up the gold difference here in the top lane. As you see now, a slight advantage over to the Mordekaiser. But all around, it's really the huge discrepancy here for these ADCs. Yuumi AI is sporting just a 2k gold difference down here. Also had the coal that they picked up off that first recall. So it was just scaling into the game wonderfully and really matching what this lane wants to do. And that is that continued aggression.
That's what they want to do. Just push, 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 and push. And we've been seeing that happen constantly. Just feels so damn oppressive for Sir Sam the Wise and Michael Moss. All right, so they really can't leave the halfway mark of the lane. It almost feels like every time they do, Ming B just says, dude, do you know who I am? Throws a Q at him, and all of a sudden, like, half of their HP is gone. Yuumi Ayaya hits him with a quick volley. They can't even run away, and they just start dishing out fire on them.
Yeah, but they are finally starting to see some sort of semblance of damage coming back the other way. Lost Chapter is picked up, and this is where Sir Sam the Wise really starts to take off a bit. We do have some mythic items coming through. That's the Jock Show there on the Ornn. We talked about a bit earlier, essentially getting that scaling MR. Yeah. He's going to be in the Death Realm.
We've talked about the Death Realm as well, and the time that you have to make something happen. And Rito Ripped Me Off. His time is running out, gets stunned. A lot of damage coming through. The 1v2 has begun. In the bot lane, we see the same thing happen once again. Down goes Michael Mousestar, and the same is about to happen to Rito Ripped Me Off. Not quite going to find the stun onto him, so he should be able to walk away from that one. He's calling mid lane, help me please, but mid says, bro, I need plates. And so ultimately, they're not going to look to chase him. Going to be able to get on out of that one just fine here. Near sighting coming through, though. Crop rotation needs to be careful. Gets hit with the encore, though. A lot of damage comes through, and that's going to be a kill as well, going to the hands of Rebel Dressed.
Rebel Dressed able to play that out really well. Now Devin, the one who's a bit in trouble, is going to throw the thumbs up and walk away as the map's finally starting to explode. This is only 6 kills in 13 minutes. We've had bloodier games, but the map all kind of exploded here at once. And as you can see, there's a bit of a differential here for Rebel Dress. Has only 4 stacks left on this jungle item.
Nice Zone all coming through, though. Hits him with the beat drop as well. Yuumi AI trying to at least get a pick before he dies, but he won't find it. Got a little greedy there. Goes into the dirt. Same won't be said for Ming B. Gonna stay alive, but I could say the same possibly from Reminiscent, but he's gonna go ahead. Flash on forward. Doesn't get found by the Q there. Is gonna stay alive.
And off of that play, Yuumi is able to pick up their Kraken Slayer on that recall. A little bit of a forced recall going to the gray screen there. But it is almost the fully upgraded smite coming through for Rebel Dress. And once he has access to that upgraded smite as well, it does change the game a bit. Not only is it a 1200 smite, but it's also an AoE challenging smite essentially, and slows them as well. So this is going to be big, his ability to use it in these team fights and actually create a bit of mayhem off of just one finger press.
Let show you. I'm also really curious. I'm looking at crop rotation right as the now I always forget the name when I have it. Literally, the Prowler's Claw. I don't know how that just slipped out of my mind there. And I feel like usually, it tends to be the better option to go for red form, but it's looking like Agnivia is on the field once again, and there will be no scrambled eggs for Dev today, as he's not going to be able to get that kill. Rebel Dress was there to back his boy up, and so Agnivia will stay alive to turn back into Agnivia for another day.
Yeah, able to survive. And like you were saying, this feels like we are going towards a blue Kayn. So feels interesting to go with the red smite, because the blue smite here, once you get there, the Gust Walker, not only do you get accelerated movement speed out of brushes and after killing monsters, that's being the biggest thing here, that also just works in tandem with your Shadow Step, essentially giving a great ability to close the gap really quickly here, as it is a two-man take on the Rift Herald. This is just the top laner, as it does look as though Ultra is going to group with the team for this next Drake.
Is it blue form though? Because I feel like while obviously the item speaks towards it, I'm looking at the runes and he has that Conquer, so maybe we see some kind of like a, red form but assassin build hybrid coming through. I'm not certain. We're gonna have to wait and see. As for now, we see the Ornhorn getting dropped, the Encore as well. The Shadow Step coming through, nice crystal arrow, but it's gonna stop nothing. Down goes Dev into the dirt. Mingpi, I don't think that he realized he was running into the masses. There, flashes forward and goes down into the gray screen as well. 2 members from UBC are going to fall, and now they're gonna look to start up the dragon.
And here the Wombo combo begins. If you hit one, you hit them all here, and it's all on the back of Ultra with the Call of the Forge God and just being this massive tank. As soon as you get close to him, he continues to get tankier here. It's now crop rotation is on the wrong side of town, has to run away.
Looked for the steal, didn't quite find it, but he won't pay the ultimate price for junglers that don't get the steal, which usually is death. Is able to just barely escape that one alive. Gets to fight another day. That is 2 dragons in the hands of Sacramento White. They are 1 dragon away from being on Soul Point.
And really silently able to start stacking these Drakes. First off of that tussle on the top side around the Rift Herald, able to go the 2 for 1, and then off of that rotation, able to pick up the first Drake. And now, as we can see, the team fight elements are coming together. The Encore, the Call of the Forge Gods, the collateral damage, all these things working in tandem to create a ton of burst damage to just say this target is done. It's single target, pick composition, and after that, don't really have the health bars from the side of UBC to re-engage. They don't have their items all online yet. Devin just has that Everfrost, and like we've talked about a lot with crop rotation. He has the Prowler's Claw, has not chosen a form yet, although it does look as though blue is ready. Looks like he is still trying to farm it out, those orbs, to get to that red form Kayn.
So gonna need a little bit more time before he can get that on the line, and he still has that time for now, but Sacramento White can keep up what they've been doing. They might just be able to pull out a win here. You gotta keep in mind what's on the line for him. Not only are the semifinal spots on the line for him, but more importantly, their honor. They faced UBC once before, ended up taking the L there. I believe it was 2-1 there, so they still put up a good fight, but fell just a little short. So this time around, they want to remedy that, and they want the win themselves. And what better way to do it than giving them a 2-0 slapping?
No, absolutely. But the biggest piece is that you have long-range engage from the side of UBC with the Ash Arrow, but that's about it. And it is the blue Kayn. We do see now it is going to be the Assassin Kayn here for what is a mostly squishy composition here on the bot side, plus that Agnivia.
Yep, coming through though. Nice cleanse from Yumi, gonna keep him alive. And Channel Crystal Air won't find anyone, but the Encore will find him. The damage will find him as well. TP coming through. Rito ripped me off is here as well. They're gonna find themselves a pick. The collapses come through. It was a trap and you fell for it. Sir Sam the Wise, more like Sir Sam the Dead. Rebel dressed in the Death Realm, trying to run as fast as he can, but down he goes. Stolen Encore is huge, and they find some more picks as well. Ultra goes down, a triple kill. Agnivia, more like Dead Nivea. There we go. The ace comes through, and UBC, just as we talk about Sacramento White showing off, UBC says we can do it better.
The Wombo combo comes through, but it's the TP on the back end from Rito Rip Me Off that's able to turn the fight as really the only traditional front line in the form of this Mordekaiser here, who's now sitting 3-1, got a few shutdowns off of that play. He's going to be huge in controlling side lane and pulling Ultra away from these team fights, not allowing the wombo combo that we've talked about for the side of SACW to really get through. And if they're able to spread the map out, that's the perfect world for crop rotation to come in with this blue cane.
Yep, speaking of blue cane, he might just go down if he's not careful, but he'll be able to use that with trespass head on over. While Rebel Dress almost catching him there close, but no cigar.
No cigar. Okay, that's kind of just like that's bullying.
That's a reference there. You know, if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Yeah, as we get to this mid game, some side notes to talk about here, just fun things. Krugs are now different. They're not like there's like little dolls inside of dolls inside of dolls. They just break down once straight to the small ones. Actually, a little bit quicker to take, which is nice. The other thing is that you do get reduced gold and XP as a laner for taking jungle camps. So we saw there, Devin does pick up the blue buff, but the cost of about 15 XP and 15 gold off of it. So it doesn't make it as useful, but of course for the mid laners and bot laners, picking up these buffs incredibly important in the mid game for them.
Yeah, especially with Silas with blue, bit of a menace here as he's looking to hold this top lane off from Ultra. Once that tier 1 gone, need to start opening up this map a little bit if Sacramento White wants to be able to make any sort of rotations. But speaking of rotations, they're going to need some in this bot lane because Rector, this next drag is up in 25 seconds. Sacramento White, if they can grab that, they'll be on soul point. And you know damn well that UBC does not want to let that happen as they're already looking to find Michael Mousestar, who stepped a bit too far forward. Ulti comes through, but so does the Prowler's Claw. And he's going to be down for the count.
Usually we say don't go ward alone, but sadly, taking Graves with you may not be the best either. Not a champion that can really peel well for the Sona. So this is automatically going to at least be a 3v4 around the objective. Devin has access to the TP here in a little bit, should be up in time if they choose to make any play around it. But for now, it is just Rito Rip Me Off unanswered in the bot lane, pushing towards this tier 2 as the objective is coming online.
Yep, and crop rotation as well unanswered, picking up this drag for free. Nothing Sacramento White can do, and they know it. They're going to have to go ahead and hand it on over. Drags have been equalized now, 2 on every side, which just makes the next drag oh so more important.
Yeah, and this is an Infernal Soul, which really both teams love. Everybody loves an Infernal Soul. You want more damage? Here's more damage, especially for what is a lot of this poke composition, as crop rotation is going to just, oh my
Look
god.
at that. Encore gets dropped, but beautiful dodge with the herbal trespass. Will he make it out alive to tell the tale? Yes, he will. Flash it over the wall, dodging back to get some more health from those camps, and that was a lot of damage. Now just imagine that with the Infernal Soul too.
Yeah, just one less auto attack there. Now he's going to go for a bit more.
Though Hex Trigger does get dropped, keeps him alive just a barely. Getting a little cocky there, I won't lie. I like to see it, but you know, you gotta respect Reveldress. You gotta respect the Graves. 2-in-1, 2 items already.
Yeah, but forced to pick up the QSS. You gotta pay taxes against Rito Rip Me Off, and sadly, that is going to curb. That's 1,300 gold, essentially lost. We're not going to see him go into a Mercurial Scimitar anytime soon. So it's just really just offsetting his power breakpoint. It's now Rito Rip Me Off. It's just going to try to take this blue off, but the wall.
Still gets taken, though. Still gets taken by Rito. He says, do what you want. I do not care. The jungle, the whole map belongs to me, and so does this scuttle here. Smite does come through, though, from Reveldress. And now, let's see, pulls him in the realm. But, oh, no. It's got that QSS. Bye-bye.
It's almost like the QSS tax is a one-time payment, because as soon as it's present and you use it, then you no longer get ulted by Rito Rip Me Off, because he's like, it's kind of useless. So that just now means that one of the other targets are going to be picked up. Is important to see. Ultra, level 13, almost there to ornaments. His Reaver Dress doesn't have the QSS.
Quite find the mark, but you know what does? The beat drop. However, Herbal Trespass trying to pull him under the tower. Encore comes through, and Ming B goes down. Call the Forge God finds crop rotation. Stolen Call the Forge God finds a 3-man knockup, though, and they're going to find a 3-man kill as well. 2 are down, 3 are down. Very nicely done. Reminiscent can do nothing but watch as the rest of his team members go down, but they're not finished yet. A volley finds the mark, flash forward the dodge, the abduct, still gonna find a lot of damage. Nethergrass pulls him in, and the obliterate puts him in the dirt.
And once again, it is the side of UBC Amber punishing the overstep from Sacramento. They had the fight, they got the pick, but they went for more, and it's once again the TP of Rito Rip Me Off coming in on a flank and just creating mayhem. Devin with the stolen call to Forge Gob as well just makes it to where there is no counterplay. It is just going to be this menace in the top lane, bringing down death and destruction and giving basically a free Baron over to the side of UBC.
Yeah, top might be Rito ripped me off, but Sacramento White's saying right now, my jungler ripped me off, bro. He stepped up too far forward, and we all paid for his sins. So many members go down, and now with this Baron in the hands of UBC as well, that's so much more siege potential coming through for them. Sacramento White has done a decent job of keeping those waves in check, right? None of them are too dangerously close to the turrets. You can see Ultra in the spot lane as well, looking to shove them out, looking to run the clock down on this Baron timer as much as possible.
Yeah, trying to just shove side lanes like a madman to slow down the aggression, the march towards the Nexus here for UBC Amber. Something that's fun, I like all these preseason changes because they're always like neat and interesting things, is if you can, you can actually get gold for being a good teammate and pinging wards. If you ping a ward when it's on vision, you get 5 gold.
Hey.
As well as you get a exact timer. If you guys saw some of these earlier on, is it maybe Reminiscent who needs to watch out?
Yep, indeed he does. Reminiscing getting lower and lower, but the TP does come through. Ultra's here to save the day once again. Call the Forge God finds Dev, and Death is gonna find him soon as well. Goes gold, but where do you go when it's done? Into the dirt. Finds the minion with the abduct, trying to at least get one pick. He'll go 1 for 1, and that's all he's gonna get. Enchanted Cristero does find Rebel Dress. Bit of damage coming through. Looking to take down this tier 2. Need to be careful though, have to respect the burst that comes through from that Seraphine Senna combo, but turret is still going to go down to the empowered caster minion, and so they got what they came for.
Yeah, they're able to get the tier 2 and trade for 1 for 1 on the top side, and this is where you can see some of the cracks in the micro in the hands game. Is most of the time you've got the timing down on a stasis to be able to get it, but it's going to be crop rotation going deep.
Micro, dude, it looks like crop rotation's looking to show off. He's going to find Michael Mouse Star, never mind. The healing is too much, and so much for hands. His just got cut off. Down he goes, and now Rito Ripped Me Off is in a real tough spot. He's in the death realm at the moment, but now that he's out, so much damage coming through, but it doesn't matter. The heals are too much. He finds 1, he finds 2, goes forward with the obliterate, finds 3, looking to find 4 here now as well. He's gonna find it. This man is a detective. He found himself a triple kill. They found themselves a tier 3, and they're looking to find themselves an inhibitor as well in a base that is wide open.
And this time, it's not even an overstep. It's an overstep because UBC owned the entire map at this point.
You left your fountain. That is an overstep.
As Devin's going to look for 1 more. Michael is down for the count. That's the full-fledged ace, and it looks like game number 1 in the books.
It does. Nexus is destroyed. UBC gonna take this one home in dominating fashion. Now, Sacramento White put up a decent fight. We saw some good moves here and there, but just felt like 1 or 2 mistakes led to another, and then all of a sudden it was just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, a bit of a snowball effect indeed. I think one of the biggest things for them will be the fact that they should try to move towards a more DPM styled carry in the bot lane. It is cool to have a Seraphine, but usually alongside something else that can provide consistent damage. The closest thing they had to it was Reminiscent, but there's no way to create a pocket for the Anivia to stay safe and keep the ultimate out there and keep them inside of it as well. As we saw, most of these fights were just mayhem with crop rotation, making crop circles around the enemy team there with the Umbral Trespass. And if they're not able to find a way to slow down the course of the game and create a pocket for consistent damage carries to get through, well, then it may just be a 2-0.
Yeah, it's looking rough for Sacramento White, not gonna lie. There's a couple things that they need to be fixing here for game number 2, but it's not all over yet. It is a best of 3, obviously, here, so the semifinal spots are still open for either team to grasp, but we'll have to wait and see. We're gonna throw it to a quick break, and then when we're back, we'll get into the draft for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 is in the books, Rector, and from the looks of it, UBC is looking to run back the last time they had an encounter with Sacramento White. It wasn't all bad, though. Game 1, there was a lot of shining moments, I feel, for Sacramento White, but just a few things that they need to work on if they want to get out ahead in game number 2.
Yeah, they will be swapping sides, so that gives a bit of more play to the side of Sacramento White.
Supremacy.
Stop.
Right, this came out.
Are you sick? You gotta be sick. Oh man, I hope you get well soon and you embrace the beauty that is just red side domination here on the Rift. As we get into the draft, it is going to be around that ADC, that marksman's position for the side of Sacramento White that I want to see something a little bit more consistent in and give them something to kind of work around and create the quarterback, the Tom Brady to have in the pocket here.
Definitely so here. Well, per usual, still a lot of bot lane focus has been coming out, very reminiscent of game number 1. They do not want to see Yumi AI on any other picks other than that Ashe, and even the Ashe was looking a little bit scary. So for right now, there we go. Finally, Steph the New coming out. They're going to get rid of that Victor. So at the moment here, just running the bands back, almost feeling like Sacramento White saying, it's not you, it's me. We know what we got to fix, and we're going to do better in game 2.
Yeah, and that's already a change right there. It's going to be a carry top out of Ultra on the Aatrox. He's been, tearing up the Rift. You don't want to say broken per se, but he is highly dominant in the top lane ever from 12-18 forward, even after that bump down here on patch 12-21. A little bit of a, lifesteal taken out, but still absolutely strong here facing up against this Ornn.
Definitely so here. And I mean, Ultra was looking pretty good regardless in game number 1. I liked what I saw from him. He was one of those staple kind of picks here from the side of Sacramento White. So I'm curious to see now that you move him onto a carry champion in the top. Now he's got the wings, dare I say, to fly and shine on this Aatrox here. And with Revel Dress grabbing the cane here, can make some opportunities happen for him to get him snowballed, get him ahead, and get him just running through the gates.
Yeah, and as we kind of look back through here, we're going to have to see some of these things kind of out of context at the moment. But as of right now, completely AD topside from the side of Sacramento White. That is 3, attack damage champions, and you have an Ornn in the game. Makes itemization super easy, as we do have more AD bans coming through. That's a total of 4 now, right, aimed at the side of Yumi. Ooh.
A Kog'Maw. Okay, being locked in. I do wonder now, do we see the double AP bot? We do indeed. Just as I ask you, we see it, the Galio and the Seraphim. And I'm seeing your face right now, Rector, and you're not looking too pleased.
I'm not a huge fan of Galio in the support position, especially into what is Lulu Kog'Maw. So Kog'Maw was the R5. Galio was picked in the first rotation, so they did pick their bot lane out ahead of time. May have looked a bit like a flex at the time because they had not locked in their solo lanes, but nonetheless, it is now the Galio down there in the bot lane who is into double range, who is into what has kill pressure actually at level 1 with Lulu Kog'Maw. And as we've seen before from Sam the guy who's the wise, he takes time. He needs that lost chapter to be able to effectively trade back. Yumi just needs one finger just to be able to right click it down, maybe 2 if they want to press that W for that barrage to be able to get the extended attack range here. And with a Lulu at their side, that is a scary, scary void pup to be looking at.
Definitely. So, I mean, I'm sure Sam is also looking to be that guy on the Rift, I'm sure. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's going to take some time to get there. And I'm looking at Michael Mousestar, right? Obviously, on Gali, you've got especially that taunt, one of those huge abilities. Ming B just says, polymorph, you're done. You're like, all of a sudden you just went from this huge, I think canonically he's like bigger than a mountain, if I'm not mistaken. Gali was like huge, turn him into like this little, I don't know, turn him into like a squirrel or something. And then all of a sudden it's just Free Fire City for Yumi to just start dishing out the damage. And even with the exhaust that comes out here from Michael Mousestar, Yumi just says, cleanse, never mind, it did nothing to me.
Yeah, and furthermore is that the most volatile part of this isn't even the bot lane. It's in these solo lanes. You're playing carry versus carry, Yone and Tyrelia. guys, there's complete subreddits filled with hate for both of these champions. And this is going to be cataclysmic. One way or another, somebody is going to come out of this lane 5-0 and the other one 0-5. And neither of these champions particularly do well when they're behind. And on top of that, now it's the crop rotation Karthus, which is basically mono AP. Kog'Maw does do some AP damage, but is in the position that he loves to be in, and that is he's the only main AP damage threat. And he loves this meta for being able to just perma farm. And with these lanes, as long as Reminiscent doesn't get out of hand, as long as Ultra is kept under wraps, there's nothing that's going to stop him from doing what he pleases.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like two sides of a coin, right? You look over at Sacramento White, where Sir Sam the Wise is the solo pretty much AP threat. Obviously, Michael Mustar, on the guy does a little bit of AP damage, but mainly probably going to be looking for that more, tanky route, because we saw in game one what happens when they don't really have anyone that can be that front line and look to zone off the carries. And then you look over at ABC. UBC, gosh, why did I just say UBC? UBC, it is indeed UBC. I was going to say ABC the first time, and I'm like, nope, not the alphabet what we're listening to. UBC, on the other hand, right, like you mentioned, the Karthus, the full AP threat coming through, but a pick that obviously needs some time as well to get online, and I'm looking at Revoldress, who's probably going to look to punish him for that.
Yeah, and that's like what we've talked about, is the fact that these camps have smaller leash ranges, that you get less golden experience from it if it's not your own. A lot of these things disincentivize the early invades, but Revoldress has to look for some way to disrupt the farm circle of life that it is for crop rotation here and really get him out of his comfort zone and set him behind early, because we've seen this a lot in NECC. We've seen Karthus bot, we've seen Karthus jungle, but the name of the game is kill him on repeat, send him to a gray screen. If he doesn't have resources, he doesn't hurt a fly. But with such volatile solo lanes, it's really going to be interesting if Revo can find the right amount of time and find the balance between invading and stabilizing lanes and farming in order to actually be the same kind of a threat that crop rotation was on the same pick.
So it's basically what you're telling me is that Revoldress needs to keep crop rotation in an eternal cycle of trying to clear his top side. Like every time he comes in, kill him, leave the camps up, let him try to get him again, kill him, leave the camps up, let him try and do it again.
Yeah, you got it here. As long as he's not getting XP, he's not feeling very happy. He's going to need gold, I assume. We'll be going towards that first strike route. It's really cool when you get to hit, the Requiem and eventually just cash in a 401k off of it, right? But it will take a bit of time to get to that point. Meanwhile, they do have a lot of early game capability in the Irelia and in the Aatrox. I'm hoping to see some early, domination and early priority that allows Revo to be able to go into the opposite side's jungle and really punish the scaling pick.
Yeah, hoping to see them actually, utilize the pressure they have, because you can have as much pressure as you want, but if you're not utilizing any of it, it does not matter. And if there was ever a time to use it, it is now, because semi-final spots are on the line here for Sacramento State White. Last time they met up with UBC Amber, they took the L. It went 2-1 in UBC Amber's favor. Sacramento White don't want to let that happen a second time around. And this time around as well, there's a lot more on the line than simply losing a match.
Yeah, this is going to be the goodbye, sayonara, if you are the unfortunate loser here in the very first round in quarterfinals. And the scaling on UBC Amber means that it's the opposite of the last game. They're the ones who just want to exist in this world, and they want to keep things calm, simple, farm it out, get to 3 items, then win the game. A lot of emphasis is put on Sacramento White to make things not only happen early, but make sure those things are going towards these carries, going towards these solo lanes in order to get them the upper hand, spread out the map, and essentially do the same thing that we saw in the prior game, and that is never give the 5v5 on even footing.
Well, we've got the plan, and now the question is, can we execute? Sacramento White with the side swap on the blue side here, UBC on red accordingly, and once again, we're going to get to that nice 5-man setup coming through here. Neither team looking for that initial engage, that initial first blood that I love to see, but
that's a 4-man stack, though.
It is. They might be looking for something, and if Mousestar gets a bit too far forward, he might pay the price. I think he has slight suspicions, though, that someone's in that bush there. He's making sure he doesn't step too far forward. He's just barely baiting them out, trying to see, make them. Oh, Ming B, you showed yourself. Come on, Ming B. You had to be patient.
No, Ming B's trying to do the classic, hey, look, it's just me, a little Lulu moment. Try to pull somebody else over there. It's always interesting. I have to tell people, the game of League of Legends starts as soon as you get on the Rift, but sometimes we find ourselves, myself included, stand there during a 5-point, just head empty, no thoughts, and that's when you get hit with the Nautilus hook.
We do a little autopilot, and we do a little autopilot. Click on the map, then check your phone, something like that. But not these players, especially not when there is this much on the line. And gonna take a pause, it seems, as I have to wait and see if that gets fixed here. I'm gonna wait for a word on the production. Might just be short, but regardless, Rector, what I'm seeing already is very interesting, right? We're at a minute 30, and I'm seeing Michael Mousestar moving on up into the jungle of UBC, most likely to place down some vision, or who knows, maybe more.
Yeah, I don't know what the maybe more might be. Galio, out of all the champions I've tested, not the best ability to first clear. But equally, what I want to draw attention to is the bottom right-hand quadrant, that bot lane. It is once again Yuumi and Ming B getting the aggressive positioning in the bush. And like I talked about, Kog'Maw, not generally a champion that you think of early game aggression, is a scaling pick. But when paired with the Lulu, when you get that attack speed steroid, as well as the Biocannon Barrage, that W is able to do a ton of damage, and it looks as though Sir Sam the Wise may have picked this out, or is just like, hey, I'm gonna wait on Galio, canonically the size of a mountain. We're gonna wait until we get into the lane together here. They run a chance of missing that first wave of experience.
Definitely so. And ultimately, it was just a ward being dropped down by Michael Mousestar into the Wolves pit there. So gonna allow them to see as soon as crop rotation starts. And honestly, I like that, right? Odds are you're coming from that top side. You're going to go for those wolves first. So get that initial information right off the bat. Going to help with timers. Going to help with rotations coming through. Going to have to wait and see, though, how Sacramento White looks to utilize that information.
All right, so far, Reminiscent able to get a good amount of trading down there onto Devin with that Ionian Fervor, just stacking up that early AD. This is just a Dorn shield. So playing really well into the matchup early on. We know that once Yone gets to that level 3, has the Soul Unbound, as well as that Tempest Steel charged up, is able to get a ton of poke down, and then just back out of the trade and not leave an opportunity for Reminiscent to actually trade back onto him.
So here was looking for something in this mid lane here for Rival Dress, but not going to find anything, so opting to go for that clear once again. Obviously, he is heading on into that top lane that we talked about, right? Ultra. He's on one of these carry picks, so we want to see him perform. What better way to do it than send your jungler up there? But there are the wings of war coming through. Ming B's getting lower and lower. He's been exhausted. There's no cleanse available for him, but he does have flash. So he's able to flash on out of there. Now Ultra is looking for something here onto Rito. Rip me off here, but doesn't quite have the damage. A lot coming through, but he just needs a little bit more.
And this is part of the skill up there on the top side for Ultra and Rito Rip Me Off is now Devin, like we said, with that Soul Unbound, able to step out, get a trade in, and get out. But it's a big part around the Bellows Breath, being able to stop the pullback from Ultra so he's not able to hit these Ultra
crop
Qs.
rotations here. And then a lot of damage with his Qs there. Ignite, double ignite coming out. Reminiscent looking for the kill. He's going to find First Blood. Triumph Healing comes through. It's not going to be enough, though. Goes down into the hands of crop rotation. They'll go 1 for 1 at the end of the day. And crop rotation says, thank you very much. Ultra looking for Rito. Rip me off, but once again, he's just barely getting out of that one alive.
Hey, First Blood is worth more than 1 kill, so love to see it here as we are seeing much more life out of Sacramento White here, both in the solo lanes as well as not being on the back foot on the bottom side, getting good trades in, forcing an early back out of the Lulu, and now it's crop rotation who's going to have to burn the flash.
Doesn't want to get hit by that B-Trop, and yeah, I think that's really big what you mentioned, right? A lot more aggression coming through, a lot more proactivity coming through from Sacramento White this early on as well. Game 1, it just felt like it took them a bit too long to get things started up. Obviously, you looked at the draft itself, bot lane, you really didn't have any opportunities. You had that Seraphine Sona, and it was just so incredibly oppressive, and it was up to mid and top, and with Ultra on more of a tanky rather than a carry pick, wasn't able to make anything happen there. But this time around, a lot more tools to Sacramento White's disposal.
Right, and one of the biggest things is Reminiscent now on a pick with a ton of agency, as you just already saw right there. The Blade Dancer dancing around, stacking up that fervor, and getting these solid trades in. Already has the Vampiric Scepter. According to some people, that's full build.
Indeed, and according to some people, Ming B might be done here. Gotta find him with the taunt, the damage comes through. Yumi Ai has that full lethal tempo stacked up. Revo just gotta find himself that first pick. Can they find Yumi Ai though? They find the knockup, they find the damage, but the Akathian surprise, will it take out Revel? Yes, it will. So he'll at least take one down with him.
Hey, and that's what you call hashtag worth. If you're the if you're Yumi there, you're the Kog'Maw. Anytime you can get a kill with your passive, feels pretty great. You're gonna get the stun here in the mid lane.
He's gonna get the stun, gonna get the damage, but still Tempest knockup is available for Devi, but not gonna look to utilize it on top of Reminiscent. Has that full Q stacked up to wait for that to go out. And so for now, mid lane being the most tame out of the 3 lanes, it feels at the moment. Right as I say that, maybe looking for the all-in here. Ultimate comes through with that level 6 advantage, but the polymorph is huge, and crop rotation says, hello, where are you going? Nice dash from Reminiscent, hit him with the Yasuo emote, but you might have spoken too soon. No, you didn't. Flash comes forward, and Rebel Dress says, thank you very much.
And really well played by Reminiscent. The spacing there to get away from some of the lay
trying
waste.
to go in though, but a nice sidestep. No, how is this guy still alive? Dev staying alive with what I can only imagine are single digits of health.
That was wild. He tested out his hands, and while they may not have been lethal, they survived the play. But this is turning up in Sacramento White's way more than often than not here. With all of these trades, they are trading up. Now 2-1 for Revo Dress on this Kayn. It looks like he might be just copying last game. We have a serrated Dirk as well as the building of a Mana Mune in the process here. This could be another blue Kayn saying, hey, the only thing you got is Rito rip me off on a tank, and you know what? He's a cool dude. He can survive. We're just going to kill the rest.
Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this time around, like you mentioned, it looks all the more enticing, really, other than Rito ripped me off. Not too many other members that are going to be insanely tanky. But speaking of being tanky, Rito ripped me off is looking to establish some dominance in this top lane. Finds quite a bit of damage coming through here. Looking at timers. First drag is up and available. We see crop rotation, however, deep in enemy territory. Excuse me. We're going to take away some of these camps from Revo Dress. Curious to see if they go for a collapse in this bot lane. Never mind. They're going to be looking for a collapse in this mid lane. Perhaps. Dev needs to be incredibly careful. So much damage comes through. They find the slow, and they find the kill. Down he goes.
Hey, crop rotation says, sorry, buddy, you had to take that L, but now crop rotation's on display.
Indeed, L's are being taken all across the rift tonight. Sir Sam the Wise is going to be that guy. Picks up the kill. Requiem, the final thing that he's able to do, but just going to get a little bit of gold from it. No kills coming through, and now they might look to hunt down this bot lane. Not going to let him go too close to the turret. Instead, look to pivot onto this dragon. With no smite available for UBC, it should be a confirmed drag in the pockets of Sacramento White.
Sacramento White is showing all the steps. That was a really good Bella's breath there. That's what you need to see to get away from the pullback, still on the backside of that trade. But the biggest thing is crop rotations thinks, oh, I'll try to get out of here for free. But unlike the last game, Sacramento White on the bottom side has priority, is able to make a rotation and just essentially box him in and say, it's, hey, you're going down one way or another, to the drag or to us, you choose.
Indeed. And either way, it's not going to end well for you. Love to see, though, Sacramento White taking absolute control of this game so early on. About 9 minutes in, Sacramento White already 6 kills, and they are spread so evenly across the board. Other than Ultra, everyone on Sacramento White has a kill. Everyone's been doing their part, and Ultra's been making sure that Rito ripped me off can't get ahead, make sure that he's just kind of stuck in that top lane. And you know what? He's just saying, listen, boys, you guys got to carry this thing. I'm just going to go even in lane.
Hey, you know, a small CS advantage going towards their side. Again, this is all on UBC here to just stay alive and not give away the entire farm. They can give up a few horses, a few cows, but they cannot give up the entire barn in the process. And thus far, they've been doing okay. Only about a 2k gold differential and the first neutral objective going over to the side of Sacramento. But all things considered, they do have the scaling picks. They come online and they shine at 3 items. And really, you can tell Revo recognizes that. He's going to be down in farm no matter what against this Karthus. So he might as well be more proactive in lanes and find these kills and find this gold.
Definitely so here. But for now, quiet before the storm once again. Obviously, Riftail is up and available. Both junglers still on this bot side at the moment here, but the mid lane is a different story because Dev being taken down in the 1v1 once again. Reminiscent. Nicely done. Love to see it looking so much stronger than in game number 1 here. Now Revel is looking for crop rotation. Hits him with the all flash over the wall to escape. Bing B is here as well. Will it be enough is a question. The answer is no. Heroic entrance going in. Flash forward. Finds the taunt. Finds the damage. Finds the double kill.
And that's what we love to see. Now with the team having the proactivity, they're able to make all these plays and really help out Revo in a way that they couldn't last game on the Sona, on the Anivia. Instead, now getting solo kills in lane, now 3-1 on Irelia, on Reminiscent, who is just putting on a great display of what they can do with this champion and really starting to teeter towards the statement of out of control as this gold lead is moving up towards the 4K mark.
So here, and oh, make it a bit more gold, Rector, because they're looking for the kill, but no, Rito ripped me off, is gonna find at least one, takes one down with him in this bot lane. They're gonna look for some damage as well. Polymorph comes through, and look at the damage as well. This is Kog'Maw, baby. You warned us, Rector, but they did not heed your warnings.
You know, if I had $1 for every time somebody didn't heed my warnings, I wouldn't need a job at this point. But a little bit of an over-enthusiastic move there on the top side. Revo trying to go in, but you can't just dive an Ornn, especially when that Requiem is up as well.
So, and I mean, that bot lane, dude, you talked about the Bio-Arcane Surge, right? It's like the amount of range that comes out from that. Just a free firing, stacking up with that lethal tempo as well, coming through. So much damage, and obviously, you know, Kog'Maw being a champion that has that percentage max health damage, and that's just like, it's a field day when you look at the Galio who wants to build all this health, wants to become that tank, and we saw that exact thing happen.
And the biggest thing is he actually doesn't even kind of care about getting taunted because it just means he's going to auto attack him, which is what he wants to do in the first place, right?
Thank you. I appreciate it, as Dev is probably not appreciating the treatment that he's been given right now. Wild Growth does come through, actually keeps him alive. Ming B goated. You owe him his life, Dev. You got to sign some kind of contract with your blood. That's not here nor there, though. Dev is going to stay alive for now. Drag is up in 50 seconds as well. And Rector, I'm looking at top right now, man. Ultra finally gets that first pick, obviously, but I need to see a little bit more for him, man.
Yeah, the score has been evened up now here in the top lane. He did have a small CS lead, but now feeding a kill over and equaling up here. This is where UBC is starting to come online. We've got a mythic item on both Rito Rip Me Off as well as crop rotation. The long haul for Yuumi, it's going to be a few more items, but at least with that Rage Blade, able to get out some on-hit damage with the inherent max HP out of the W. But as of right now, it's really just about continuing to press the pace for the side of Sacramento, continuing to find picks. But this is a one way to get some more gold in your ADC's back pocket by bringing the Rift Herald on down.
And it crashes. No gold going on over here, but the entirety of the Sacramento White squad is here. They want this dragon. That is going to allow Rito Rip Me Off to get some free plates in this top lane. Obviously, Ultra TP is still not quite up just yet, so he won't be able to stop that from happening. But they are going to grab themselves that second drag. Very reminiscent of game number 1. They were doing a great job of staying on top of those objectives, and this time around, they haven't given a single one over, and they're going to get something for their troubles as well, and that's going to be a kill onto crop rotation. And Rebel Dress just says, buff transfer complete.
We love a good buff transfer here. Is now Ultra's going to make his way back up to the top lane. And itemization-wise, something I've got to talk about is the fact, never mind.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold on to that one. We got to talk about Ultra going in on Rito Rip Me Off once again. Rito Rip Me Off just a bit too tanky for him, though, it feels like. Obviously, Ultra in hot pursuit. Dashes on top of him, though. The Bellows Breath looking to keep him alive, but he won't have it for the pullback. Does Ultra have the damage, though? The answer is no, unfortunately not.
So one of the things I find interesting is itemization-wise for Rito Rip Me Off has the Iceborne Gauntlet, no longer Frostfire. Big difference is there is a sheen in that recipe. So he does have Spell Blade damage. I'm not sure how much I like that on Ornn of all people. As Devin.
Dev doesn't like what's happening to him. Okay, gonna go 1-for-1 though at the least. Turret is gonna take him out. So he will take Reminiscent down with me, but just the raw power coming out from Reminiscent Regdor, and that's onto the Yone. It's looking scary.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see here, as it does look as though Devin is looking to get Blade of the Rune King first. Generally, when you see that in a Yone's build, it usually means they're going to go towards a tank mythic. As crop rotations once again found out, but is able to kind of get away there. But this is exactly what we want to see out of Revo. Continue to just aggress on crop rotation. He cannot fight you in the 1v1, even though he's a level up at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's that eternal cycle, man. Kill him. Make sure he tries and get his buffs. Kill him. And now, actually, you can see the Chemtech Rip for the first time this time around. Those upgraded plants coming through. Obviously, vision plants give you a lot more vision. Blast cones blast you twice as far, and the fruits, they are ever so strong. Don't slow you down anymore. Give you HP as well as a shield, and it looks like Dev might just need it. Finds the Q3 onto Reminiscent, but that's all he's going to find. Flash comes through. Not quite enough damage to finish him off. Had Flash available, but did not want to waste it. Dev is not even worth his time.
He's established dominance, and off of this is able to pick up this tier 1. Fun fact, the vision plants also give you movement speed now.
Oh.
Yeah,
I realized that one.
Super dope here is that it will be the Chemtech Drake. Not the same as before. You don't get Scion passive. You essentially get more damage is the easiest way to put it, as well as you have more resistances at low health. So a little bit more manageable to deal with than having to kill 5 players 10 times, essentially. Instead, just those built up in resistances. Like we've talked about, this is a bit different of a Rift and a different soul to play for. Be one of the first ones we've seen here, as it is just a few minutes away from the side of Sacramento getting on Soul Point in the matchup.
Yep. Sacramento has been doing a great job of getting towards it. Only need 2 more drags to have that soul in their pocket, while UBC have to stack a full 4 of them. Ultra has a 4-man stack on him in this top lane as well. Look at the damage coming out from Yumi already, though. Has to pop that World Ender, has to pop that Flash. A lot of cooldowns down, and now Michael Mousestar needs to be careful here, dashing away from that one. Rebel was looking for something, but isn't gonna find anything, and Sir Sam the Wise doesn't want to go up against Dev.
No, regardless if Dev is 1 and 4 or not, it is still a Yone, and you are a Seraphine. KDA and heavy metal don't go together, so let's just keep these two apart, as it will be some aggression into the topside jungle. And this is the deal with Sacramento. They've got to make moves. They got to make movement across the map and start pressing this game state forward. They do have 2 Drakes. They did not get a Rift Herald yet, and they have only mocked down 1 tower. So when we talk about the movement forward in this game of inches, they got a bit more to go before they really start running into trouble as UBC starts to come online. 1.5 items on the Cogmaw, 1.5 items on a crop rotation on this Karthus, and that's when they're going to really start hurting, is this 2 to 3 item mark.
Yeah, the items coming out as well as the lane swap makes it feel somewhat that Sacramento White is losing a bit of that tempo that they had earlier on. But what better way to kickstart it, jumpstart it with that Rift Herald that they are going to pick up, and now they can look to siege yet another turret. I'm looking at bot, I'm looking at top. Both tier 1s are still available. Tier 2 in the mid lane looking real healthy as well. Would be a shame if it toppled over for Sacramento White, as I'm sure they're looking to make that happen. They need to keep going, keep pressing the offensive, because like we mentioned, right, if UBC is given time, they will get to this point where they can start matching. And if they can start matching, they can start winning.
Winning is not what Sacramento White wants right now.
No,
for
sir.
UBC. They want to be the ones with their fingers on the trigger as Revo Dress is looking.
Already Flash with a huge Vanguard that's coming through. Nice charm as well. Ming B gonna go down, and a heroic entrance it was. We said they need to make something happen, and they're doing exactly that. Requiem is gonna find one, and Rachel ripped me off. We'll find one as well, but he's gonna go down. It's gonna be up to Yumi to make something happen. Free firing over the wall, though, has that lethal tempo stack. He's gonna take out Ultra. Oh my god, Rito owes him his life, as Yumi will be standing. Sacramento White, Revel Dress, the only one left to tell about what just happened. Ultimately, it will be a 3 for 4.
And this is the problem, is that both teams love these corridors. For the side of UBC, you saw crop rotation may have died, but the fight was still in him, as he was able to take out so many members with just this, just the Leandri's Anguish and the Requiem doing so much and turning the fight around. And like you said, it was Yumi on the backside. The Void Ooze that actually slows Ultra just enough to keep Rito Rip Me Off alive as we look at the second round of the Drake.
Round 2, fight, as they are looking to go on in once again here. Dragon has been started up somewhat, maybe look to bait it out, not looking like they want to wait for Yumi to get back down here. We saw how integral he was in round number 1. He's going to be just as integral in round number 2, but SAC wants to start it up beforehand, but no one there to back up Michael. And so Michael is going to go down. That's a huge member out for the count. They're going to look to go into crop rotation. Nice flash up the wall, though. Looking to follow him. Fate Seal comes through. Ming B with the flash to get on out of there. Crop rotation does go down. A lot of damage coming through. And in round 2, Sacramento White isn't going to go down so easy. Yumi gets charmed up, stunned up, and put into the dirt. A triple kill for Reminiscent.
And this time in the fight, it is crop rotation that gets essentially quarantined off. Get him out and away from the enemy team so you can take him down in the safety and leisure of your own time outside of his effective distance, and give this 8-3 Aurelia, give Reminiscent the space that he needs to actually fight this out with having to play essentially Dance Dance Revolution around these layaways. And it works out great. We get on Soul Point and we're looking at a Baron. And this is where the strength of Ultra and Reminiscent can come out. Spread out over these side lanes. Take these 1v1s where you have the gold difference over your opponent and start knocking down towers.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think as well they were able to accomplish that without Michael, right? Going down early on in the fight, still able to pull that out. Reminiscent is just showing us how much of a beast he can be. He's already going over the wall once again. The steal comes through, not quite though, was looking for it. Heroic entrance coming down as well. And they put the hammer down into crop rotation as he pays the ultimate price. Down he goes, and now the question is, does everyone get out with the Baron buff? And the answer is yes.
Yes, emphatically, as now they have moved this gold lead up to nearly 8K. This is what we need. Sacramento, foot on the gas, finger on the trigger, making the moves across the map, and a lot of this on the back of Reminiscent, as we saw. No fear, diving behind the Baron pit to make sure that crop rotation received nothing but pain and death instead of a Baron buff. Instead, like I said, I need to see them spread out the map. Need them to use the strength they have in these solo lanes to really spread out the fight, not give Yumi, not give crop rotations these asymmetrical angles that they want to take fights at, but instead force them to respond to the sheer power of Sacramento.
Sheer power it is indeed. As once again, things are calmed down a little bit. The flip side of game number 2, where UBCU was advancing forward with the Baron buff. This time, Sacramento White is the one giving them that treatment, but they have to be careful. The pings, you can see them coming out. They still have to deal with these tier 1s. They've been standing for too long, and Ultra is looking to make sure that this tier 1 in the bot lane falls, while Reminiscent focuses on this top lane here, looking to spread things out. Going for that 1-3-1 is Devin here, trying to go in for a trade with Ultra, but being 2-6 doesn't quite have that 0-10 power spike yet, so he just can't quite take Ultra in a fight, and Ultra knows that as he's going to continue to push. Staying away from that bound here, as that tier 1 does fall in the top lane. That's going to open up the map so much for Sacramento White.
And they set up this play by having the pressure in mid first, and then seeing that they're going to respond to the mid lane with 3 people. We'll rotate up to the top side and support Reminiscent. Ultra okay in the isolated 1v1. Like we said, this is the Bork into tank mythic item out of Devin, so not nearly as much damage, not taking full consideration of the crit passive here on Devin, and really setting up well that they already had an 8K gold lead.
Look at the map, Rektor. They're setting up for a collapse, and Dev can do nothing but look to sidestep. Q3 fake sealed over the wall. He's running, dude. And the entirety of Sacramento like, listen, he's not even worth the gold. Let's just keep pushing the offensive. We need these turrets down, and now they're looking at the tier 2 here in this bot lane.
Yeah, they continue to leave UBC on the back foot. Devin tried to even find Sir Sam the Wise, but nothing can be happened. So they're going to press the issue here on the bot side. They know.
Reminiscent finds a nice double stun there. Heroic Interest coming down as well. And a triple kill coming through for Revel. Looking for Dev as well. Won't quite find him though. Rick Room isn't available, but Ultra getting lower and lower. The cleanup crew, though. Crop rotation at least fight Sir Sam the Wise. And now Dev and Rito Rip Me Off have to hold the base.
But they get the tier 2, they get the tier 1, they get the top tier 1, they keep the gold lead moving in the right direction. Still now ballooned out to 9k gold difference. And my gosh, what can you do at this point? You look at Rito Rip Me Off, 1 level off of ornaments here, but his ADC doesn't even have a mythic item to upgrade yet. It's only the Leandri's Torment here for crop rotations that's really an option in this. Actually, yeah, no, that's the only other mythic item in the game right now for the side of UBC, now that my eyes stopped deceiving me. And this is really hard walking into Soul Point of how they're going to be able to fight this out. No Rabadon's Death Cap on crop rotation. The Titanic Hydra has come through, but it's once again Michael in an odd spot.
No Rabadons, but what is a Rabadons to the power of friendship, Regdor? I ask you that. UBC's got plenty of it. They've got confidence as well. I'm looking for something, man. They gotta find something here, as it's looking like they're already being shoved out of the river. Sacramento White is not going to give an inch, but once again, they find themselves in this tight corridor here. We've seen what Yuumi can do if he's given the space there. Requiem gets dropped to start the fight off, find themselves the taunt. Whole lot of damage comes through. Ultra might bite the dust. Dragon does go down. That's going to be the soul. And with the resistance is coming through, they're going 1 for 2. They find themselves 2 picks. Reminiscent goes gold, finds himself a flawless duet, finds himself a kill, but the return comes through from Rito, and this fight is looking lost for UBC. Mink flash over the wall, but Revel is chasing, and he's reveling in the chaos. They find the knockup, and they find the damage. Revel needs 1 more pick for the ace, but he's gonna let Rito run to tell the tale. He says, crop rotation, do you see me? This is how you play Kane.
And so I think we found out that the power of friendship is not nearly as gold efficient as a good Serpent's Fang here. Now 9-2 on the Kane. Revo Dress showing the power of the blue Kane in this, as well as Reminiscent, but once again just snaps right onto the back line. And now with the soul in hand, it's kind of all over but the crime. The scaling is not coming through. The third item isn't complete for either of the carries, and it shows that they can take fights, but just not yet. But the time of wait is almost over. The time of do is now.
Indeed it is. Soul in the hands of Sacramento White. 4.5 minutes until the Elder Dragon spawns. Baron up in 7 seconds. And I'm looking at all the members of Sacramento White Regdor, and they're moving on over to the Baron. UBC knows this, so they need to get some vision down, and they need to get it down now. The waves are pushing as well. They need to take care of those. They've sent Dev into that bot lane to do exactly that. Maybe they just try and give the Baron over and have Dev just push these waves, do his damnedest. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure either if they can even stop this Baron take.
No, they can't stop this Baron take. They're going to see the same thing we saw last time, and that is try to step up to the plate, try to take the big purple worm away, and it's going to be Reminiscent flying at you at Mock Jesus and killing your jungler again. So they say, we're just not going to do that this time. We're just going to step away, try to get it. We have the Rabadon's Death Cap complete on crop rotation. Still no Iceborne Gauntlet to be heard of from Devin, and the Bork not complete for Yuumi yet. Again, the scaling is falling apart as they are going to make an issue over this tier 3.
Yeah, but they might have found Reminiscent. Vanguard's edge onto Ming B, stays alive. Lot of shields on top of him. Heroic entrance, gonna just barely not be able to keep him alive. But it doesn't matter. They go 1 for 2, about to go 1 for 3. The Requiem drops. A lot of damage drops. Fate sealed from behind. And Dev is looking to make a comeback. This is his new album debut. But down he goes into the hand of Revel Dress. He says, no, you had your moment, and it's over. And Revel Dress might be looking for Ming B. Needs to be careful, though, about the turret. Ultimately, 3 members of UBC fall, but so do 3 members of Sacramento White. It's still evened out to some extent, Regdor.
It's even out, but the structural damage, on the other hand, is not. Revo Dress makes the decision to take a step back because he was getting hit by the tower, but additionally because neither member of UBC was strong enough to actually stick around. So they take a trip to the fountain and we take their tower. It's a good tit for tat, and now 2 inhibitors are laid asunder for the side of UBC. They're going to be forced into their base, are forced to use a lot of resources to push these lanes out to try to contest an Elder Drake that can flip the entire game on its head here at 30 minutes into the game. Who says these games don't go long?
I certainly don't, because this one is looking to go the distance, and I think that Elder is such a huge thing that you pointed out, because I do feel like that is going to be possibly what decides this game, right? Unless Sacramento White find the winning team fight early and can just destroy the base and run it into the ground. That Elder, if it can be stolen by UBC, because we see constantly in these fights, despite by the kill differential and gold differential being at 10k, they're still incredibly close. UBC is still fighting a whole lot of picks, and they're going fairly even kill wise.
Yeah, that is somewhat true, but the big difference is that the side of Sacramento are not forced to take a fight at Elder. If all 5 members commit, if UBC says we are going to all in trying to get this Elder Drake, then Sac just pushes and they can end the game.
Yep, you get a pushing. They're doing exactly that. There's one more outer turret left here on the map for UBC, and it's that top tier 3. They've got that top tier 2 out of commission, and they want that gone before this Elder Dragon is up. And now the question for UBC is, who do you send up there to defend? Dev almost getting caught by the stun there. That could have been his demise, but that top tier turret is not long for this world. Rito ripped me off, doing his damnedest to step up as the tank of the team, but he's got to be careful.
No, absolutely. Everything is on a knife's edge here, as now they've gotten every wave pushing, everything moving towards UBC, and now they're going to make the rotation down to the Elder Drake. Still 50 seconds, and this is the setup that matters. This is where we can see into the minds of Sacramento. Do they play for the fight? Do they play for the Drake? What do they do? Because they get all of the choices here, while UBC can only react to the enemy team.
And it's looking to me like the choice is going to be set up vision, get everyone here. We saw Sir Sam the Wise wasting no time getting to that pit with the TP coming through to make sure he's there for when the fight starts, if it even starts to begin with, because UBC haven't even made it past the halfway mark of their own jungle yet, and all of Sacramento White are already waiting in the river for them. And we've seen what happens in these choke points. It really can go either way, Regdor. It's something to point out before the fight starts is Reminiscent has that GA, has that second life. So possibly that might be what gives them the win if they find the stun onto Rito. Ripped me off. A lot of damage coming through. Dashing forward. Huge 5-man coming through. Fate sealed, but it's looking to me like UBC's fate is sealed. Revdol is in the back. They find the Ming B. They find all the members. Rito is going to find one, but look at that. They send Revol off to the base already because they know that this game is won.
That is exactly what I wanted to see. I didn't get a chance to say it, but I just wanted to see Reminiscent go just straight ham and just go in, because they did have that GA, but it is the Wombo combo there at the end of the day that is going to pull this series to 1-1 with their playoff dreams on the line. Sacramento have shown up to make this a series.
Yep. Sacramento had to make something happen, and they did a whole lot more than that. They understood the assignment. They realized we gotta do something differently. They give these carry picks into the hands of their carries. Surprise, surprise, it works out beautifully for them. And after seeing this gameplay, I would be incredibly surprised if you told me that this was the 16th.
Yeah, no, this is incredibly well done. And like I said, my biggest qualm was not having consistent DPS and not having a zone to be able to control. Well, it turns out the zone they wanted to control was inside the enemy team there for Reminiscent, who was absolutely styling and profiling on this Irelia. You got to think, he's not going to get a pick like that again. It's going to get banned out.
There's no way. There's no way. Unless they have some crazy answer to that, there is no way that Irelia is making it through this next draft. But we can only speculate. We'll have to wait and see, because with that game going into the hands of Sacramento White, that means we're going to game number 3, and we've got a full series on our hands. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and then when we're back, we'll get onto the Rift for game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Been waiting my whole life. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? The truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no.
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
from you, and I was hooked and like an addict. I can't get enough. Can't be away, take me away. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me, discipline me. Nobody else but you, baby. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Just lock me in your chains. Just lock me in your chains. Give me your love, baby. Lock me up, chain me. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. I've been bad. I need someone to give me demands. So take me away, have your way. You're on the hunt, I'll be your prey. I'll be your prey. I'm a prisoner, I won't break free. Gotta get a handle on me and discipline me. Nobody else but you.
All right, we are back, Rector, and it is my favorite time of the night. You know why that is? Because it's the final game of tonight, and we're at one of those points again where all the chips are on the table. Both Sacramento White as well as UBC have one win on the board, and it's a best of three, and I'm not mathematically inclined, Rector, but I know for a fact that 2 wins gets you the win in the series overall.
Yeah, as long as the math is something we can do on our fingers, that's all that matters. Yeah, you got it. So we've swapped sides once again, and the biggest thing we are same sides. The biggest things that we're gonna find out here is that the team fight prowess of Sacramento White is not one to be declined. And these are some of the strong picks we're seeing coming through. Once again, they're going to be the Aatrox, as well as another AD solo laner, reminiscent now on the Yone here in the matchup. We saw how instrumental both of them were in success of their team here in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely so. And honestly, I like the Yone pick can do a lot of the same things that we saw Reminiscent doing actually on the Aurelia, right? Especially with those Vanguards. That's just really getting in there. We talked about how it felt like the zone they wanted to be in was in the masses of UBC, right? They wanted to get on top of them and just dish out the damage. Can do exactly that with the Yone here. Going to be a different story with Dev on the Silas this time around. And obviously, looking at the bans, a lot of the same stuff coming through once again. A lot of bot lane focus coming out here from Sacramento White. A couple of adjustments here from UBC, especially I'm looking at that Kane. This time around, they're saying, listen, if we're not picking it, no one's getting it.
Yeah, but I love the adaptation from the same thing with UBC here on the Poppy for crop rotation. That was their R1 pick. So they opted to have Yone, Aatrox, Graves, and Galio all into the Poppy. The steadfast presence is going to do so much work in stopping these guys from being able to get that snap decision onto the backline, to be able to get into the masses with things like the Fate Unsealed that are really going to group up and create the space that Ultra wants to be able to get down a ton of that sweet spot damage with those Qs. And it's going to be on crop rotation here as kind of the defender of UBC to make these things happen and stop the aggression that was so prevalent of Sacramento White in game number 2.
Yeah, and the same can be said for Rebel Dress and Ultra, right? Who were those two, I feel, driving forces in game number 2 as well. Obviously, Reminiscent was being reminiscent, right? He was everywhere, and they're going to be reminiscent over game 2, dare I say, for quite a while. But this is game number 3. It's a whole new game. It's a whole new battleground. And with Ultra on that Aatrox, I'm really looking at him to be a little more feisty early on, because I felt like, obviously, going into that Ornn, there's not as much you can do. He's a lot tankier. It's a lot harder to crack that, that really tough nut. But this time around, basically high in the top lane, we saw a substitution coming through. So it's a completely different top laner than we saw in these last 2 games. And so accordingly, it's a completely different pick. The Camille coming out, carry versus carry. So this is Ultra's time to shine.
All right, carry versus carry can be ultra scary here. It is the Ignite, though, coming in with basically high, as well as that TP, not being matched on the opposite side. Just going to have the teleport for Ultra. So the kill presence in lane with those precision protocols and the hook shot, there is a lot of all-in capability early on from this Camille that does change the makeup of this. Like we said before, with the Rito Rip Me Off on Ornn, that wasn't a silencer. That wasn't somebody who can contest pressure. It was just somebody who could stonewall. But with how elevated and accelerated Reminiscent and Ultra were, that was really just slowly dying in place and then getting finished off by Revo. That doesn't exist in the same way here. We can really control side lanes well with the Sylas out of Devon and the Camille out of basically high. And that does feel like they are adapting to this 1-3-1, adapting to this side lane pressure and saying, well, we can do that. However, Devon was found wanting in the last matchup, was found down bad, some would say. And if he's not able to get through this laning phase on equal footing with Reminiscent, we will have something that is reminiscent of game number 2, and that is being a highlight reel being put on by this AD solo laner.
Yeah, and I think a reason because of that was also just the fact that crop rotation right on the Karthus wasn't really at that point where he was able to lend his assistance, it feels like, into the mid lane. And once he actually was at that point, it was already a bit too late. Reminiscent had already picked up a kill or 2, was already starting to snowball ahead. And then it mainly just became, if crop rotation comes into the mid lane, now you're just giving 2 kills on over rather than just 1. So I'm curious to see, obviously, on the Poppy, crop rotation going to look to make a whole lot more happen. I'm a little surprised, though, Rector, that we didn't see the Kog'Maw coming back, because I actually really like the pick going into the Seraphine Galio bot lane. And obviously, the original draft looked a little bit different than the one you see on our screen. It was available to be sort of counter-picked, per se.
Yeah, I think, though, that what they're looking for is the fact that you essentially have a dive composition here. The only person that does not want to get in there is Sir Sam the Wise. Otherwise, everybody is moving forward. Everybody is ingressing towards these solo targets here. And Yuumi needs something, needs the feathers fly to be able to get away from reset aggro and then have that pullback. Xayah is especially great into these dive compositions and is a very big scaler in the game. She really slows on 3 items. It's just, once again, can Yuumi get there? They have really solid laning. They've been able to find those kills in the 2v2 on repetitive ways. And now we have Ming-B back on the Karma. Was a playmaker, showmaker in game number 1 on it. So if they're able to find that same level of success, we could see something more reminiscent of game 1's bottom lane with games 2's solo lanes. And that is seeing advantages outside of UBC in the bot lane, while Sacramento White finds more around the map with the solo laners.
Yeah, perfect amalgamation of game 1 and game 2 melding together for game 3 for both of these teams. Obviously, the stakes are high for both of these teams, Rector, as we are almost ready to get onto the rift for the final game of tonight. UBC Amber, obviously, not only want to make it into the semifinals, but want to crush Sacramento State White and make sure that they know that they cannot be beaten. Last time around when these two teams met, UBC Amber were the ones that came out on top, going 2-1. At Sacramento State, same story. Want to make it to the semifinals, but more importantly, right, their honor has been besmudged from the last time these two teams met, so they sure as hell don't want to let that happen a second time.
No, not a second time. They want to stay alive in their playoff hopes, and they showed how they could move forward with this last matchup, having a very dominant victory, in my opinion, in game number 2, and now trying to utilize that solo lane magic to get them to that all-important 2-1 victory.
Yeah, we'll say Respect to UBC right there. They're like you, Rector. They don't believe in the blue side supremacy, man. They're like, listen, final round, we're staying on the red side. While Sacramento White gladly taking that blue side. So, once again, 5-man lineup. Last time around in game 2, we saw that 4-man stack into the bush. Nothing came out of it, so this time around, they're really just going to be giving each other the death stare on every single one of these lanes. There's already a little bit of trading coming through here in this river. Bit of damage as well. Not really going to look for too much, though. Just a bit of damage.
Yeah, just a little bit of a trade back and forth there on the junglers. It's important to note, crop rotation opting into the phase rush to be able to have that move speed to really stay alongside one another in these matchups, but will not have the innate tankiness that we usually see in the Aftershock. Get the headbutt up against the wall, gain those resistances, but does, for the first time tonight, we've got a different smite. It is the Moss Stomper, which is a great name.
Definitely is, and already the damage coming through. Ward's getting dropped down as well, and this is just something we've been seeing happening time and time again from both of these teams. The vision game is constantly being played, and it's allowing both of these teams make a whole lot of picks happen.
Yeah, a whole lot of picks. It will be a little bit of a deep ward put in there by the side of Sacramento White to match there on the Raptors for either side, so we will get a point out of both of them. But back to the Moss Stomper. When it's fully formed, you get a shield that's present after taking the camp or out of combat, and when you have it, you have 20% more tenacity and slow resist that will last for 3 seconds after it's broken. So that is a big deal here on crop rotation, who wants to remain mobile and be able to be the catcher warden of this team in these team fights.
Definitely so here. Already Ultra looking to get some blood in this top lane. Both of them going in for these trades. Same story bot lane, the push coming through. Ming B, whenever he's on that Karma, you know for a fact you're going to be stuck under your turret, especially with Sir Sam the Wise on this Seraphim. Third time around, has time to refine the pick. Gonna take some time to come online, but once he does, it gets nasty.
Yeah, no, it does indeed get nasty. See, they opted into that Doran's Blade to start the matchup off. Basically, High having a lot of mobility and agility early on to decide the tempo of this. It's a little known fact, Precision Protocol actually extends the auto attack range. So basically, High has the capability of spacing correctly to get the auto attack trade off, get the grass proc, and not give Ultra the ability to trade back.
Yep, well, speaking of trading back, they're looking to trade for it here. Ultra finding some cues onto basically High here. They're both keeping themselves relatively low, and Revel already on his way to this top lane here. Basically High has no idea. He knows something might be up, but he went in for the Precision Protocol. Finds the stun, the flag forward. First blood, but crop rotation with the shove into the turret picks up the refrag.
Hey, you know, it's still the same name of the game. First blood is worth more than the kill back, trading up for the side of Sacramento White that are continuing to be aggressive, continuing to stay on the ball and being proactive here. That brought them so much success in game number 1, and hopefully to bring them the win of the series in game number 3.
Indeed, and someone's trying to bring the kill here in this mid lane now as well. Soul Unbound finds the knockup. Lethal Tempo is stacked, and so is the kill feed, as another kill going on into Reminiscent's pocket, and this is very reminiscent, dare I say, of game number 2, Rector.
Oh, we've used his name so much in puns, he's gonna hate us, but nonetheless, that is what you see when you bring that Ignite to the lane. Reminiscent is playing for domination. He wants to press his advantage, and if we watch what happened in game number 1, this time getting away 1-0 as opposed to trading the kill back.
Indeed, indeed. Basically High going for a trade here. Precision Protocol stacked up, finds the damage, but Ultra is gonna be able to escape to his turret. Crop rotation was on the way as well, but with that ward in the river, he's gonna get spotted out. Obviously has that timer on it. That's one of those new features, right? You ping the word. Oh, come on. Ignite said he can't go back, and he's gonna have to opt if he wants to stay or not. But in this bot lane, Ming B needs to get out of there. Double taunt comes through, flash forward. Yuumi gets exhausted. He's sectioned off from Ming B, and now he's in the gray screen. Nothing Ming B can do but watch as his ADC goes down.
And this is beautiful. Rebel all over the map here early on. Already has that serrated dirt, getting so much damage down these trades. And as you can see, they understand how to play against the Xayah. do not stand in one spot. Do not allow the feathers to get lined up for the pullback on the backside to get that root and damage down, which is where a majority of her burst is from, and just expertly played to pick up the first Drake along the way. It's not going to be a Hex Tech. No innovations for us for the Soul, but maybe we'll get another Chem Tech, maybe.
Maybe. Cards are still on the table as a Cloud Drag is next up. Love to see it. No Cloud Soul. I'm always happy about that. But Sacramento White, once again, and just like in game number 2, right, absolutely stacking these drags early on. Always the first to rotate once these neutral objectives are up. And they're doing exactly that. Ming B doing Ming B things as well. Just dishing out damage. Dude, come on, Ming B. Come on, let him be. Fate Sealed is going to miss in this mid lane. Flash to get away from the turret here. Dev has taken away the Fate Sealed. Does he utilize it is the question. The answer is no. He's going to hold on to it for now.
And that is kind of the interesting thing here. Lethal Tempo versus Conqueror. When they both get fully stacked, which one's better? And it looks as though Reminiscent, with that little bit of extra attack range, is making a difference. Really good of Ming B earlier in the bot lane, because he is this Karma, because they have so much damage baked into that kit, able to zone away Sir Sam the Wise, keeping them off of that level 6 thus far.
Indeed. Keeping him off of that. A Crop rotation isn't on that level 6 just yet, while Reminiscent is 7. The Crop has to be careful, but is able to shove Reminiscent out of the lane. Ming B once again meeting up with Michael Mousestar, saying, listen, I'm the better support, but look at the jungle here. The rotation coming through from Ultra as well, as they're stealing away those jungle camps. Obviously takes a bit longer to take them out, and they're looking to take out Crop rotation as well. Flashing on forward in, though. Crop rotation gets ignited, gets taken down, and so does Revel Dress. Gonna go 1 for 1 once again.
1 for 1, but the beauty is they stole away that camp. You can see the difference in the treat values here, 27 versus 24. The number that's lower is closer to completion, and that means that you can find, once again, these smite differentials of a 450 versus a 900 at these objectives. Only 3 minutes till the next Drake. The Rift Herald should be up here in about 30 seconds, and this is where I want to see them play around. Continue to press the objective forward for the side of Sacramento. This is what's done you so well, is outpacing UBC in these matchups.
Exactly. We saw that game number 2, right? Game number 1 was lacking of that a little bit, and accordingly, they ended up falling. But game number 2, it's like they just shifted into overdrive. They started sending it left, right, and center, and it worked out perfectly for them. That's exactly what we need to see this time around. Herald up in just a couple of seconds, but at the moment, both junglers still down in this bot side here with the focus. Gonna fight over this crab, perhaps, but it's looking to me like UBC might just have to give this one on over.
Yeah, this is not the Scuttle Crab you were looking for. It's now Reminiscence chasing on Crop rotation.
This was not the Poppy you were looking for either, but you're gonna find him. Flash over the wall, though. Gonna keep Crop rotation alive for now. Yumi getting some auto attacks out, and Power Q coming through as well to deal a little bit of damage. Dev with the rotate to come over, but they're gonna opt to just give the Crab over. It's not worth it. It's not worth dying for.
No, it's not worth dying for. And you can see the difference here with the changes in the camps not doing increased damage to it, or doing less damage. There, Reminiscent not able to steal away the romp from Crop rotations, but is able to get back to lane here and get some good trades down, as we're just continuing to just kind of fight for position. Only neutral objective is still that Rift Herald that nobody's looking to play for as of just yet.
A flash forward from Michael Mousestar. They know Crop's on his way. We saw the Feather Storm getting dropped, but it didn't find any targets. As we pan back, these other solo lanes trading going through per usual. Crop rotation 3rd time around. Maybe 3rd time's the charm. Looking for Michael Mousestar, but can't quite find him. Pushes him to the side, but no terrain to knock him into. So he's just going to be able to walk away. That ward that's been up in that river bush, it's just a bit diff right now. Basically high as well. Looking to make sure there's no HP difference there, as he's able to hook shot on away from Ultra.
And this is the beauty of it, is that Crop rotation's not able to find anything. Essentially, it's just sinking time down here on the bottom side, trying back-to-back ganks, and neither one of them really getting anything of full value. But furthermore, Yumi uses the ultimate aggressively, which is the opposite of generally what we see out of Isaiah, unless you're playing ARAM. And that is using it defensively as a way to egress out of the fight and have that pullback as essentially the piece de resistance. You've dived too far, and now you're locked down in place. So not having that up, as we can see, only halfway back. means that this dragon is more than likely going to go to the side of Sacramento because you don't have the team fight tools present for the side of UPC to make the fight happen.
And listen, hey, that's like I love to say, the best way to counter aggression, just be more aggressive than your aggressor. And so that's exactly what Yumi's been doing every single game. Worked out great for him in game 1 when they had that constant shove. We're keeping Sir Sam the Wise and Michael Mousestar under that turret 24/7. Game number 2, bit of a different story, was still going fairly even, but unfortunately it just tipped a bit into Sacramento White's favor. And now game number 3, the all-deciding match. This is where all the chips are on the table, and Rebels in this bot lane once again looking for a gank, gonna hold onto the smoke screen, gets dropped, still looking for the damage to come through. Ming B getting lower and lower, Yumi positioning himself so he can dash away, but the Featherstorm comes out, nice dodge from the Encore. Flash just to be safe, they bought time for crop rotation, and his time is now. Finds the ulti onto Rebel, but the heroic entrance from Michael is gonna make sure that everyone gets out alive. What a hero this guy is.
A hero indeed. And once again, we're seeing like crop rotation is finding the space in these fights, but they don't do damage. They're poppy. This isn't how it works. This isn't the Divine Sunder. This is what's looking like to be the Sunfire Cape, which is no longer a mythical item, is just a legendary, but still very good tank stats. So we get a bit of a 1v1 up here.
Dude, once again, top laner doing top lane things, just trading. I want to see some more kills. I want to see more blood, Rektor. I talked about how Ultra, this was his time to shine. Carry v carry matchup, but at the moment, they both feel fairly equal. Either one just getting a little bit of damage through, both respecting each other, backing off when needed rather than going for these hero plays. Neither top laner wants to be the guy that fumbles the first bag, but Ultra says it's not gonna be me looking for the trade, but it's gonna be healing diff. And Ultra finds the kill. Just kidding, it's gonna be basically high. He gets it, he says hi, goodbye, into the dirt you go. At least they get the Cloud Drag for that, so that's something.
Yeah, they still get the Drake, but an uncontested Camille in side lane can be a bit of a problem, to say the least. And that loss in the 1v1 is not going to change as items get bigger and bigger. It's not going to be, once I get my Eclipse, I start to win the matchup. No, it just means you start to lose a bit harder here for the Aatrox. And that is problematic because, again, the success of Sacramento was found in side lanes, was found by pressing the map apart and then be able to collapse in these team fights. But without that sort of pressure, without that ability to 1v1 on sides, you're now having to concede and be on the back foot, being the reactionary ones. And, you know, UBC loves being proactive and being the one to get to pull the trigger.
Definitely so. Speaking of pulling the trigger, and Reminiscent looking for some damage onto Dev here. But that Kingslayer finishes this thing coming through. Dev gonna stay alive for now. 3 kills onto Reminiscent here. So he's doing very fine for himself. Can't say the same for Ultra in the top lane, though. Flash comes forward. Keeper's Verdict gonna knock him up. Precision Protocol is available. It has expired, but never mind. It doesn't even matter. Divine Diff and basically high, picking himself up yet another kill. If it wasn't looking bad for Ultra before Rektor, it sure as hell is now.
It's the blood in the water. They said I beat him in the 1v1 super close. Just come up here, crop rotations, and we will make music. And that's exactly what happens. They come up there and they get another kill into basically High's pocket, already on that mythic item. And it's just setting Ultra even further behind. Aatrox, not a champion that likes being behind, does not want to be anemic in gold values, because then the world enders more like, a casual Tuesday morning.
Indeed, singing a beautiful symphony in that top lane of destruction. They get themselves that pick now, 2 in 1 for basically High, as that Divine getting the boots now as well as he heads on back to the lane. However, in this bot lane, we're seeing once again, like in game 2, Yumi and Ming just being pushed under this turret and opt to pull forward here. Michael Mouse, man, he's been doing a great job of placing down that vision in the river, making it so incredibly hard for crop rotation to actually find a gank, as we keep seeing him try and try, but he keeps on failing.
Yeah, and basically staying even here between the 2 carries on the bottom side of the map is crop rotation's going to try to stick around, be a little cheeky once this control word gets popped out with the Hex Flash over the wall.
Ooh, I like that. Maybe this time around they can finally find something. You know what I mean? You got the rotation coming through from Michael and on to the mid lane, which means that Sir Sam the Wise will be by his lonesome. That might be what they're looking for, but I have to wait and see. Mid lane, Reminiscent wants that pick onto Dev, being on his way on over, but crop rotation gonna get spotted out by another ward once again. And so Sir Sam knows that he's there, and you can see it accordingly. He's gonna back off and look to back.
He's going to back off and try to find something elsewhere. It still is Michael up on the top side of the map for the second Rift Herald, able to get another neutral objective, and this might be what Ultra needs to be able to kind of get bailed out of this lane, and that is to get some pressure taken off of him, force basically High out of the 1v1, and have to do something else on the Rift.
Indeed. Rift Herald gonna get dropped, picked up by Revel here. Crop rotation, looking to see if he can seal away some camps. Nothing there, though. You know, I almost expected like 5 times the charm, trying to go for another gank, try and dive Sir Sam the Wise, but nothing of sort is going to happen. Ming B waiting in that bush there, a bit of damage coming out. That's really about it here. Another minute on this drag. It's going to be a while before Baron is up, so for now, we have some time to work on these waves, work on those items, and get ready for these next fights.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that needs to get worked on right now is crop rotation's jungle item. As you can see, it still exists. Rebels does not. That means it's a 900 smite on crop rotation and a 1200 on Revel. That's not a smite fight. That's a smite decimation for the side of Sacramento if they try to contest this next Drake, which will put Sacramento on soul point. So, you know, that's like the new thing here in jungling. You have to pay attention to this jungle item. You have to get your little pet some treats here by champion takedowns and taking large monsters at camps. That's just not present, as I don't think they're going to be able to get this down by the time the Drake is up.
Looking likely here. Ultra's got to be careful as well. 20 seconds left on this drag. Doesn't have TP available in comparison to basically High, which means that if UBC looks to contest, Sacramento will be 1 member down, and they will be 1 member down if Ultra falls here. X-Tech ultimatum gonna keep him stuck, but he's gonna survive just barely. The turret is still a bit too menacing here. Fate Seal going on in. They're looking to find crop rotation first. Nice encore. They're gonna find it, and that's gonna be the jungler down. You don't have to worry about a smite fight if the jungler's dead. They find Ming B as well. Basically High almost eating the dirt as well, but he's able to escape with his life, and that's gonna put Sacramento White on soul point.
It was a really great kind of progression that UBC tried to set up there. Basically High going for the all-in on the Ultra to force him away to make sure that they get that TP off. But great heads up from Michael, seeing the TP channeled, just waits around with the taunt ready to go. So as soon as basically High shows up, they are CC'd and taking a huge amount of damage on that play.
It's Michael Mouse. He the GOAT. That's all I can say. He is the GOAT on this Galio pick. I'm loving it that it has returned. It looked great in game 2. It's looking great in game 3. Will it be good enough to get the win is the question. And so far, Rector, the answer is looking like a yes.
Yeah, Reminiscent is now 5-0, but even with that being said, if you've watched these trades in the mid lane, it is that Kingslayer that is actually evening up these trades and making it actually go towards Devon's side. And a lot of just the raw damage. So it's all around these skirmishes and team fights where Reminiscent is able to work in concert with Revel and really get down the damage. Thus far, it is now mythics all across the board for the side of Sacramento, just a little bit waiting to come through on the support of UBC, but nonetheless, we are getting to that point now in the mid game where we need to start seeing the map rotations happen. Get the bot lane up to mid, make sure nobody can get a push into this Seraphine, and allow the 5-0 Reminiscent to do some work here on side.
And I'm loving that old nullifying orb coming through from Ming because you're looking at Sacramento White, and already I'm seeing 3 red items in the inventories of Sacramento White's members here. Especially bad here for Ultra. He's already like, please, dude, I'm already suffering. How you gonna reduce my healing even more?
Yeah, no, it's a bad feeling. I do like the update. There is an update on the nullifying orb, and that is that it shows the grievous wounds, not only the healing reduced, but the health regen as well, which has kind of been one of those points for analytics where we talk about how useful grievous wounds is. This now more appropriately kind of tracks it.
That's nice for the big brains. I don't have to worry about it, so I'm happy about that. But hey, it's good for you, man. I'm happy for you. If you're happy, I'm happy. And Sacramento White is happy with the position that they're in at the moment. Still another 3 minutes before they can grab themselves the soul here. So that does mean that UBC does have some time to prepare. And the question is, Rector, how do they prepare accordingly?
Yes. I think the big things right now is how you prepare is, one, you need to get basically high and crop rotation on the same page. They need to be there at the same time making something happen. We saw what happened when basically high tries to show up as the play progresses, and that is you just get turned on and picked off. You need this wombo combo dive onto the backline, as Ming V is now in a bad spot.
Yeah, this is not what Rector meant here. The charm lands, the damage lands, and Ming B goes down. They're looking to do the same to Yumi. Feather Storm. Revel says, I don't care. It doesn't quite find the collateral damage, though, so Yumi will stay alive for another day. Did have to burn the ult, burn the flash, burn the exhaust. The Crop's just going to send them closer to the fountain. Ultra's just saying, thanks. That's where I wanted to go anyways, but he's going to opt to head on top instead, as basically High is looking real exposed right now. Reminiscent going to, despite being 5-0, dude, Dev is holding his own incredibly well. Seals the fate sealed, so I'm curious to see if Reminiscent wants to look to keep picking these fights.
Yeah, I think Reminiscent will kind of keep on trying to pick these fights, but has to be on a knife's edge here. We were talking about grievous wounds. Reminiscent might want to grab some into Devin, but I think the pain is already dealt unless he picks up the full mortal reminder here. He's going to be just tickling the mana regens. Now Revel's going to come down.
Dude, Fate Sealed gonna find one, gonna go gold here, and now Revel's here. Fate Sealed gonna get blocked, oh, nicely by Revel. Do they have the damage is the question, though. The turret is still standing, not quite gonna find the pick there, unfortunately. It was real nice moves coming out from Revel to actually block the Fate Sealed that was hijacked, making it stop short, but that turret, that pesky turret was just in the way.
Yeah, those darn turrets, you know what? They just got rid of it to make sure that doesn't happen again here later on. Big things to show is that basically High has been controlling the side lane. Earlier, we were talking about Ultra getting kind of bonked away by the Keeper's Verdict. That actually canceled out the teleport to save the top tier 1. So now there is this avenue of aggression, which is basically High getting to rotate down to this bottom side. As of now, is the one person from UBC that can be out and alone without a whole lot of fear in the 1v1. But this is looking to be a full 5v5 around this last Drake.
So basically High finding a bit of damage. Encore gets dropped, gonna find one, but that's about it. That's a huge spell being wasted there with no Encore. Huge chain CCs will not be available there. Still have obviously Michael Mouse starting to make something happen, start things up. Looking at crop rotation, right? No Keeper's Verdict, so they won't be able to throw Revel out of the pit and guarantee the smite going in their favor. Bit of damage coming through once again, and they're looking for that avenue. Ultra says, let me make one here. Fate Seal goes and doesn't find anyone, and now he's stuck in a bad spot. Heroic entrance. They're going to find the shutdown. They're going to find a second pick here. They're going to at least get one. Ultra time to pop off. Time to make things happen. Flash over the wall from Crop. Devin going over the wall with the grab, though. A lot of damage coming through. A double kill. Gonna get shut down by Ultra, though, and Ultra is not going to be stepped on any longer.
No, Ultra finds the key here, but the other thing to look at is Sir Sam the Wise. Full health in this fight, basically untouched with that Leandri's Anguish, getting so much damage down. They may not get the Drake, but they have dissuaded UBC away, and it's like we said last time, why fight for the Drake once when you can fight for it twice here? Maybe the second time around, if it goes as history has told us, it'll be Sacramento taking the fight and taking the soul.
Indeed, indeed. Listen, the meat tastes better when scared, man. You know, you gotta spook them, be like, listen, fight one, didn't go your way. Fight two, let's see if you can do any better. TP's coming through, basically High is here. Michael on his way, gonna be a little bit delayed though. Dragon has been started up this time around. Crop rotation has that Keeper's Verdict available. I'm gonna be looking at him to utilize it, but they're just gonna burst it down. They don't even have to worry about it. No one's gonna be able to make it there in time. And so the first drag in UBC's pocket, they're gonna dissuade the soul from coming through here and buy themselves 5 extra minutes.
And that is the beauty of the double TP composition, both utilized in this to secure the Drake and make sure that they had tempo over the side of Sacramento, who just couldn't get enough people into the river in time. But now they're going to look at the only other neutral objective, that is the Baron. Try to get control. It's going to be tedious at best for both sides, as they're starting to just essentially equal up in combat strength here.
Definitely so, and that's that's the point we talked about in game 2, right? That Sacramento White had to be careful, and UBC didn't get back to that point where they could start scaling back into this game. Saw little glimpses of hope for UBC, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. And wow, that precision protocol hitting hard here, but the TP comes through. Keeper's verdict gonna knock Reminiscent on out of there, but Ultra's here once again. The CC chain, there's nothing you can do when you can't use any of your keys on your keyboard. A double kill for Sacramento White. They're gonna grab the turret as well, and that was a sight to behold.
I've never seen a Yone actually get the Keeper's verdict in the Soul Unbound, but that's what happens is his main body goes away, but then he snaps back to the fight and actually is able to turn it around there, much to the chagrin of UBC.
Yeah, Reminiscent over the wall, and he says, you can exhaust me as much as you want. I'm taking one of you with me. Yumi is going to go ahead and grab the kill on him, but Reminiscent buys so much time that the Baron goes into the hands of Sacramento White. Nothing Yumi can do but watch, and now, once again, Rector, we're in the same spot we were in game 2.
Yeah, the same spot, and that is that every time it looks as though UBC get a bit of an upper hand, Sacramento just counterpunch back a bit harder there. They lose the Drake, but they get 2 kills, the tier 1 and the Baron, all for the price of just 1 dragon in their mid laner. And now they have to set up again to spread out the map. Force basically high into the 1v1 on side. I think with the Black Cleaver now in tow, Ultra can at least stonewall them in side lane with the help of the Baron buff, and then start taking down these juicy tier 2s. You know, a lot of gold packed into them to extend out this 4K, almost 5K gold lead in Sacramento's favor, and really start looking towards that in-game style board, which for now is the Dragon Soul and spreading out the map and using the strength of these solo laners.
Well, they've got 2 minutes to make it happen. Basically, Hyde needs to be careful with looking for that turret, but I do feel that once again, everything's kind of coming full circle, Rector, right? Sacramento has the Baron, but UBC does a great job of pushing those waves out, making sure that it's not danger close, right? And that Sacramento just can't really make anything happen with.
I love the phrase danger close because that's exactly what you don't want. You don't want the bomb to be near you once you pull the pin, and as of now, they're keeping the bomb that is Sacramento at a safe distance, but it's Reminiscent that's going to be answering high down here in the bottom lane. And that means that your strength point is down on the bottom side. You can see a lot of vision being set up from the side of UBC to try to catch people out in rotation in that jungle. Meanwhile, Sacramento doesn't have that same deep ward construct set up. So Reminiscent's going to have to be careful there with the far sight. They're going to see crop rotation.
Indeed, they will. Crop rotation, not even bothering to take out those wards, was on his way down, marching, looking to see if he can find something, but under leveled in comparison to Reminiscent. Has to be careful in the mid lane though. Ultra had to pop the world ender there just to be safe. Rather safe than sorry here. You don't want to give anything on over. Ultra's finally found his way back into the game. He doesn't want to lose it again, and more importantly, they don't want to lose this drag that's up in 50 seconds.
Now, this is for all the cookies here. This is the one that they need. Sacramento, once they have access to the Ocean Soul, they are going to be in a really great place to actually be able to follow through these sieges, to be able to take a step back, heal, rest, reset, and get back into the fight. And you can just see they're doing everything they can from the side of UBC to clear out vision. Make sure there is no side angle for Ultra to come from in this fight. They want to fight symmetrically, front to back. They want to force them into the funnel so that Yumi can start getting off these feathers. Almost 3 items strong for the ADC of UBC.
Yeah, and at least this time, nice to see that UBC are going to be there slightly early in comparison to game 2, where it always felt like Sacramento had full control of the river before the drag or any objective was even there, and they're going to be the ones to start it up. Start maybe looking for the rotation, but probably just going to be waiting to utilize that ulti once things get thick. We saw the ulti come out from crop rotation, didn't find anyone. Hijack on core though, going to find 2. Ultra getting lower and lower and lower and lower, and down he goes. Yumi's free firing in the back. Keep your eyes on him. Revel is on him. He knows exactly what he's got to do, but he can't make it happen. 2 members are down, and they're looking to just run him out from the dragon pit. Reminiscent, Michael and Sir Sam the Wise still alive. Dev over the wall looking for more. can't quite find it. Basically, High wants Reminiscent. Did a whole lot of damage. He's got to come back to his body. And once he's in it, they can put him in the grave. Another member down. Dragon secured. And UBC, that's how you get the job done.
That is indeed it. And so important to note the Ravenous Hydra there on basically High. It's not the one that your grandpa used to build. Now has that carnivorous stacks to it. So eventually, once it is fully stacked up like it is now, that's an extra 24 AD and Omni Vamp as well. It's kind of like the AD Dark Seal, for lack of better terms here, but it's a full-fledged item, and you can see how much those precision protocols are doing now, taking nearly a fourth of Reminiscence health, it looked like there in that fight.
Yeah, listen, those boring mages, they get a book, they get knowledge. Listen, we fighters, we get the job done, man. They got the huge mace with the 40 stacks on it. A lot more intimidating than some little old book, but regardless, fully stacked like you mentioned, and we saw it come to fruition there. The amount of damage coming out onto Reminiscent. Reminiscent already knew, I feel, the moment he pressed E, he's like, uh-oh. I'm not coming home after this one. I'm not coming back from this deployment.
Yeah, he went to the gray screen, so he had to, reset and redeploy here. But you can watch as the win conditions for the side of Sacramento are slowly starting to come apart. The dives are not working. The precision protocol doing so much to buy space for Yuumi, who now has that Infinity Edge, is now the AD carry that we spoke of, and now has been delivered onto the map that you just cannot touch, not even having to use the ultimate in the last team fight, just able to space away from the main threats. And now that you've taken away that piece from Sacramento, the teeth aren't nearly as sharp here.
Yeah, definitely so. And also, I mean, first I was going to clown on the exhaust pick coming out from Yuumi rather than the cleanse that we've seen him run every single game before this. But it really just shows a level of kind of confidence. And he's like, listen, I know I'm going to reach a point in the game where everyone wants to kill me, and we saw exactly that on that past fight, right? Revel dives in deep, trying to get on top of him. Yuumi just clicks the exhaust. Suddenly, Revel's not doing any damage, and he's incredibly slow, and the rest of the team do an excellent job of realizing they obviously, they got to keep the threats off of Yuumi. Everyone collapses onto Revel, they take him out, and then systematically they take out everyone else.
Yeah, and you start to see it in game 2 with the Kog'Maw Lulu pick. Was not especially something that you're playing to win lane, and this isn't especially dominant lane matchup with Yuumi and Ming here on these champions, but they've scaled incredibly well, and now they're at the point where they're reaching their effective part, right? It's the Splinter with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle meme where they're all young, but now Master Splinter is old. And just kind of like vibing it out here as the turtles are strong. I don't know who Master Splinter is for UBC, but, Donatello, he's big. It's Yuumi, able to do the big damage here on the 3 items.
True. It do be indeed. I'm looking at the Elder, though, Regdor. We didn't get to see it play as big of a role in game 2 as we hoped, but I feel this time around we're in a position where it can do some damage. A lot more real estate available on both teams' sides here in comparison to game number 2, where UBC's map was already cracked wide open. So I am almost certain we're not only going to see a fight around the Elder, but we're going to see the results of it.
No, absolutely. No GAs to speak of this time either, but the Soul. But that pick.
That could be absolutely huge. Might go with the flash forward, but is this time not long? Finds the ulti. Back to the boys, and he's going to stay alive for now. Are they going to start up the Baron is the question, though. Now that Michael Moustar is pretty low, and the answer is going to be yes. They can shred it down with Yuumi. Does a whole lot of damage to it. Dev is going to be the one looking to zone. Hijacks the Encore. We've seen what he can do with it. Getting that 3-man charm last time around. Fate sealed. Only going to find Dev there. TP in indeed. Encore gets dropped. Going to find 2 members. Dev has to go gold to stay alive. And Ultra is looking to pop off. Hijacked Ultra gets dropped there, but that's all they're going to find. They go 1 for 1. They lose Revel, but that's about all they're going to lose. Because Ultra, the world ender, it's not your casual Tuesday, Rector. Ultra finds another, flashes forward, won't fight crop rotation, but it doesn't even matter.
No, it doesn't even matter. And just as we're saying Sacramento's power is starting to wane, they come back renewed. And most of that is off of that first TP. Ultra getting the inside track to get up here to the fight. Is crop rotation going to go for it?
Indeed, he might try here. Keeper's verdict is gonna land, and that's about it, though. Too much damage comes out, and Ultra says, sit down! Remember what you did to me in top lane. Let me return the favor.
And it's the split apart that really seals the deal for Sacramento here. Able to almost parse the fight into multiple pieces, give Reminiscent that direct line to Yuumi, and when he has the ability to get on, that is it. You're going to gray screen, and once the main threat is out, they're able to pick apart the rest of UBC here with one true carry in the bank. After they're gone, it's so hard to win these fights. A very uphill battle now, as we are looking at the Elder Drake and a Baron in tow.
Yeah, the silver lining, at least everyone on UBC's side is going to be alive for the Elder. Crop rotation will be up when there's 6 seconds left, so he's going to have a little bit of time to head on over. Mingby's got to be careful. Yo, Reminiscent, did he just chase him all the way through? That's actually insane, the amount of distance he had to travel to go back to his body. But look how much they are just shredding this thing. It's already down to 7k HP, and crop rotation isn't even halfway through the jungle here. The encore gets dropped, finds the charm, and it's all over. The Elder's been picked up, and now it's time to clean up the stain that is UBC. Sacramento White, they faced them once before and fell short, but not this time. But UBC says, no, no, no. We don't go down without a fight. Revel is gonna go down, and now it's all hands on deck to protect this mid lane.
That they're going to try to get the resets in. This is going to be the fight for the base. It was 2 weeks ago that Sacramento White fell to UBC 2-1. Now in the quarterfinals, they are trying to make the difference. They're trying to make it to the semis.
It's been revenge 2 weeks in the making, Regdor. They are going to find the first pick on Ming, and that might just spell disaster for UBC. The semi-final spots are on the line, and so as these turrets here down they go. Encore lands, damage lands as well. Yuumi goes down, crop rotation goes down, and Sacramento White is moving on to the semi-finals.
And it's off of the strength of these solo lanes. Reminiscent put on display tonight with these 80 picks, the Irelia and the Yone, doing so much not only in the 1v1, but understanding the assignment. Like, he's got it written down in his book, kill the ADC around Elder. Got it. And makes it happen. And that is really him and... oh my gosh, Ultra. I was thinking Behemolythic top laner here in the matchup, just doing so much in the mid game. And that really showed as their strong points that allowed them to overcome a lot of what was a bottom lane differential in game number 1 and really put on display their talents here.
Yeah, I'm not even going to lie, man. I was sleeping on the Seraphine. I was not too happy seeing it come through game number 3. I was like, it was all right, but this time around, man, those encores getting dropped were absolutely huge, over and over and over, finding multiple targets. The CC chains were absolutely immaculate. And it's so nice that Ultra, even though he was kind of getting shafted early on in that top lane, found his way back. And he was like a dog with a bone, and you cannot take it away from him. Once he found that lead, he held onto it and pressed forward.
No, absolutely. I can't wait to see how they do in the semifinals matchup, but just hats off to the adaptation after what was a pretty rough game 1, stealing away the Kane, creating that adaptation, and then forcing a ban in game 3 just to get it out altogether. Absolute masterclass for what was day 1 of the preseason, with a lot of questions around itemization. We'll see more adaptation as we go and refinements, but still great showing here for UBC.
Yeah, definitely so here. Overall, it's crazy to see, but Sacramento White is going to be moving on here to the semifinals now that they've gotten themselves the dub. And I don't think we're even done just yet. I think we still have an interview lined up here if I can get confirmation from production here. I do believe I was told so. Yep, we do indeed. We're going to have to wait. I don't even know who it's going to be, so you won't know either, but I know it's going to be someone special. We'll have to wait and see. So we're going to go to a quick break. And then when we're back, we're going to be able to pick the players' minds a little bit and see how this all came to fruition.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting tired, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know
All right, and welcome back, everybody. I told you I'd bring you guys back someone special. I've got the mid lane menace, the 5-man Vanguard's Edge, Faith Seal, team fight tactician, the driving force of Sacramento White himself. I'm being joined here by Reminiscent, and I gotta ask you, man, how does it feel after what was one hell of a series?
Oh, it was a really tough game. All 3 games, not gonna lie. Our first game was honestly a little iffy, but I think shout out to my team because we had a really good mental. And honestly, especially shout out to my top laner. Even though my top laner didn't play the best third game, and he realized that, he brought it back, kept a good mental, and played well.
We love a solid mental, and it's definitely required to get through these tough series. Now, I've got to ask, I've never seen more of a 180 in my life from going from Anivia to Irelia. And you said a little bit off air that you were just happy that your coach lets you play 80 champs. And I've got to say, being able to play 80 melees in this meta is amazing. So how does it feel being able to pull those picks out on the stage and actually do well on them?
It feels great, man. My coach, I'm usually playing a lot of AP mids, but us being able to play Seraphine and allowing me to pick AD mids is actually really fucking viable. And sorry about cussing, but just a little hype right now. But their mid laner played really well. Like, he actually got me a lot that first game. Played really well. So shout out to him too. And overall, it felt nice playing AD mids finally.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta ask you, man, in general, how you were all feeling, because obviously the last time that you guys faced UBC, it didn't end so well for you guys. You ended up losing 2-1. So what was the mental like? How were you guys feeling after game one when it kind of seemed like, you guys might be running it back again just like then?
Dude, that's a great question actually. I think last time when we played it off, they played actually really well. Like, we actually got destroyed. So shout out to them for playing really well. But again, like I said, my team, we just had really great mental, really great positive attitudes, and we just brought it back.
Yeah, no, the strong mental is absolutely there. And again, like we were talking on the cast about how your lane dominance was so imperative there. And especially in game 2, you guys had to pull the trigger and had to push the game forward. What was it like around those objectives where on our side, we're just watching you, no fear, dive into the back line with these 5-man Vanguard edges? What was kind of like the communication and thought process around objectives in game number 2 that kind of set up for the success?
The shot calls for that was actually really crazy. It was just me screaming in my mic, ear raping my whole entire team. So I would like to apologize to them for that. But you just gotta have trust in your team. I had a lot of trust in my support, Michael Malstar, for always ulting me, along with Sir Sam the Wise, always backing me up with his OTs. And although my top laner always got blown up every single fight, he played really well too. And shout out to Marshall, my jungler, because he honestly just went in every single time I did. Every time I said, I would always scream, go in, go in, go in. That's all I would scream. That's all the communications. Crazy.
Hey, if it works, it works, man. It certainly did a lot more than work. I'm quite curious. Obviously, Regdor mentioned the complete 180, not only from you in the mid lane, but it felt like, honestly, from your entire team in general, right? Ultra with the Aatrox in that top lane looking good.
Yes, sir.
Just the rest of your team. Was that like a conscious decision from game 1 to game 2? Like, listen, we gotta pull a 180. We gotta go full gas, no breaks, and just start sending it to them.
Yeah, it was like that because what we realized the first game was we were honestly like packing a lot of AP because the Seraphine, and allowing us to play more carry champs have made like Seraphine much more valuable throughout the games and allowing us to carry.
All right. Well, overall, man, it was bit of a stunning performance. I'm not gonna lie, it was something to watch. I know we enjoyed ourselves. I know the viewers enjoyed ourselves. I gotta ask you, man, how you feeling about your chances moving on to the semifinals?
Oh, I don't know, man. All I could say, I don't. But best of luck to my teammates and me, and best of luck to whoever we face off.
Absolutely, man. Well, at the very least, you're showing everybody here at the NECC that y'all may be ranked as the 6th seed, but you're overperforming by a long shot. And with that, man, I'm going to let you go and celebrate with the rest of your squad. And we're going to go ahead and say goodbye here for tonight. Reminiscent, thank you so much for joining me here today. Thanks for answering our questions. Regdor, thanks for being here with me per usual. And all of you guys, thank you so much for watching. We enjoyed ourselves. I'm sure as hell y'all enjoyed yourselves. Can't wait to see you guys next time. Bye, guys.
Holding on to this, holding on.